really the only major economic release this morning. Michigan consumer sentiment. There's an inflation portion to that. The past few, though, really have been kind of a non-event as far as the market is concerned. But keep that in mind ahead of maybe CPI next week. We'll see if this government situation gets sorted out before then. If not, we will not be getting CPI next week. That is the NASDAQ again on a weekly chart. We are still holding on to a decent 1.4% gain as far as the week goes. The S&P 500, as I mentioned, I mean, we'll see how today goes, but this is looking a little bit red at this point, down about 0.3 as far as the week is concerned. The Dow more than that, but we still have Friday to go. Adara's back with me this morning at the desk. Lots to consider here this morning. This move continues to just drift higher and higher and higher for the overall market. I mean, we'll see, but I think going into next week, as far as the government shutdown is concerned specifically, the market could be just in a wait and see here.
Yeah, that makes sense. And it's interesting, too, the feds don't seem, or at least certain feds don't seem as concerned about this lack of data as we might have thought. Feds Waller talked this morning. He said, we still have private data, so I don't see this as being too much of an issue. It's not the first shutdown in the world. So he's actually being quite pragmatic about the situation. That could be interesting. And speaking of Feds Waller, there is a new list of short lists here for front runners for the new Fed chair position. We're going to have to wait and see how that ends up going. There's 5 of them now, and both of the Kevins, as Trump calls them, are still on this list.
Yeah, he was top of the list at one point. We'll see how that goes as well. So as far as individual names moving around here, I mean, Nvidia, Qualcomm going to be top of the list, both with maybe China problems to deal with going forward. Definitely for Qualcomm, Nvidia slapped with more, China fees as far as ships coming in and out of China. The Chinese government slapping more import and export fees on top of those. Tesla, speaking of China, Tesla with decent monthly numbers here coming out of China. That Model Y extra long, I guess, doing its job over in China. They like more seats, even though the street's apparently very, very small over there. So a couple things moving around here once again this morning. Joe and Sharif in the captain's chairs once again. Good morning, guys.
Good morning, Brendo. It is Friday here, Joey.
Did you see that error in the Phillies game last night?
I did. That was ugly. He threw home instead of throwing to first. That was. He panicked though. You could see he panicked, right?
It's like almost like too much thinking, right? Like when you instead of just
and the catcher even pointed. The catcher pointed,
like,
throw to first.
And then he botched.
He's a pitcher, though.
He botched the throw. To home plate, and it was.
He wouldn't have even got the runner at the force because I think the runner would have beat the throw, but and it was an errant throw anyway. It was ugly to watch.
Man.
I just don't like LA.
Well, that's who you got. That's who you got to fear at the end of the day, right? Like these guys might repeat. So
imagine tying up with Shohei in the World Series after he snubbed us. Right?
Man.
So that'd be nice.
I don't know see, that's the thing about Toronto. Everybody's coming here at some point.
Yeah.
That's the Toronto fans for you. But no, Tesla, I mean, we're positive here on the day with Tesla, and then you can see AMD starting to move a little bit higher as well, too, guys. So, I mean, we're getting a little bit of recovery, but volume relatively light. Patience, I think is going to be the narrative for today's session. I wouldn't be surprised if it's just a steady grind higher today. So
yeah, absolutely. Interesting stuff out of China, guys. So it looks like, they're really putting their foot down when it comes to Nvidia's chips today. So they're basically searching chips at the point of entry for not just Nvidia's H20 chip, but also other advanced semiconductors. The Chinese government and the regulator now are of the opinion that domestic chips are as good as, if not better, than the China-specific variant that Nvidia has been pumping out and trying to sell into that country. So that's going to be interesting to watch. It's a growing market, obviously, for Nvidia in China, but it's been dwindling because of export restrictions lately. Doesn't really matter, though, because it's up another 0.2%, and it made all-time highs yesterday. So definitely be something that I'll be looking to watch, Joey, see how that market reacts to it. Also, separately, there's more investigations from China into Qualcomm, so I'll be keeping an eye on that. Lots of Chinese news today, guys. We'll definitely be keeping an eye on that. Let's take a look at the technicals on said Nvidia to see kind of where we would work our way in if we were to trade this. So clearly, as I mentioned yesterday, there is a whole lot of resistance into that 195 area. We almost triple topped at around 194 3/4. What I noticed here were the lower highs that we were making. So the shorts or the profit takers were getting a bit more aggressive on every successive ascent into that 194.5, 194 and 3/4. I'll be looking for that 194 and 3/4, 195 area as an area of resistance. But it was a good buy area yesterday, Joey, if you picked it up off that 192.5. Look how many times we tested that 192.5. We only really gave it up into the close yesterday, so that would be a nice buying opportunity for me. And that's kind of where we closed out yesterday, about 192.5.
Yeah, absolutely. So my issue here, guys, is we kind of seen it yesterday. We've had some we struggled to hold and break. Well, we broke 195, but we struggled to hold it throughout the session. So that's what I'm kind of leading towards this morning, Sharif. You can see that. Well, you can't see it now, but yesterday we were talking about the concentration of open interest through these strike prices, 195, 192, 195, all the way up to 200. You're going to see it in the hundreds of thousands. So if that stays relatively strong and we're not getting those close, I think there might be some downward pressure because there's a lot of size there, and you're going to need the demand north of those strike prices to break through it. So me personally, I might look for a move into the mid-90s once again, Sharif, 93, 94, and then I'm going to be looking for some potential fade signals on that one. Wait till the market opens, guys, to see that that open interest, if it picks up or starts to cool down.
Yep.
All right, just seeing Canadian employment change numbers coming through here on Friday morning. Much better than expected. The expectation was for 5,000 to the upside. We get 60,000 to the upside, kind of out of nowhere. The overall unemployment rate basically unchanged, 7.2 versus 7.1, but I think that was to be expected. But that's a huge number. Yeah,
we were talking about that off camera. That is a pretty massive. Even if you just think of the multiple, like how many more that was than what we were expecting, that's pretty crazy. I certainly did not expect that to be the number when you told me the 60,000 versus the estimate.
Yeah.
I mean, hopefully the University of Michigan consumer sentiment print isn't that out of whack, to be quite honest here for the U.S. But no, all jokes aside, that is quite significant. And yeah, I mean, we're both it's kind of hard to know how to interpret this beyond obviously, job growth is better than expected, but also then you wonder why was the estimate that low?
We'll see. As the guys were mentioning there, we do have, kind of a mixed bag as far as individual names are concerned. One to the downside, just popping up in front of me once again here, Levi. Not great. Levi on the earnings report after the close last night to the downside. Continuation here right now. I was just looking for any kind of comments or anything coming out. I don't see anything in addition to that, but forecast not great here for Levi Strauss.
Yeah, the thing is, the forecast, if anything, was a bit mixed, but it is worth noting too, Brendan, they actually raised their guide for their EPS and their sales for the fiscal year. It just wasn't quite up to snuff, I guess, with estimates, specifically for the EPS, because the sales forecast, as far as I remember, was fine, but they did beat on earnings and revenue, year-over-year growth. I mean, it wasn't certainly the blowout beat of the other earnings name from last night, APLD, which had an 84% increase in revenue, but still not a bad report on its face with Levi's, even with the guidance.
We are about a week and a half, I was just checking here, about a week and a half away from actual earnings season to get back underway.
We get banks soon, too, next Tuesday.
Yeah, typically banks will lead things off, but to get into the meat of it, about a week and a half away from actual earnings season coming back to market near you, which will be exciting for traders. Once again, Michael Moss going to join us here in a couple of minutes. We'll talk some quantum names with him. Thoughts on Levi's, guys? Are you jean fans on Friday morning?
I like jeans, Brenda. I'm just not sure I like Levi's. But let's talk about exactly what's going on here with this. So they're taking a bit of a different approach than we've seen from some other retailers like Nike and Dick's Sporting Goods, Foot Locker, that are really shifting back to more of the wholesale and less direct-to-consumer. So let's look at this, Assassino, because this is very interesting. So their direct-to-consumer revenue rose about 11% year over year, and they're moving away from wholesalers. That's the exact opposite strategy that we've been seeing other people employ. They want that three-wall look. They want the customers to be able to go in, see their product displayed, rather than having that direct-to-consumer push, which we've been seeing a lot less of lately. So that really stood out to me. Second thing that stood out to me here is they're really pushing women's apparel. They're trying to focus less on jeans. They're trying to focus on, tops, non-denim apparel, which is accounting for about 40% now of their total sales, with their women's category growing about 9%. That to me is quite interesting. The last thing is, Joey, we know that discounting destroys margins.
Absolutely.
And they've been doing a lot less discounting, hence why Adara was talking about them raising the guide. It doesn't really matter, though, what we feel and what we think, because the price action question spoke a little bit differently.
Yeah, absolutely. As for the women's apparel, Sharif, I like that you brought that up because, you know, I don't know if you've seen the commercials with Beyonce. So they have those, so they have those big deals, right? So that can obviously attract a lot of people. In the case of the Sydney Sweeney jeans, right? So Beyonce. But no, at the end of the day, guys, let's not avoid the technicals. I think this looks fantastic from a daily perspective. I mean, from April, you've already up 100%. That's a big time move. And I think with some of these retail spaces, it's difficult, especially if the lower end of the consumer is slightly starting to weaken. So not too bad of a look there in Levi.
All right.
All right, eye on Q, just popping up in front of me here to the downside. Yeah, this is in the quantum space. Eye on Q, an offering just coming through here for this one. Doesn't actually say details on this yet. Oh, there it is. 16.5 million share offering, about 43 million. So, I mean, $80 stock, down about $4 here for Eye on Q. Again, Michael Noss going to join us here to talk about this, but I mean, this isn't one we typically mention.
Yeah, I think of all the quantum stocks, you're right. I feel like the one, like QUBT, QBTS, and Rigetti tend to get mentioned a little bit more. But IONQ, I find, as of late, has had maybe the more splashy headlines, which is interesting. So we're going to have to wait and see there with regards to IONQ. I think certainly, though, in terms of the ones that we see that get the most day trade attention, it's likely going to be more Rigetti and the like. But yeah, I mean, I think as they were all pretty strong this morning. I don't remember seeing any specific catalyst on a lot of their other, I guess, IONQ certainly on watch, but interesting.
Yeah, going back to last week, they completed this acquisition of Vector Atomic, a global leader in advanced quantum sensing. Decent move downside here, guys, for IONQ right now.
I know I didn't see the offering quite yet coming on my blotter, but interesting look. So the technicals are still good, Brendo, and here's why I feel that way. We're still putting in higher highs and higher lows. We haven't broken trend. So this, I'm looking at the local trend over here, say from September, mid-September onwards, ever since that big breakout that we got above the key technical level of $50. That $50 level had been a bit of a tough resistance level, whether you were looking back at December around Christmas time, we couldn't break through it and hold it, whether you were looking at the late May rally that also rejected 50, or whether you were looking at the consolidation between May and September, which also, you guessed it, topped out at 50. You broke out from that level and you're basically putting in higher highs and higher lows. We took out that $80 level and we're still holding generally the 10 exponential moving average, Joseph, on the daily. We did get a bit of a deeper retracement in early October, end of September into the 20, but I still do like the trend. I don't see a breakdown quite yet. How do you see this?
I mean, the whole space has just been absolutely on fire lately. So, I mean, this offering, as Breno mentioned, only a couple dollars to the downside. Again, the earnings aren't really there just yet. They're not making too much money, but from a technical standpoint, you can't really go wrong. Are we going parabolic? I think so. You have this consolidation and then you have this lengthy breakout. You do get that retracement, but then you just put in a beautiful new all-time high around $83. I'm going to be waiting for this space to cool down a little bit here. So, I mean, Rigetti, you got the QUBTs, QBTS, and all those names that have just been absolutely exploding us for the past couple of months. So I think a cool down in the space is much warranted, guys.
All right, I think Michael Noss is ready.
Friday morning, let's bring him right in. Talk a little bit about the U.S. dollar. We'll get his take on these quantum names as well. I mean, you kind of buried the lead there in your headline, Mr. Noss. Happy Friday. Leading with quantum names hitting new highs. Just from a higher time frame here, which ones do you like the most? Which ones are you looking at? What are your thoughts here on the quantum space?
Well, so part of the reason is that I tied the dollar into that in my little quip in the email is that I think kind of what's happening on both and what's happening with rates is really important because quantum computers are something that don't exist. So I kind of look at those as the same as people who are trying to make drugs, so drug companies. So I would take a look at the companies that are the furthest along. I think you guys were mentioning IONQ there before. That to me seems potentially like the safer or the large cap, I guess, kind of play in that one. But I think that's what people really need to understand is that these things don't yet exist. So just like a drug company that's trying to come out, with FDA approval for a new drug that will be, in the future, something they can sell will be great. I personally think if, you're forcing me to answer here. I think it's going to be like Google or Meta or Microsoft, because the way I look at it is that their line item, Google's line item for working on quantum is like the entire quantum computer space combined. So if it's about who's throwing more money at it, it's kind of like with AI. Everyone was looking for what's this little tiny AI company that's going to, 1,000x because of AI. And really what we saw was the big guys were the ones that made the most money.
And as you alluded to, I think, as they build and they continue to build, they're going to need more money. And the lending part of it comes into play here. So let's talk US dollar. We mentioned actually yesterday, we were talking a little bit about the weakness that we've seen. That's a weekly chart from you. What are you seeing technically speaking here?
Yeah, so I'm going to talk about the dollar, and then I'm going to talk about the impact of the dollar for gold and some stocks, because I think this is really important and very tied together. So yes, we're looking at a weekly chart for the dollar. We had a huge move yesterday. The lower indicator is the main thing I want to talk about. And I've been talking a lot about this commitment of traders data because it's something that this year in particularly has worked wonders. It's kept me long the market the whole time because people are still short. So if we're making new highs and people are still short, that makes it very interesting to me. And one thing that people in the red line being large speculators, so institutions and mutual funds and all of these big names who are usually wrong, are short this more than they've been since 2021. So if you look all the way back on that chart on the red line at the bottom, 2021 was the last time they were this short, and that made this huge, again, this is a weekly chart, massive move up on the dollar all the way from like 89 cents to $1.15. It was absolutely crazy. And of course, that's when they got the most long. And then we fell apart here. So interesting to see that move that we had yesterday at the same time that more speculators are speculating on a weaker dollar than ever before. And the next chart is really interesting, where I have just the same chart with a zoomed in a little bit and a MACD associated with it. This is a volatility MACD, but it's MACD nonetheless. And for those who don't know, MACD is just a simple trend and momentum indicator. It's looking for moving averages to cross for a potential signal of trend reversal. And I've highlighted all the times that we've had a cross on the weekly chart, and the net positioning of large speculators has been short. You can see 2 times in the past, both times led to huge moves in the dollar. Now, I know some people are already probably falling asleep because they're like, what do I care with the dollar? I live in the US, I make money in the US. The dollar value doesn't really matter. So first of all, this DXY, what I'm showing, the Dixie, is a fund that has a whole bunch of currencies versus the dollar. So it's got, yen and Canadian and euro and the UK and all of these things together versus the dollar. So it's a really good way of understanding, is the dollar as a whole strong or weak? And the couple reasons I think this is important if we are going to get a little bit of a pushback in the dollar. This next chart, we have the dollar on the bottom, and then this top blue line is gold, and these are lined up so they're working together. And just a couple arrows to highlight that generally you have these huge breakouts in gold and these huge moves in gold when you have dollar weakness, when dollar starts to sell off. When the dollar is strong, you generally have a pullback or a sideways consolidation inside of gold. And you can see this last monster move up in gold has been also with this push down in the dollar. So if we are going to get this dollar recovery, if there is going to be a bit of a short covering rally in the dollar, that could potentially slow down or end this rally in gold. And the next one here is just the US stock market. And it's the same type of correlation. I have it zoomed in here, that when the dollar is weak, it's generally good for stocks. And the reason is that you're either holding, especially if you're American, you're either holding the dollar, you're holding US dollars inside of an account, or you have pushing those US dollars into some sort of asset like equities or Bitcoin or gold or whatever it is. So if we are going to get this push up in the dollar, this could be a little bit of a headwind. And I talk about it all the time. I can't come in and just tell you guys, hey, look at this cool stock is going up, because everything's going up. So what I'm spending a lot of my time is looking for things that could potentially stall us. Now, I'm not saying that, hey, it's the end of the bull market and we're crashing down, it's the next 1987 or anything like that. But just we need to start looking at these things. If the dollar is going to reclaim this $100 area and start to push higher, and these shorts have to unwind, and that's going to create a surge in the dollar, that could be headwinds for Bitcoin, gold, gold and stocks over time. Doesn't necessarily have to be that way. Correlations come and go, but this is just something I really want to keep an eye on, and I'll be focusing really closely on to give me some signal to maybe lighten up in some of the portfolio longs that I have.
I think it's a great point. I just want to go back to this chart real quick, the gold chart versus the overall dollar. It seems like all the headlines over the past couple of weeks have been, targeting this whole de-dollarization. I've heard that term more than I need to, quite frankly, over the past couple of days even. But from that chart, you can clearly see, this goes all the way back to early 2000s. It's almost a seasonality or a phase in the overall market that we've not only seen before, but been through quite a few times here. But if anyone's hearing those terms for the first time, I think it's worth mentioning here, this is not that unusual. We've been through it before.
I have heard the dollar is going to be depegged and it's going to be the currency since I've entered this industry, which is probably around 2008, 2009. I've heard this the whole time. And I think it's just one of those like buzzwords that a lot of people like to talk about. But yeah, you can see there's a lot of cyclicality to this. And if you look at what was happening in these times, if you just kind of put your thinking caps on for what these dates mean, well, 2000 all the way till the end of 2008, well, that was the two bubbles that happened. We had the dot-com bubble, and we had the great financial collapse during 2010 all the way to 2020. It was a pretty stable market, which makes sense. People want to be in dollars. They want to be in stocks. They want to be in things that aren't gold. Then we have a little bit of turmoil coming over the last couple of years with the inflation and, the tariff tantrum and all of this. So people are going into gold. So to me, this seems like totally normal cycles. I think if you really nail the turning point of these cycles, that could be our telling sign of, okay, maybe it's time. Again, doesn't necessarily mean stocks have to crash or anything, but maybe it's time where people are going to start to invest in dollars and they're going to start to raise cash and raise capital. And that should increase the price of the dollar and then maybe depress or at least slow down the price of the move in equity and gold.
As you mentioned, in fear of putting too many people to sleep here, we'll wrap it up at that. But I think it's important from a under the hood perspective of generally what's going on in the overall market. So great stuff as always, Michael Noss. Have a great weekend.
Have a good weekend. Happy Thanksgiving.
Yeah, that's I've been hearing a lot more about that as well. The de-dollarization. But let's be just as forward as we can.
Yeah.
I've been watching the inflows into gold.
Yeah.
And typically, as we spoke about yesterday, they're happening during the European session and the Asian session. So
China.
to me, that's yelling. Foreign central banks don't want to hold the U.S. dollar for a multitude of reasons, whether it's Donald Trump doing this, whether it's the overspending by Congress and the insane debt that they have now, Joey. But the fact of the matter is there's an inflow into gold and an excess out of the dollar. Does it continue? I don't know.
Well, Brando brought us
really
the other day.
Too.
You've seen, it's like the Chinese are almost hoarding it. So in the past year, essentially how much they've stockpiled gold has gone absolutely parabolic. I'm pretty sure we have that
we got
somewhere.
It. I'm getting it right now.
So it was between, both of us there. So, these guys are just like, you know what, never mind all of that. We're going gold. And we know what's going on with Bitcoin too. They don't really want that. So we'll take a look at, there it is.
There it is, Joey. This is, okay, sorry, I'm trying to, there we go. China's gold stock levels. This is from 2009, Joey, to the current year. You're basically, you're dilly-dallying basically for almost 15 years. And then all of a sudden, this happens, right? And, it just feels like there's a lot more to this than just maybe printing U.S. dollars and devaluing the currency, and more political headwinds by the Chinese not wanting to kind of reinforce the hegemony of the U.S. dollar as being that reserve currency, right? Because they're just feeding into the same narrative, which is empowering a rival. I don't know, man. I don't know how I feel about this. I think it's not just only market related. It's got to be politically related as well. And
most definitely geopolitically related as well, too, for sure. But yeah, guys, all right, let's take a look here at some of these upgrades and downgrades. We're going to go over some of the options activity as well this morning as well, too, guys. On the top of the list, guys, we got form factor going from a neutral to a buy here by B. Riley. We're still up 4.4% on the session, so that's not a bad look there either. And then Harmony Gold also, mining, sorry, is also going from a neutral to a hold. So not too bad of a look there from Investec. CleanSpark getting that price target raised to $32 by Needham. And then Oracle, once again on the upgraded side, guys, going with Evercore ISI, price target raised to $350. Now, Brentag, getting that sell, guys. So not too good. Neutral to a sell there by UBS Group. So a tough look, slightly negative on the session. And then Investec also going from a buy to a hold, which is not very, very good. Sorry, Goldfield by Investec. And then Mosaic, Scotiabank getting that price target lower to $34. And then OrthoPediatrics, BTI Research lowering that price target to $23, and it's down double digits right now at this point, guys, 11.7%. And then now, as for some of the options activity, we know Sharif was trading this yesterday. Tilray, that volume at that $2 strike price was in there, and the open interest still relatively high. I mean, this is a $2 name, but relatively speaking, that's substantial. You're talking about 4, 5, 6 times RVOL on that one. UiPath also strike price, that $17 strike price, that is all going to be today's expiration, guys. So with some of these underlyings, Friday is the only one where you can have those 0 DTEs. Other than that, the Q, SPY, ES, and everything along those lines, you can have those 0 DTE throughout the whole week, 1 days to expiry. So, all right, we got 10,800 contracts specifically at that level, and the open interest still relatively light, but combined, this was going to be the largest concentration of open interest and volume. Now, Alibaba Group as well, too, guys, the volume at that $180 strike price, around 14,500, and the open interest still relatively cool, around 5,600 contracts still currently open.
Joey, but just before we go back to the desk, I want to point out, because, you know, I'm going to be watching these small cap gappers. I want to point out PWM, guys. It's not the biggest mover on the day, but it's got 40% behind its back right now, and it's really looking to clear that 150 level. So we're wetting the beak here into the $0.50. We're long at 34s. I'm looking for continuation above 50. I feel 50 is the real resistance level, despite the fact that the pre-market high is 61. Most of the closing prints and the wicks, save and except for these two candles over here, are rejecting 50. So I'm keeping my eye on PWM, Brendo.
Sharif is taking over here. Nice. Let's talk about Ion Q here real quick. Here's the full breakdown of what they announced this morning. $2 billion equity offering, including 16.5 million shares, 5 and change, we'll call it, on the warrant side as $93 each, plus 43.1 million, 7-year warrants, blah, 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 blah. It is starting to bounce here. If you go back 2 days or so, we did have a nice level down at $73 for IONQ. Some of the, I saw a couple of people were mentioning some of the other names in the space. For today specifically, also did move on this. So remember, we kind of hinted at it with Michael Noss there. You know, the move up has been spectacular for some of these, most of them at highs. If you're going to drop an offering, probably a good time to do so on the market when the stock's already at highs. Well,
quantum computing, QUBT, they also had an offering last week. So this is not the first one in this space. I think, too, the hard thing with these, it's a double-edged sword, because when they go up, they all go up together, and then you all benefit when there's good news and when there's positive atmosphere in the space. And then when you have an offering, especially now when you have 2 of, I would say, the 4 top quantum tickers, so half of them dropping offerings in about a 2-week period, a little bit tough.
Sharif's trading up a storm over there already. Give us an update.
I'm sorry, Brendo. Once you're a degen, you're a permanent degen.
You're in it forever. You're in it for life, I guess.
In it for life. All right. PWM is taking out the $0.50, guys. Here we go. We're moving into that 60 penny area. But I'll digress for a second. Let's get into IonQ, because this is quite interesting. Look, I saw the same thing, you know, with Joby the other day. Joseph and I were talking about this, a name that I'm involved in, very nascent technology. We're talking about eVTOLs, electric vertical takeoff and landing vehicles. And because it's super nascent, they've got to raise money, right, for so many different reasons, technology, licensing. And I feel that the quantum space is not exactly correlated, but very similar. Super early, super nascent, very actual, very little, you know, customers with actual revenue. So you feel like, Joey, this is going to be part and parcel of the quantum field for the next little while. But this is the chart right now on IonQ. Allow me just to flip to the hourly so we can get a good look. So I like this. Take a look at this, Joey. It comes into that $73 area, which we know was bought up yesterday and the day prior. It was also $73. That is an area of resistance both on the 3rd of October and in the pre-market on the 6th. So 73, an interesting area. And to me, you know, technical analysis is really never by accident. If things are bouncing off $73, there's typically a reason, especially if you see that area coming into play multiple times, both as support and resistance. So I'd be looking for a 73 hold today. If it gives up 73, that's a different story. We'll be looking, I want to say, give me a second here, likely, you know, maybe into that $70 area, Joey, where we might have psychological resistance or support, excuse me. But we're getting a bit of a downtrend since that high that we put on the 7th.
Yeah, absolutely. I was trying to pull something up here, but it doesn't look like we have it. But I wanted to compare the two. So yeah, Shreve was talking about IonQ, but this is the quantum ETF here, and I was showing this to Shreve earlier, and thanks for the individual who brought us this. This is the move that this ETF has been on since these April lows. I mean, as for an ETF, 77%, you can't really go wrong there. And it's just a beautiful, steady uptrend here, guys. So not too bad of a look on that one. But as for IonQ, you're getting that offering. Just due to how hot this space has been for the past little while, Shreve, I would not put it past it to make a complete recovery. I mean, we dropped a couple of dollars here, $5 almost to be exact. And I would not be surprised if we punch through some of these pre-market highs. This is absorbing liquidity, and these names just continue its trajectory to the northeast. So, I mean, be careful. If the volume is going to be maintained here, right, you can see the strength within some of these candles. So if you do run into some of these support level lows, the pre-market support level lows and post-market, then maybe you'll get a fade. But if the volume starts to step in, and then you also see the strength within the candles being printed, I would not be surprised if we just continue to go on the path that we're currently on.
Yeah, this is, Assassino, if we can zoom in on this, this is the actual structure of the raise. So it's going to be about $2 billion in equity. That's about 16,500 shares, priced at $93 a share. Where is this thing trading at? Oh, it's at 74, so that's quite a premium there. And then the pre-funded warrants to purchase about 5 million shares of common stock, again, at $93, representing a premium of about 20% based on today's price, as well as, guys, a 7-year warrants to purchase an additional 43,000 shares of common stock, which will be exercisable at $155 a share, which represents 100% premium based upon the current price. So this is interesting, Joey. You don't typically see these type of premiums unless the market is saying, look,
we're bullish.
Exactly.
we're extremely bullish. But what do we think about like these warrants? Because $43 million, what's the float? 43 million shares. What's the float on that? So I'm just curious.
314 million.
Okay, so I mean, the dilution there, it's nothing substantial, but I mean, you're still adding more liquidity into the market. So what would happen with that? Do you sell a little bit, or do you just continue to move higher like the space has been doing? But those warrants might dilute the float.
You're absolutely accurate, and that's typically one of the concerns about raising. Guys, I want to point out PWM again, taking out 50, taking out 70. Jeez. This thing is going. We got a beak wetter up here into the high of the day at 72s. We're looking for a 50 hold now, Joey. Now that we've cleared 50 by about 25 pennies, I need it to act as a support level.
You're done. We're done.
We're the day. Okay,
you're
so
done.
Just go home then, huh?
Yeah, I mean, you may as well wrap it up here at this point. But no, great trade. But I think a lot of these small caps do make these moves in the pre-market.
They do.
They not?
Their best time is the pre-market and the aftermarket, Joey, because there's no hold parameters.
No hold parameters.
And the DJs, their hands start shaking, Joey.
Yeah, well, now you got your fix, so you're good. You're good. There you go.
All right, guys.
All right, let's get going. Lots to know here heading towards the open on a Friday. If you haven't done so yet, grab the watch list. Absolutely free. Comes right to your inbox every single day. Link is below in the description. Top link, in fact, in the description. All you need is your email address. Then you get everything you need to know. One neat package delivered right to you for free. Let's talk China. It's all about China today. First two anyways, China. Qualcomm and Nvidia getting the targets placed on them, more so on the Qualcomm side. I mean, I think this, you and I were just talking, I mean, I think this is more just, he's trying to get as much leverage as he can ahead of this meeting with Trump coming up later in the month. Maybe Qualcomm needs to suffer in regards to that in the short term. Downside here this morning. I mean, we're climbing right back to the low from yesterday, though.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, the stock doesn't seem to react too much. And honestly, there's not really too much to say on either of these. This Qualcomm story is basically a direct duplicate of the Nvidia Mellanox situation from this, or I guess I thought it was the summer. I guess it was last month. Basically, the State Administration of Market Regulation announced that they're going to be looking into Qualcomm for violating China's anti-monopoly law. Why? Because Qualcomm acquired an Israeli company called Autotalks. That acquisition, after 2 years, was finally closed in June. And again, Israeli company, not any company affiliated with China as far as we can tell. But again, Nvidia also acquiring a company, Mellanox, and now it's going to be investigated as well. So same story. Nvidia too, also reportedly, according to the Financial Times, facing, I mean, all of these, I guess, more advanced AI chips are facing more intense import controls from China. But Nvidia especially, apparently that's like the main one they're looking
It's tit for tat, I think, at this point, as far as China is concerned. Again, all leading up to this Trump and Xi Jinping meeting, guys, later in the month.
Yeah, Brendo, apparently they're supposed to meet in South Korea, but, you know, we'll have to wait and see exactly what the dynamics are there. This is no surprise to me, though. It's just basically an escalating ladder of restrictions by the Chinese on American chip technology. It's so funny how this is just flip-flopping back and forth. The Americans want to restrict chip access, and then the Chinese, you know, they don't like hearing that they're being sold second-rate chips, and they're proud people, obviously, so they're like, no, you're not going to sell us this crap. We can make it at home, and so that's what they're pushing with the Huawei Ascend chips. We also saw Baba throw their hat into the ring as well, looking to develop in-house built custom silicon. So we'll have to keep an eye on that, Joey. But no surprise to me there. What do you say from your side?
So for me, Sharif, I think the Americans are kind of in a tough place here. It's like, okay, so what do we do? Do we send them the lesser chip and then allow them to advance on their own, use their own style, or do we send them a better chip to the point where it's like, hey, we don't really want them to be that innovative, so they don't continuously progress? But I think that's the case. We know the Huawei chips are better for inference, not training. So what do they do? I think it's almost a double-edged sword. It's like we don't want to give them the best one, but they're going to come out and be like, hey, we don't want them all together. So what do we do? Do we kind of maybe try to upgrade them, or do we even risk giving them the best, the Blackwell, the GBs, and then obviously with AMD's MI350 coming out in 26 as well too. So I think they're in a tough position to.
But what do you make of Jensen's argument that let's get them addicted, let's get them using our technology, otherwise they're just gonna circumvent us, and then they're going to start selling less expensive chips who may be as good to everybody else.
I think that point is inevitable.
Like they did with EVs.
Like with Jensen, if I'm him, I'm pushing to give him the best chips. You have to at this point.
Well, it makes sense for him because those are big products for him, right?
Exactly. It makes sense for him, and I think it makes sense from a strategic standpoint as well, too. As you just mentioned, it's like, what if they really start to gain some more ground on this on their own, and you don't necessarily want them. You want them to remain heavily reliant on NVIDIA chips and AMD chips as well, too. So they're stuck in between a rock and a hard place.
I agree, 100%. And it's super complicated. Guys, I want to point out SLE. Shout out to Tisha pointing this one out. Another small cap gapper breaking out here in the pre-market, up 50%, breaking through 5 all the way up, I believe, into 580, 575. We'll keep an eye out on that one. But let's look at the technicals here on NVIDIA, at least intraday. So as we were speaking about earlier, that level at around 194.50 was a hard level to clear. I'm talking about 194.50 to maybe around 194.75. You got only a quick wick through that 195 area yesterday, ever so briefly, right in the implied balance open. That is the all-time high. It is a 195.30, and that's a real print because that's after the opening bell. So I'll be looking first and foremost to take out the pre-market high here in NVIDIA, which is a clear 194, Joey. You already have a double top. You got that super early on 520, and then you got a consolidation area top into 194, basically from 715 to the current level right now. So first and foremost, a 194 clearance as a long, and then you're looking for resistance between 50 to 75. You clear that, obviously you're looking at 95. To the downside, here's what I'd be looking at. Yesterday's low, I'm talking about around 192 to 192 and a quarter. This area was bought up both during regular market hours and in the aftermarket yesterday. So that would be my technical as a support level. Joey, how do you see this?
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at Qualcomm right now. now, Sharif. Like we're still down 30% from those previous all-time highs. It's quite a while ago that happened. What is it, the 18th of June in 2024? But the thing is, though, is look at this consolidation. I mean, you do have those whipsaw moves to the downside, but if this resistance is breached, I mean, there's a couple zones that you need to get through on this one. Sure. 175, I think, is going to be a really key level. You would want to look for these to hold up, but anything north of 175, I think you can be in for a potential breakout. But one thing to note is you want to keep an eye on the volume as well, too. As always, guys, if you're looking for those breakouts, you need that volume to be correlated. Otherwise, it can just be classified as a false break. So keep an eye out for Qualcomm in the coming days, weeks, and even months to see if it even wants to test that 175 level. It's not too far away from here. So NVDA, we were talking about this earlier. I mean, we tapped into those all-time highs yesterday, 192 roughly, but we have that concentration on the options chain, and we've seen this countless times before. So right now, I think that until we see those contracts roll over to a further dated, I think we're going to be stuck in between 195, the market being frothy, a lot of things just continuously climbing higher. I mean, we're up over 100% from those April lows on this name here, 123 to roughly be exact there. So, I mean, just watch out. You might get those pullbacks. We're breaking out, but how long can this be continued without a 5 to 10% pullback? I don't know. The concentration through those strikes is a little alarming to me.
Let's go on to Tesla with better than expected China delivery numbers. And this goes back to the Model Y Extendo version, or Model Y L as it is known. I think going into this, they did the research and they came up with an idea that was going to work for specifically China. And hey ho, we have ended a 2-month slump, which is the most important part here as far as China deliveries are concerned. But I think this also points toward what we learned earlier this week with the lower priced Model Y and the lower priced Model 3. He's finally maybe listening to the market a little bit and saying, hey, we need to adapt here.
Yeah, and I think adapting like their current existing models makes sense to start. I know he really wants to launch that Roadster. We're going to put the cheaper Model 2, but clearly this Model YL was super successful. So now I wonder if there's any other models they can adapt maybe in China to get these deliveries up, because we know there are a lot of concerns that the massive delivery boom for Q3 25 was driven in large part by the ending of the EV tax credit. So I think continuing to put out these new vehicles is probably a good look and maybe a way to offset those concerns. I do have this fun little visual from China, or CN EV Post. It's just a website that focuses specifically on China's EV deliveries. So you can see here, this green line is 2025. I mean, the slump, sure, the most recent one was just 2 months, but we were really slumping for most of the year as well. So this push up here hopefully is a good sign for the rest of the year. Yeah,
10% uptick month over month in September, guys. Not bad here for China deliveries.
Yeah, go ahead, Joey.
Yeah. I mean, by all means, I think we were expecting the Model 2 at the end of the day. Did we get it? No, but we got the lesser version. We got a cheaper version of vehicle, and I think that's what the street was looking for. I mean, those delivery numbers were pretty good. Obviously, the EV tax credit ending here in obviously North America, United States to be exact. But once you broke out through those technical levels, this name essentially hasn't really looked back. You do get this pop-up here to 496. You've breached it, but you're still holding some key support levels here around 416. And I'm going to look for that to continue to hold. I mean, we're only 10% off of those previous all-time highs. And with Tesla, it takes nothing for this thing to get going. Anything positive, who knows who he strikes a deal with next. And next thing you know, this is a $500 name. And it's only a matter, it's not if, it's just a matter of when.
Yeah, Joey, I have to agree. Yeah. I want to take more of a fundamental look at this. So let's look at the morning note over here. So let's get into the details of these China numbers. They sold 90,812 China-made EVs just in September. That's a 2.8% bump year over year. It ends, most importantly, though, a 2-month slump in China deliveries. And it was really buoyed here by the launch of the Model YL variant, which is a 6-seater, 3-row, longer range. And we know that that one had crazy demand. We were talking about end of November for deliveries, and that was, I think, a few weeks ago. So it could be even later now. now. Now, what I really like, though, Joey, is that the production out of Shanghai also rose almost 10%, 9.2% month over month, and that's specifically, of course, for the Model 3 and the Model Y. And then now, very importantly for Elon, we know this is one of his stated goals. He wants to get into India. So Tesla also began exporting China-made EVs to India, which are going to be obviously taxed at a higher rate, making them more expensive. That is until, of course, Elon starts producing in India as per the agreement with Prime Minister Modi. Joey, he also delivered about 241,000, let's say 242,000 China-made EVs in Q3, which is the fourth highest quarterly total. He didn't sell that many in China, Joey, because he produces them in China and he exports them to Europe sometimes. So that's a good look there. I think maybe we're on the other side of things when it comes to the delivery
okay,
numbers.
all right.
You know what
so
I mean?
You think the worst is over?
Feels like it.
Okay, all right. My issue here, I don't necessarily have an issue, but my thoughts with shipping some of these EVs to India, Sharif, is what's the infrastructure over there like? Right? Do they have the amount of charging stations that you need?
That's a great question.
How much can he expand? Right? We know that Apple started to build some stores in India as well too. So I mean, some of these hyperscalers are starting to move into the space. But
that's a great
as
question,
for the infrastructure, is the country willing to kind of adapt and build it out? And will it really impact Tesla's numbers in the long run? I don't know. I think that's a market that will take substantial amount of time to really start to grow.
And you even saw him. He did it himself, Joey. He had to build out the Tesla EV supercharging stations because the government wasn't getting it done, and he knew. No, I'm just saying. I'm using America even here. Nobody was building out. Now we're picking up, and you got some private companies, ChargePoint, Blink charging, whatever, right? But they're not en masse, just like his supercharging station is. So I feel he already saw the requirement that if you're going to build out EVs, you have to build out the concurrent infrastructure. He didn't rely on anybody else to do it. He did it himself. I don't see why he does it any differently in India.
You would have to take the same approach, I think, right?
Unless, there was going to be somebody else to fill the void. I personally don't know of any. So that's kind of how I look at that. But I think that's a really good point. The accompanying infrastructure as important.
For sure.
Jeans on the docket here this morning in the form of Levi Strauss to the downside. Right out of the gate after the close yesterday, this thing got absolutely clobbered down to $22. We're sitting there right this second, not looking too healthy this morning either. Hasn't been much additional information this morning as far as this earnings report goes. The way it kind of took off and selling pressure came back in early on, seemed like they were talking about it again. There were a few, 2 or 3, Morgan Stanley, JP Morgan to mention a few. Negative notes from analysts on this, some price target activity to the downside.
I saw one price target increase to all the way from $23 to $33, but I forget what analyst that was. Generally, though, the reactions have not been great for this report. So earnings per share, 34 cents versus 31 cents expected. Revenue, $1.54 billion versus $1.5 billion expected. And their gross margin, I want to talk about this too, because this actually was better than what we were looking for. 61.7% versus 60.6%. last year, and also better than 60.7%, which was the estimate. Now, also here with LEVI, we'll talk a little bit about the forward guidance, because I think that was something that was a bit concerning here for the company. They did raise their revenue and EPS guide, but the EPS guide a little bit more in line with estimates. Revenue was slightly.
Yeah, there was a little bit of cautious talk as well. I mean, we've heard that throughout this entire prior earnings season from a lot of companies, especially in the retail end of things, with the overall global economic conditions a bit of a concern. Remember, coming up in just about a week, we get right back into the heart of earnings season once again, guys. Thoughts on Levi's here?
The other retail names?
Yeah.
It looks pretty good.
I'm okay. I don't disrespect that, but to me, this is like a perpetual range that this, okay, so this is the weekly on LEVI, okay? This, for whatever reason, I don't know if they IPO'd in 2019, but this is as far as my data goes. Joey, clearly $13 is a number of interest there. It held up during COVID. It held up during 2022 when everything dropped, and it held up during the tariff tantrum in April. $13 is a hell of a support level. But look at this, Joey. Look at this $24, $25 area. The IPO price rejects there. We reject there again in June of last year, and then look where we're finding resistance again, right? There is this outlying area here, but that's the huge move up that we had in COVID, and you know, some stocks may never recover to those levels. I don't really put Levi's in that category because you got pretty close, Joey, coming up to 25. You know, that's not that far away from 30. But this one seems to be destined to kind of reject off 25 for the most part and bounce off 13. How do you see this?
I mean, I'm looking at some of these other retail names here. You know, things like AEO and everything along those lines. But then when we go over to Levi, we'll take a look at another name here, Gap. I mean, and then we go over to Levi. These retail names, it's a tough space without any questioning, right? Because one day you're hot, the next day you're not. There's always something new coming out. But if you ask me, this is one of the better looking, I guess, charts. If you want to go that far, see if the weekly can set us up. I mean, you talk about this price over here, Sharif.
Yes, sir.
We based out around here, so I think that's out of the question. I don't know if we're going to ever go back there, but it looks like we're going to punch through some of those levels that we've been back in 2019.
Yes,
so, I mean, it's not horrible, and if you ask me, it looks a lot better than some of the other retail names. But also, it's the Beyonce deal. And when you know with American Eagle, you have the Sydney Sweeney and the Travis Kelce. I understand that, but how long is that going to last, right? You may see an initial bump in sales and everything along those lines, but someone's going to move on to the next thing. It's same with the athleisure wear stuff, right? Like one day Aloe's hot, then you got the Lululemons, then you got the Gymsharks and everything. It's almost like a revolving door on what's hot and what's not. And for me, that's why I think it's a little bit tougher of a look in the retail names.
Sorry, I just got caught with a interesting graphic here. I'll show you. This is Nvidia sales projections through to 2027 versus AMD on the data center side specifically. 303.7 billion data center specifically versus a measly 28 billion for AMD. That's absolutely nuts and just continuing to accelerate. So. Wow. Applied Digital, APLD earnings name as well to the upside. One bad, one good so far this morning. A couple of analyst notes in the other direction here I was just reading as well for APLD. Not much bad, in fact, to mention here.
Yeah, let's talk about the elephant in the room, the 84% year-over-year increase in revenue, because that is what they reported. So it was 64.2 million. Obviously, as you can tell, given that 84% year-over-year increase, it healthily beat estimates. They also did end up securing about $362.5 million in total financing. And again, guys, they did have that deal with CoreWeave. That CoreWeave deal boosted the stock for sure. It boosted, I think, recognition of Applied Digital, and it's certainly boosting its revenue and I think outlook going forward. So good look there. They did still post a loss per share, but it was smaller than the expected loss. So, I mean, that would make it a double beat.
Coming back in a little bit right now, but still up huge here, guys, for APLD.
Sharif, I was looking at the.
You've been talking about this
I've been
for a
talking
while.
about this name for a long time.
I'll give you credit.
I've been talking about this name for a long time. Was I expecting this? No, but like expect the unexpected, especially in the stock market. April 15th, you climb up there. Oh, I don't even want to look at this number, Sharif. Don't look.
What happened?
From the April lows, from a percentage metric, how much are we up?
I
think you've seen it. Oh, you're
800.
You little cheater. Yeah,
we're up 890%.
Yeah. I mean,
what the hell is this,
man,
dude?
It's insane. Like $3.40 all the way up to $30 or $36. I mean, it's on my watch list. $39 we're touching there in the pre-market. Look up for that options activity. Obi was talking to me about it this morning as well too. Are we going to have that gap and go scenario? Possibly, or are we going to come back in? This name has been on an absolute monster run, just like the quantum space has been.
It has, dude, and this is a great breakout. But I want to talk about the deal that they have with CoreWeave because it's quite ambitious. But let's just get a little bit more into it over here. So they signed a great deal with CoreWeave. It's for about 195 megawatts, right? It's for the Polaris Forge 1 facility out in North Dakota, fully leased, by the way, so NVIDIA doesn't have to pick up the slack. If you guys know the deal with CoreWeave and NVIDIA, you know exactly what I'm talking about. But here's what gets my attention. The company is expected to generate about $11 billion in contracted revenue from CoreWeave over the next 15 years. Are we? Do you even know we're going to be here in 15 years? I don't like looking that far out, man.
That's too far out.
I don't like that. We were criticizing Oracle for capturing 4 years, or 4 years down the road of potential revenue. Now we're talking about 15 here.
Yeah.
So I kind of.
That's a lengthy contract.
That's a lengthy contract, Joey. I mean, we don't even know if the AI will have the same look and feel at that time. Anyway. Not trying to speculate as to where the industry may go. I just don't like the nature of looking that far down. But as Adira was mentioning, they did raise money, $362 million in total financing. It includes from several sources, but they're going to do well with that money. In fact, they're planning on adding about 200 megawatts of new capacity, which is obviously increasing the runway for growth. So I do like that. Let's have a look at the technicals over here. We're at all-time highs. We printed all-time highs today with a high there of 38.75. Joey, would you be looking for a $30 test? Not today, but on some day.
On APLD?
APLD, to come back in, test that $30 breakout level that we clearly rejected during the COVID days.
Yeah, I mean, it could be in the works, right? Like $30 on APLD, right? I mean, I don't think you're going to get it today. No. But it could be in the works, right? You could still see a move back into 33. Then you're not too far off. You're only 10% off of that level at that point. By all means, that's a tough look. With these names just continuing to climb, I have to go with what they're currently doing until the price action tells me otherwise. So 30 in the works, I don't know. I think we might be in a gap and go scenario. Okay. It's just been a steady grind. If it does,
higher highs, higher lows,
if the market decides that it wants to tank and have that 20% retracement at some point because we're too toppy, it's a bubble, whatever it may be, I think you see $30 in APLD, and I think you go back into the 170s of Nvidia and things along those lines. Right. But until then, what do we have to do? We have to go with the flow, and I think that's to the top side.
All right.
Imbalances, guys. I know you guys were asking about those. Let's take a look at that. Let's get our size
New York
up
here if you need them.
There you go. Yeah, so I mean, we got nothing crazy here. We got YYA AI right there with a $2.5 million buy. VG on the New York, 683,000. So nothing substantial right now. NVDA with a 289 buy. And then we have ANVS with a sell at 148K. Pair volumes are there as well, too.
All right, guys, on the New York side of things, we got NEO with about 432,000. Pfizer's up there with a buy. QBTS with a buy as well, about 200,000. BABA with a sell for about 184. Looking down, Lithium Americas got a buy for about 170. Figma with a buy for 155. And then UiPath with a buy for about 120,000. Guys.
All right, RKLB will wrap things up with that and get you set for Friday morning. We were just noting 9 weeks in a row, guys, for the S&P 500. 9 weeks in a row for the Dow to the upside. NASDAQ, 7 of 9, I believe, to the upside. But just absolute crazy rally that is continuing here. S&P is green on the week. NASDAQ green on the week. Dow down a little bit, about 0.5%. We'll see how things shape up here. This is absolutely crazy. I went out to weekly chart here for Rocket Lab. 376% to the upside since the April low. This thing was $15 in April. It's 70 today. A couple of new deals announced today for Rocket Lab, one with Japan.
Yeah, I feel like this stock is one where we're always kind of announcing new deals. The Japan one, though, basically they're signing this contract with the Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency, or JAXA, for 2 dedicated Electron launches. So apparently these are going to be deploying satellites for JAXA's innovative satellite technology demonstration program, and they're going to be from Rocket Lab's Launch Complex 1. So they're going to be launched out of New Zealand. There's also this other deal securing a multi-launch contract with IQPS for 3 dedicated Electron missions. So Rocket Lab very busy with some deal making, guys.
Quietly here, just continuing to grind higher, guys. Looks great pre-market.
Kind of chart that just makes me angry when I look at it. Like, just come on.
Just minting millionaires. 13. At the end of the day.
Right? This is a 10-bagger and then some, Joey. And we're not even talking. We're talking about a year and change from those July lows. But here's the headline, guys. As Brendo mentioned, they've gotten a contract with JAXA, the Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency, for 2 Electron rocket launches. They're gonna launch at a Complex 1 in New Zealand, 2 Electron missions will deploy satellites for Japan's space agency. It's called the Satellite Technology Demonstration Program, Joey.
Yeah.
All right, about a minute left before the bell. So here's what I'm looking at, guys. Let me bring in the side charts. These are the small cap gappers we've got on. SLE's losing the bid. It might be PWM. I'm really unsure. GWH as well will be in focus for me. We're going to keep an eye on any new ones making a move here on the scanner, but they're all kind of giving up the ghost at the moment, and I don't really know how I feel about this, Joey. So we're gonna stay put for the moment. We'll see how the open treats us, and we'll execute if appropriate. I'm really feeling GWH at the moment because it's the only one really above VWAP. What are you thinking right now?
I'm doing 10 something. 10 seconds. I'm pulling a Katina man here.
Oh,
we got the sticky note Joe here. I'm obviously just messing around.
We are now
open. Here we go. There's the sticky note, guys. We have a potential 195 fade. Where are we going here? A 195 fade. This is lackluster compared to Katina man's. We can't live up to those dreams, but potentially a move to the downside. We're seeing, this is what I'm talking about here, Shreep. An NVDA, let's pull it up now because of the market is open. I think this is going to be really important, and then we're going to get rocking and rolling on some actual trading. So here it is. Katina, man, hopefully I lived up to your expectations there, my friend. 195, this is what we were talking about, 137,000 contracts that has substantially grown from yesterday. So keep an eye out on that one. 200 with 120,000 as well too. But we've seen a little bit more at the 197.5s and the 192.5s. Those have started to close. So really curious to see what it is. But for me, it's fade on IBIT, fade on NVDA potentially.
All right, I see a new one, QNRX. It's really rocketing up here, QNRX. Let me just flip to the 5 on this one. Good move up.
There goes
is this
Tesla.
halted? It is now halted, Joey. $14.28. It rocketed up from basically the low of the day, which was probably the first print, 11.17. It's halted at 14.28. It's up 75%. It's only done about 1 million shares of volume, but we only opened up. So this one is already on my watch list here as the others, GWH and PWM, both break down. Not to say anything about SLE, which is breaking down even more. So I'm going to be waiting here for this good one here, QNRX. Let's load that up on a trading screen, though, so we can get a gander of what the theoretical auction price looks like. And is this a NASDAQ stock? It better be. Otherwise, I won't trade it because we won't be able to see what the halts are. Okay, so we halted at 14.28. It's showing me a top of 14. It was at 14.30, so it's zigging and zagging right now. This one only stayed open for about 54 seconds after the bell rang, so 90.34, 9:30.54 was the halt time, so the earliest it'll be open is 9:35.54. We will keep tabs on that and report back to you. But I'm really keeping an eye right now on GWH. It's really trying to hold VWAP, but it's got a series of lower lows and lower highs. The only saving grace here could be the volume weighted average price right around the $0.50. I want to give an exact level right about 59. Look at PWM lose the bid. This is the one we were yelling about in the pre-market. It is losing all sorts of strength down below the 10, down below VWAP, and this one is of no interest to me at the moment, so we won't be touching that. Guys, if there are any new small cap gappers making a move, I really like to hear from you because it's kind of hard to keep your eye on all these
especially out of the open there.
Absolutely,
sure.
dude.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Oh, guys, Sean and Neil, they'll be back. Neil taking a little bit of time off there, and Sean getting his eye surgery done. I think he got it yesterday or something along those lines. So he can't just look at his screens. Those guys are going to be good, and they'll be back in their seats only in a matter of time 100%. There. So this is what I was talking about, guys. Like that fade on NVDA, we're starting to head south. We couldn't even break that pre-market high of 194. So a lot of supply on where we're talking about. APLD looking like it might continue. We're going to wait for this 5-minute candle to close here, and then it might be a potential long, but also keep in mind the volatility is most definitely up. So this 5-minute candle is almost $2 right there. So just keep an eye out on that one. Going to wait for Bitcoin to come back up into 69.40. As long as we hold that high, then I'm going to look for a potential fade back south to the pre-market lows. But right now, we got to get onto these lower time frames and see what APLD is up to, because it's starting to crack higher, and we want to participate on this one, especially if it's going to continue to the top side there, Shreve.
All right, ONMD breaking out over here about 16%. Look, it doesn't have too much in the way of volume, about less than about a million shares, about 750,000 shares. We're going to get in there at 10s. We're going to give it to 3s, okay? So that's going to be the move here. We're going to have to risk 10 pennies. We'll see what we can get on this one. It's a little spreadier. Right now, it's not bad. It's about a penny spread, but I've seen it as wide as 3. Let's keep an eye out on this one. ONMD is the one I'm talking about, 315 high. Looking at front running that with a 314 beak wetter. Let's go ahead and throw in our stop as well in case you know what hits the fan. And we'll throw in our risk parameters there. Seller at 10. Can't shake the seller at 10, at least for now. So packing my patience. But criminal is breaking out, and we had a day yesterday on CRML, and it is back to the tune of 17.5%. It is taking out highs. $17.50 is generally the high. 17.43. Show me 38s right now. CRML looking at taking the pre-market high. In fact, it already did. But look at this one dropping all the way back down into 17. Is this a buy zone off that 17 area? There's a big move up into the quarter dollar. I'm picking it up here. It's not letting me in. Pardon me. It zoomed away from me. But look at this one on ONMD, taking out my levels. That's what the beak here as well. And now we're going to wait north of that $20, 20 area, excuse me. Keeping an eye there on that one. We still didn't get the fill on criminal, and it's going to take out the highs. Dang it. I tried to get the fill, guys. It didn't give it to me. Seller at 40. He's taking out 43. Here we go. We're taking out the high of the day right now on CRML. Not letting me in still, Joey. I'm still waiting for a $17 retracement and a move back up. What do you got?
All right, man. Tesla is absolutely buzzing. I'm looking here at APLD. So it's moving higher here. TSLA continuing its path here. Its war path up to
QNRX is open.
Go ahead. Go check it out there.
QNRX is open, guys. 1645 high. Check that. Yeah, 1645 high, zigging and zagging. Sorry to interrupt you.
No. It's totally right. If it's breaking out, it's open. All right, we're in some APLD here. We're only going to give this to 37s. Let's see if we can get this 3-bar play to work out for us. And we punch through that 38.50 level, starting to come back in a little bit here. 66 cents of risk, and then we're going to be able to get a better price on this trade. There we go. We got that IBIT hold of that 69.40 and starting to come back in. Let's see if this works out. This could be a quick one and done on this APLD. If it wants to come into 37 within a minute, we will get stopped out, but that's all right. We got 15 cents. Boom, there it is. We're gonna hop out of that one. No continuation. We'll get a better price on this one just in case it wants to continue its path to the downside. As for the Qs and the SPY, it's rocking and rolling right now, putting in a new high. Is NVDA looking to participate? Maybe, potentially. We got a lot of indecision off of those lows. I like this down at these levels. Let's figure out our risk parameters here. 99.32. All right, so if we can hold 99s, it's not looking like it as we're coming back in here. Sorry, I'm talking NVDL, not NVDA. This is going to be the 2x leverage. Here it is on APLD. Entry number 2 coming, just in case that we're having that 3-bar play. We're going to have the exact same thesis on this one. All right, it's not showing me what I want to just yet, but we can get in at those lows. If it comes back towards the volume-weighted average price, there might be an additional entry there. Selling pressure starting to hop in. I'm liking NVDA substantially more than what APLD's got going on right now. Let's see if we can get involved with this. 99.20s on NVDL. It's not holding the zones that I would like it to, but we had that fade on IBIT, so not too horrible of a look. We're holding up. Let's get it up on the screen here so you guys can see what I'm talking about. NVDL, there we go. We got it. Congratulations. And here it is. Bang. There's the signal. We're involved. 99.40s. 99 is going to be our out. Let's see if we can go back-to-back jacks. Yesterday, we rocked on NVDL. Let's see if we're going to get that same outcome today. We got 40 cents worth of risk on the table right now, folks.
Hey, I like that, Joey. All right, keeping an eye on criminal. We got in at the highs and we took out into the highs. We didn't get in at the highs. We got in at 40. I tried to get back in at 17. It didn't hold up on my level, but here it is again. So we're going to give this one a try at 11. So let's post here in the high teens and the low 20s. There's the first fill, waiting at 25. Show me 24s, looking for continuation. There's the second fill now. Let's go ahead and wait at the third of $1. We're going to keep an eye out on that one. CRML looking real good over here. But look at this one go.
Wow.
Joseph Wilson, boom, into the high over here on my good friend ONMD. Taking out levels. We're in at 10, and we just took it out there at 40s. Good trade on this one into the high. So we're going to pack our patient. Sorry.
I was saying, damn.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, hey, like, man, you got to take like 20,000 shares of that bad boy. That'd be a beautiful.
Oh, man. Well, that's what your boy RC does, right? That's kind of his modus operandi there. So
sure. There goes Bitcoin. Like, it's gone up to, we're about to tap into 60 on IBIT. It's looking pretty good. It blew past that signal. I don't mind that type of recovery in the space. I did sell a couple contracts, but I still have the majority of them on just to relieve a little bit of stress. You know what I mean? Just like when you're sized in like that and you're like, hey, you know what? I would rather take some off just in case it's not the breakout that we're looking for. It's holding some of those consolidations pretty well. The market is ripping. NVDL is not participating just yet. Let's see if we can get that move back in towards the volume weighted average price. But Adara, what do you got for us?
Yeah, keep an eye here on Circle CRCL. Again, they're a stablecoin issuer. I'm seeing a report here suggesting that a group of leading international banks is exploring issuing a stablecoin. CRCL on the move, guys. This is the 15-minute chart. Nice pop off the open. Back to you.
Perfect. All right, guys, we're back into some APLD. VWAP was the primary entry that would have gave us 40 more cents. As NVIDIA is starting to sell really aggressively, it cracks that 99s. We're out of that one, and then we'll go 0 for 2, but that's all right. Momentum straight out of the gates in the morning. Tesla coming back in as well, too. But I like the 5-minute 3-bar potential play here on APLD. Come on, NVIDIA. Give us some volume-weighted average price here. We need that type of price action, my friend. So, yeah, it's a little bit different. Nothing on a 5-minute that tells me, hey, we're ready to rock and roll. It might just be a breath to the downside, but we're going to continue to hold our horses on this one. There goes APLD. Entry number 2. Let's stalk and roll right here, guys. As we're heading towards that high. Bang! There. Oh, what a pop up there. An APLD, Sharif. Man, we're going to take 10% off right there. Nice little move. We'll take it all day.
Taking it all day.
The all day, as the Portuguese would like to say. But yeah, not too bad. Let's see if we can crack that 38 level. We'll take another 20% off once we get to that specific zone there, Sharif.
All right, Joey, I'm back into ONMD because we did exhaust the shares. I added here at the $0.25. We're about break even on the remaining amount, looking for a continuation up, looking through that 30. There it goes again on ONMD, showing 35s now. I'm waiting at 40s. Let's see if we can get continuation. We don't necessarily have higher highs at the moment, but looking for a move back above 35. There's a notable seller here at 35. There's 37. There's 38. Can we get a little bit more? 39. We'll take it out there. Cancel the other order. Now sell up above 50. Now we're waiting at 52. Showing me 42s. ONMD is on that good stuff. Let's keep an eye out on this one. Second trade into it, both profitable. Looking for the move above the $0.50. It is a 49 penny high. So obviously we are looking for resistance at said $0.50. Joey, I'm going to continue to ride this trend here on ONMD.
Sweet, brother. We're breaking.
Go ahead, Joe.
We're breaking out here on APLD, man. Again, we just want to stick to the guns. Bang, we'll take it off. We take the first L on that one, Sharif. That doesn't even matter at this point because the risk to reward is huge. I told you, let's get out, let's get back in and play the Momo in this lane. It needed that. So we'll take another little, let's go. APLD. Who do you, no.
What happened,
No,
Joey?
I didn't.
What happened? Oh, no, tell me it's not this.
Oh, my
Is it this?
God, it's not
this.
No.
You're lying to me. No, assassino, come on, bro.
Days. That's not even.
No.
What a mistake.
You shouldn't have done that to me. Now I'm going to do that to you every time, bro.
Hey, Sharif, APLD, we're all out of that one. We messed that up. I did not mean to do that 100%. But NVDL, tapping into the VWAP, that's exactly what we were looking for. We messed one up. We got the other one stalking and rolling, baby. Oh, how do I not catch a fill on that, baby? Let's go. So we'll go 2 for 3 here, bright and early in the morning. There goes NVDL to the top side, running into the volume-weighted average price. What did I do on APL? Dude, I took it all off by accident, so a complete fat finger on that one. It's still continuing. 38.75 on APLD. Let's take a little bit more off here on NVDL as it's starting to pump a little bit higher.
Get it, Joe.
Stick with the guns. Hopefully I didn't do it again. All right, we did not. We still got our size. 70% of the position still remaining. We're waiting for that $100 level and these pre-market lows. Let's go. I have to hit this for our boys. I don't have anything of Neil. Shout out to the OGs over at Trader TV Live. Obviously, big shoes to fill, but I think we're doing a fantastic job so far.
Absolutely, Joey. Absolutely. And I just have a question. You know, I'm feeling a little bit of chocolate right now. What's your favorite chocolate bar?
Score.
Score? It's not Butterfinger?
Oh my God. Oh,
come on, Joey.
God, that is crazy.
Joey. Come on, bro. You did it to me, Joe.
You just opened up a can of worms. There goes NVDL. Listen, Katina Man. Katina, are you listening? Katina Man. Assassino, hit another one. Hit another one for me, my friend. Hit another one. My God, I'm still waiting for it, Assassino. I can't believe you went down that avenue, Sharif.
I'm sorry, bro. You know I love you, bro. But you're my boy. But you set up so perfectly, Joey.
Like, on that one. I thought it was a genuine question. Was I expecting the Butterfinger? Absolutely not.
Oh, man, I play it, bro. I play it. I've done that 10,000 times. You've done it once, so you're good to go there, brother.
It's all fun and games.
All right, guys, look, we're still holding ONMD here from the $0.25. It's zigging and zagging. It feels like it is accumulating for that $0.50 break. So I'm going to maintain my position above the $0.50 for the next profit taker, and we'll hopefully wet the beak there. But Joey, I need to mention STAI. Shout out to whoever told me about this one in the chat. Look at this thing go. Now, the issue with it is, of course, if you've been watching for a while, you know I'm quite displeased all the time about these sub $1 stocks, but there goes ONMD. We take out the $0.50, baby. We're spending the money on this one, man. There it goes. No, but let's get back to focusing here on STAI. This is a great stair step up. It started moving at around 920. How many shares does this have? 51.5 million shares. It is south of $1 with a 91 penny high. So we are closing in on that dollar area where it becomes a different trade, right? There's a lot of algorithms that will not participate in these sub $1 stocks. So we'll have to see if we can get that big move up. I'm certainly keeping my eye right now on STAI, but I have to put it in on the side watch list over here. Otherwise, the price action doesn't update. There we go. Now we're live on STAI, dropping down to 80 pennies. Volume weighted average price at around 76. Does it hold up here? Does it hold up here? Because sometimes when the volume weighted average price is ahead of the 10 EMA because of the parabolic nature of the price, it doesn't hold up at VWAP, but rather retraces into that green line, which is the 10 exponential moving average, currently showing me 66. But as you see it right now, live in living color, it is finding support at that 76 penny area. Hence, it is respecting VWAP. So that is going to be a focus to me, Joe. We're going to look to execute on that. In addition, we're going to look to get in more on ONMD if it's warranted.
All right, guys. Yeah, so I mean, we're rocking and rolling, man, bringing the absolute heat this morning. There it goes. This is what I was talking about earlier in the session, guys, is that IonQ move with that offering. Look at this. This is exactly what I was referring to. To the penny, you run into those pre and post market low structure lows, and then you fade immediately right away off of those. So keep your eye out on that. You might break through the low of the day. Yesterday's session was an absolute chop fest. So somebody knew something was going on there. Not good for the retail boys getting involved in this unless you're some guru at range trading, which I'm personally not. Now, as for the person in the chat, he's like, we never cover BBAI. My friend, all you got to do is ask, and we can cover BBAI. So there's no issue with that. Yeah, I mean, it is going. If we want to call this,
if it's going,
it's going, brother.
Yeah, okay.
It's looking pretty good right now. VWAP up here, BBAI. We know this is a Katina Man favorite. Bang, bang.
Oh, he loves that.
Holds trend line, bang, and now you're punching through. There is some resistance up here at that $8 level. You can see that we're currently rejecting it. But other than that, guys, a nice open up above this range and a climb higher towards some key resistance zones. So I should not have made fun of you being Butterfinger right as I did that punch short instead of long at AP. That's what happened. Yeah, I would not. I would rather it happen to me than to you, hangry wife. But it happens. If you laugh, then you know what? See, the thing is that we'll do the ad and then we'll get back.
Yeah, okay. All right, Joey. And now for some exciting news out of Canada for sophisticated traders on the stream. It's Beta Pro by Global X Canada. It's Canada's largest provider of leveraged, inverse, and inverse leveraged ETFs, and they've just launched 6 new triple leverage ETFs. They're offering you guys 3 times bull as well as 3 times bear exposure to the TSX 60, the semiconductors, and on U.S. Treasuries as well. And if you want even better, they're offering a special fee rebate, dropping management fees to just 65 basis points all until December 31st, 2025. Plus, the U.S.-focused strategies use currency hedging, offering you the potential for pure performance and exposure. So, having said all that, if you're a tactical, sophisticated trader looking to amplify your performance, Joey, check out betapro.ca/3x daily to learn more. Shout out to them. All right, Joey, I got to cover all these because they're all going right now. So here we go. The Big Bear one, it just rocketed up, baby. Let's see what Big Bear is up to. There goes Big Bear, Joey, into the high of the day. Here comes the 8.25. When you pointed this one out to me, it was at 790. Now it's at 822.
Are you in it?
What the hell? I'm not in it, man. I was reading the ad.
Damn.
It's got a great hold. 3 different candles, all closed above the volume weighted average price despite wicking below it. You have to give this one a little room. We're going to be looking at executing on Big Bear. But I also want to point out QNRX, that crazy halter that's moving crazy. It's back up and clearing 14, looking at possibly clearing 15 here momentarily. There it is, right at 15 as we speak, Joey. It took all of a quarter second to move from 14 to 15. If that doesn't tell you to be careful with these names, I don't know what else does. Obviously, showing you potential for huge profits, but by the same token, it can take as quickly as it gives. And here we go. Now we're initiating the halt parameter at 1536, up 88.25%. QNRX is in focus for me, no doubt. And then lastly here, ONMD topping tail candle, as ugly as they get. I'm a buyer here again, likely at VWAP. If VWAP doesn't hold, we're looking at the 10 EMA because it's still one of those anomalous situations where VWAP is ahead of the 10 exponential that it typically does not happen. All the other ones are breaking down. STAI at VWAP, we're going to be looking at that one as well, Joey.
All right, beautiful stuff. The market's starting to come back in a little bit here, guys. We'll go 2 for 3 here on the session. We took that one small loss in APLD. We're still rocking and rolling, posted up at $100.15 on NVDL. We'll go to APLD. 1 second there, Adara. APLD, we missed out up on that move. Just an error right there at 38.38. Up there, I guess it was meant to be. But Adara, what do you got for us?
Have guys as pharma names. I have Pfizer up here. You could look at mRNA. Eli Lilly would probably be a good one to look at here. CBS reporter here saying on X that Trump's speech at 5 p.m. or his announcement at the Oval Office scheduled for 5 p.m. is likely going to involve talking about lower pharmaceutical prices and a new most favored nations deal. GDRX is another one to watch here as well. GDRX. They have been moving here with regards to Trump RX-related announcements and reports because GDRX is in a competing space. So keep an eye on GDRX and any pharma plays. Back to you.
Big time, bro.
All right.
You just
wish you well. You got the entire weekend to sweat that whole thing up, so you're good to go there.
I got some hockey tonight, so I'll just I'll put like the Under Armour on. I'll put like the full suit on and just go straight to the wall and go as hard as I can and try to
talking about he's a little under the weather, so
still since last week, man.
Bro, you've been laboring with that. So I told you, you got to smash the zinc and the vitamin C.
The past couple of days, I've been crushing oranges and everything along those lines. But yeah, it started to come back the past couple of days. I don't know, whatever. But yeah, no, Hangry Wife, it's all fun and games. Like, I remember a couple times in hockey in some big games, I've celebrated like after scoring and then immediately after the other team scores. And the worst thing is when I celebrate I don't go too hard, but during this rivalry, I pointed at the bench and I laughed, right? And then moments later, they scored and they end up winning the game. And that's like, I don't even know what that is. That's like pouring like the most amount of salt into the wound. It hurts so much more. You're just so gutted at the end of the day.
Adair says it's karma, bro.
It's big time karma, and that's why I just stopped doing those things. But I'm looking to.
Why'd you do it, Joey?
I don't know. Oh man, when you get hyped in a game and you just don't like the other individuals,
I'll play it, bro.
I tend to do that. But excuse me, I like IonQ here, IonQ, whatever you call it, Ionic, whatever you would like. Potential hammer candle right there, so you can have your risk profile relatively defined. It's about 50 cents or so. 74, 72 is what we're currently trading at, and then we want to give it to 90s potentially there. But this overall, the market is coming back. We holding VWAP. We were trading south of that for a little bit. Bitcoin's given up that move to the top side, going from 69s, 70s back down to 69s. So keep an eye out on that one. Is this going to be a potential reload here on NVDA? We're going to be patient just in case we get an additional dip down to 99.60s. Then I think that's going to be a good reload opportunity.
I'm reloaded. All right, I'm working my way into Big Bear here after that 822 pop. I'm going to look to work my way into 8. 8 is obviously the psychological area of support as well, currently of the volume weighted average price. So we'll see what we'll get. Very small share size because I'm punching in at highs, so we have to take that into consideration. I also worked my way back into ONMD. We're going to look for a VWAP hold here and a continuation possibly into the area highs. It's showing me 62 right now. We've got 58s. No reason to take profits here. I'm looking for a continuation and a test of a possible high of day. That high of day is 75 pennies, $3.75. ONMD, not a bad look, looking for continuation, but it's a QNRX show, Joey, because it's halted up again. 1536 having halted at 950.32. It is currently 54, so we may have another minute or so before this one unhalts. Can keep an eye out on that. But I'm really focusing right now on ONMD and BBAI. Definitely not going to take anything below $8 on BBAI, but definitely looking for more than the 60 penny print here on ONMD to test the highs. We got higher lows and higher highs, and now we just opened up a new 5-minute candle, and now we're taking out 63. Showed me 64 momentarily. Can we get that continuation? We're not getting the continuation, Joey. So we're going to have to pack our patience on this one as it kind of does slow down a little bit. Showed me 63, now a little 64. No print, no cross. We got to wait. This is why I wanted the mid-print thing with OB yesterday, but that's neither here nor there. Looking for continuation. Joe, what do you got?
We're taking the fills on NVDL. There we go, screen. There we go. Thanks, Assassino. I mean, there it goes, right? We're posted up at 20s. Catch the fill at 30s as well, too. I have 20% of this position remaining, so we'll go 10 on each, so a couple more outs there. But a big-time move. Someone wants to take a look at AMD. I mean, that's the thing. I was listening to Josh Brown talk about this name, and he had such a valid point. Who's buying this up here? Who is buying AMD at 240?
Lots of people.
I mean, but apparently to him, it's not a good idea to do so. I mean, Sharif, if you look at this, after that 240 level, what do we have consistently right there?
We're going to take some profits, man.
We're going to take some profits.
Rocketed up like 50%.
Yeah. Absolutely. But that leads to my point, right? Like, you rocket up 50%. Are you buying a stock after it pumps 40%?
You asking me personally? No. But
right?
there are people, quantitative people who do, because the data tells them that it's going to continue to move up. They don't care about TA. Like your friend Nimrod, he doesn't care about technical analysis. He's a statistics guy.
He's starting to.
Is he actually?
Brother, where's Nimrod? Are you in the chat, brother? This guy's only options now. He doesn't even look at equities anymore.
But isn't he executing through the quantitative analysis?
I think he's doing some of that.
I remember he was telling us about that, right?
For sure. But I mean, he's all
about that life.
He's all options now.
All about that
he loves it.
Joey.
He thinks it's a thing of beauty. Oh my God!
What happened?
Look at NVDA go. This is insane. We have to take a little bit more. This was a repeat of yesterday. Oh man, we didn't get the reload on that one. I don't get that fill. What kind of criminal activity is that? Bang. Oh my days, Sharif. Look at this thing go. ANVDA.
Get it, Joey.
Now tapping into 193, 92s, going to the 194s. Man. Yo,
you just dropped the gavel, bro.
There's so much going on. There's no... Oh, order in the
my
court.
boy.
Order in the court. Oh. Was that Fabian?
What the hell?
What the hell? What?
Yo, check your boy, Ram
Yeah,
Ram.
check your boy,
is-
Ram Ram. What?
Fabian, he
Check
scared the
your
hell out of
homie.
everybody.
Yeah, it was like
The
order.
Chilean nightmare gave me a nightmare, bro.
Oh, here it goes. Another pop to the top side. Man, we needed more shares on this one. Obviously, hindsight 2020. But what an absolute monstrous
Rocket.
move here in NVDA. Oh, I like APLD up
You
here
like
as
that,
well,
eh?
too.
Okay.
You like that? Where the money at? So, yeah, I mean, we're rocking and rolling here, guys. Let's have some fun with it.
Yes,
Why not,
sir.
right?
Nice call, Joey.
We only got so much time. I don't even know why I'm speaking like that. But anyways, let's have a little bit of fun. A pop just like that. I'm going to get all out of, oh my days. We're all out of NV. Oh, no, we're not just yet.
Oh, my
Okay, there we go. Bang. There it is. What a monstrous move. An NVDA. Now, as for our APLD,
What's happening
Applied
with
Digital, cooking up a storm in this one now, Sharif. I don't even know what to do.
That's okay.
Oh, man, bang. We'll take it for a move up there. Breaking through
Joey.
that $38 level, now climbing back towards the high. We'll go 3 for 4 here on
That's
the
what I want to
session.
hear, man. That's what I want to hear. We're doing it on Big Bear. Here we go. There it is, taking out the prince, and there is the high of the day again. Now we're waiting north of the high of the day. You guys know, if we're in the 20s, I'm waiting at 25. If we're in the 60s, I'm waiting at 69s, and let's just cut it from there, okay? After those print, we're just gonna get out. No, I'm playing, exaggerating for effect, as usual. Looking for that move continuing here on Big Bear. We got a 24 high. We did get the print at 23s, not at 25, so we'll have to pack our patience there. But this ONMD trade, I don't know how I feel about this anymore, man. It's got higher lows currently, but it's finding a lot of resistance at, I believe, 64 pennies. We can't shake the 64 seller, and I'm actually waiting ahead of that. I'm actually waiting at 64, but didn't cross. So we're going to pack our patience there. And before we send it to Adara, I want to mention BITF. You guys have been yelling about this. It's not a small cap gapper in the strict sense. It's like a couple of $1 billion market cap. But look at this. Bull flag after bull flag. Keep your eye on BITF. Adara.
These University of Michigan consumer sentiment prints. Sentiment actually higher than expected, 55 versus 54 forecast. 5-year inflation expectations in line with estimates, 3.7% versus 3.7% expected. And the 1-year inflation expectation here, a little bit lower, 4.6% year versus 4.7% expected. So again, these numbers here, not too bad, better than expected sentiment, which the market usually likes, and lower than expected 1-year inflation expectations. Again, 5-year pretty flat. Market not reacting too much to this number here, guys. That was really the only economic number of the day. And really, I think, of the week of note. We also had here Qualcomm, QCOM, Nvidia also on watch here with some China news. But Qualcomm, according to the State Administration for Market Regulation, facing an investigation here for potentially violating China's anti-monopoly law through its acquisition of an Israeli company. Then you have APLD on watch, Applied Digital, very near a new high of day. This one posting a double beat here for their earnings, 84% year-over-year increase in revenue. Before we send you back to those Bash Brothers, we're going to take a moment to thank our friends at Origenics, OGEN, because each year, 3.8 million concussions are reported in the U.S., and there's still no FDA-approved treatment. NYSE-listed Origenics, OGEN, is changing that with its first in-class intranasal drug designed for rapid brain access. With the concussion treatment market projected to reach $8.9 billion by 2027, Origenics is uniquely positioned to lead the way. Learn more. Schedule a meeting today. Back to you.
I can't believe this. QNRX was going to halt down. Now it's halted up.
Damn.
It's halted up at 1925, but there's just no realistic method for me to manage risk on this. There just isn't. And so I'm not going to trade it. It's kind of crazy. All right, ONMD, there we go. We took out the beak wetter through the day's high. It's coming back down, so we'll take out the last remaining amount, break even, as this one did stop us out. So we're not in any positions right now. I got a BBAI as well because it also lost trend. We took that break even, but BBAI, it did wick a newer low on the 5-minute candle chart, which is why I got out. So I was putting my out prior bar low. It's generally holding. I could buy this again at $8 with a super tight stop because if it loses VWAP, it loses VWAP. But it looks like it might be working its way back in. So I might have gotten, I might have gotten bamboozled on this one for the last remaining amount. We'll keep tabs on that, though. But I want to set up on BITF as well, because BITF is coming into that 490 area. 490 is an area of local resistance. We double topped at 935 and 940, dropped back down to about 471 before clearing that 490 area eventually. So I'd like to build a position in the low 90s if I can, to possibly get in some here for a nice move up here on BITF, which has news, by the way, up about 20%, Joey.
All right, guys, looking for a future tradings platform that actually delivers without hitting costs. With plus 500 futures, you get free live charts, transparent fees, low margins, and an unlimited demo so you can practice until you're ready to trade live. Open an account and start trading with as little as $100. With plus 500's powerful platform, you can access a wide range of futures markets. The S&P 500, NASDAQ, Bitcoin, gas, Forex, metals, crypto, and more, all in one place. Plus, enjoy a welcome bonus of up to $200 in commission-free trading. Just scan the QR code on the screen to apply for your account today. Join over 300 million users worldwide who have already chosen plus 500. All right, now, man, that break-even stop out here on APLD. That's right, we'll go 2 for 3 on this name. We pretty much caught the top there on NVDL for now. I was happy to take it off. Like, look at that top wick right there. What a thing of beauty. For me, I mean, it could continue to climb higher, but we're talking about the fact that we have that high concentration of open interest. There goes IonQ. Why didn't I just take that one? No, we talked to it. Was it on the support? Look, Katina Man. Support on IonQ. We got it right there. It's on the sticky note. Man. Katina, I got to do maybe a couple more sticky notes here for the folks. No, I would never obviously say that, and obviously being sarcastic is poking a little bit of fun. But no, in all seriousness, guys, that concentration on NVDA is extremely high. NVDL up 1.5%, right? So we got 0.75 roughly on the actual underlying asset. This is just derived from it. That's why I trade this name. It is now $100, right? So why not just use that 2x leverage? I was talking with Obi about it yesterday, and he's like, hey, man, because, well, one, you can leverage your system, and the notional cost of actually grabbing more shares is almost at 50% less. So, DJ, we need a sticky note. I know. That could say anything. I know it kid. You guys can't see it. Hold on. I don't like the, there you go, support. What does that say? Support there, but it's done. I'm obviously just having a little bit of fun with that. That's not how I do my morning notes there, Danny, in all seriousness. But we're going to continue to look at these names. Essentially, it's been a fantastic move here in NVDA. It was identical to what we were putting up yesterday as well, as it's going towards that high of the day. So a really, really good, strong move in one of these big names, and that's exactly... You know he can't. Yeah, exactly. I forgot he had eye surgery, so he can't really actually probably look at the screens or anything along those lines. So that's probably not the best idea. But no. Well, I was just saying. I'm like, look, Katina, man, look at this. Look at the sticky note.
Katina Man's in the chat?
No, he's not. But someone made a valid point. He just had eye surgery, so the chances of him seeing this, right, is funny. But no, I'm just having a little bit of fun with it, man, as we like to do, poke fun at each other because that's what friends do. At the end of the day. Would you even be? Are you even friends if you can't make fun of each other? Probably not.
No, because then it's like all formal and weird and stuff like that. Right? You know what I mean? Like I gotta plug in here, otherwise.
Oh, you're not tapped in. Yeah, you gotta make sure you're tapped into there, guys. We're getting an addition. Yeah, getting an additional. Sorry, excuse me. Rejection. Yeah, I'm struggling over here, Sharif. We're getting an additional rejection of 194.40s here. So keep an eye out on this level. Is this an all-time high on NVDA? No, not quite. 195.15.
Yesterday was all-time high.
Yeah. Well, I was thinking today maybe we were past that point, but that doesn't seem to be the case. So right now I'm just sitting on my hands waiting for a primetime opportunity. I think APLD is primed to go. So if we get an additional pullback, maybe we'll get involved in that name once again.
Yes, Tisha, I see QNRX, Tisha, but you are a lot braver than me. You are the winner of today's biggest mover challenge. Absolutely, Tisha Perkins. This thing is all gas. Well, it had a couple of breaks, Tisha, but you get the point. A couple of red candles littering that chart. Now, here's the insanity. You guys ready for the insanity? We're halted at $22. The tap is $50. $30 higher, well, almost $30 higher than where we tapped out at. So keep your eye on that. But we're back in Big Bear and we're taking prints. We're in the at the 20 penny area, just wet the beak there into the day high of 30. Waiting next at 33. Keeping my eye on this one. I also did work into BITF. We're in at that 90 penny area. I'm interested into 80s. So this is very small share size that we're getting into on BITF at these levels. We're going to go ahead and wait mid 80s as well for an ad because that is still well above the 10 EMA on the 5. So that's what I'll be looking at there. But yeah, guys, look, QNRX is beautiful. And you know, it probably elicits a lot of FOMO within people, right? Because you see the move, you're like, oh, if I only punched, what's the worst that could have happened? Well, I've been on the receiving end of some of the bad moves that these halters have put in before, and it's not a good feeling, to be quite honest with you. So it's just really hard to manage risk with these ones, and I personally don't know how to do it that well. Maybe there's others that are a lot better at it. All right, keeping my eye on BITF, waiting for that dip trade. Still waiting for this to trigger. Not quite giving me the print yet as it's not crossing. There we go. Now we get the print. It's going to have to hold above the volume weighted average price, which is at 478. So we're going to keep tabs on that. The OG Bovin telling me Zena is moving, and oh baby is it ever. Zena, there it is, Assassino, right on the top right of your screen there. We'll throw in the ticker. We're going to have to obviously keep a tab on this because it is one hell of a mover over here. I don't know why I can't type properly. 643. It looks like it closed out yesterday at 560. So great strength on this one. Definitely going to put this up on the trading screen. Who are we going to remove? I don't want to remove QNRX because we got to keep tabs on that. ONMD still okay. So I want to hold that one as well. And ZENA, is this on the NQ? Yes, it is. 2 penny spread, decent. We can manage with that. Shout out to the OG Bovin pointing out yet another good one. And there it goes into the high of the day at 647. Shout out to Maxi, man. Maxi Jr. went in 100 shares at $13.80 on QNRX. It is now halted at 22. And let me just take a gander here.
100 at what price?
At 1380. It's halted at 22.
Damn.
So he's up bigly.
That's a nice day.
The tap is dropping down from 50. I didn't expect it to stay at 50, quite frankly, and it's now 28, but that's a healthy tap, baby. That is one hell of a healthy tap. That's a $4 move just right off the jump there. So QNRX will maintain its position on the side charts because, well, it's still warranted to do so. But here's our move now on BITF. We've got 90s on. Let's put some profit takers in the mid 90s. They're looking for continuation on that. What the hell is this, bro?
What the hell?
Get out of here. Windows, man. It's ultimate crap. I hate Windows. There goes BBAI Joseph. We take out the high of the day. We're holding shares. Yeah, we're holding, bro. And now we're posting up at 39. We just got 35s. Packing the patience on the Baird one. Looking for more, baby. Maybe that $0.50. It's got 11 and a fifth under its sales today. Keeping this bad boy up. 836 high. Looking for more, Joey.
Yeah, good stuff, man. I got to get this. We got to get some vitamin C up in here.
Vitamin C, eh? Yeah, you got to throw in the zinc too, though.
Yeah, you got to throw in a little bit of zinc. Yeah, I would grab some of that there at lunchtime. There goes NVDA punching through some of those levels there, guys. So
Big Spy was very, very pumped about the troll, about the Butterfingers. I had my phone on silent.
I'm sure he was.
But he was very, very impressed with it. I love Big Spy.
Yeah,
bro.
we love him too.
We need to see the guy up here, bro.
Yeah, what is he doing?
I don't know. I don't know if he's still on vacation.
If he's still listening, ask him if he's got an upper decky or a lower decky in. I'm sure.
I don't want to ask because I don't know what that is. What is that?
He knows exactly. It's nothing bad. Oh yeah, we got Ramin doesn't like.
All right,
those.
let's ask him.
You got an upper decky or a lower decky?
Joseph wants to know if you have an upper decky or lower decky.
In.
Deck or director of operations from a construction firm. That's what he does. He's director of operations.
I'm more curious. So, look, so someone Mayak always asking us if we're gonna get the oranges up in there as well too. There, Street. What?
Yeah. You should have seen what he was doing the other day, Ram. He was mixing orange juice with water. It was like, what the hell?
What do you mean? What's so wrong with that? I just don't want that much sugar. I just don't want that much sugar.
Oh, Zins.
Yeah.
I have to read that. But that was my immediate thought. But I'm like, I didn't even know he did.
No, I didn't know. No, well, I know he does because he talked to me about.
Okay.
What are your takes on Shorzy? I don't even know what that is. Is that hockey podcast? I honestly don't listen to them.
Of course.
Shorzy is the hockey podcast. Yeah. No, I don't listen to that stuff, man.
It's a spin-off of that Canadian show, Letterkenny, but it's hockey-based. It's not a podcast.
Hilarious. Letterkenny is hilarious. Wow.
Hold on, Shorzy's not Canadian, Adara? It is. Yeah, because I figured it's like hockey, right?
So yeah, I mean, I'm hockey through and through, but I don't watch hockey shows. I got a game tonight at 9 o'clock, McCormick, so go and check it out there. Let's see if we can net a couple there after this. I got to hit the gym as well, too. So you get that move right up into 195, guys. You're starting to reject there on NVDA. Where's my guy, Merrick? Our Merrick, he's always curious if we got the water going. So we got the water going here with some citrus in there. So exactly. Hydration Nation 101. So shout out to Katina Man once again.
Oh, yeah.
We'll take another little bite. APLD starting to come back in. Tesla getting smoked to the downside. Cracking through some key levels here on the low. Oh, brother, you don't even know what I seen this morning at King and
Bro, I never get surprised anymore, man.
Oh,
and it
man.
breaks my heart to even mention
does,
it.
Man.
There's some stuff that I see every day. That's
it was
wild.
not good. Bright and early. 7:45 in the morning, just losing their ish. So don't do drugs there, folks.
The thing is, too, it's just like I see the same guy every day, and he's in the Fent fold, right?
Oh yeah,
right, and it's the same spot every day,
man.
Right?
Where do you think? It's like, what are you doing? It's like nothing. There was a guy. There was a guy, Sharif, in the Wellesley station there.
Yeah, Wellesley, okay.
The bottom, so from the knee down.
Yeah.
Just raw. I don't even. I haven't seen him in a while. I wouldn't be surprised if he's But anyway.
All right. Super chat, baby. Shout out to G-Talk 5150. Please cover SoFi. You ask, you get. Let's load up SOFI. Your boy Joey Options has loved this one, and Hood for quite some time now. So we're going to shout out Joey Options for calling that one out. Let's look at the daily on this. Okay. We got a beautiful hold off the 50 not that long ago, taking profits from that $30 breach. So $30, clearly an area of technical resistance. I won't be convinced otherwise. You got a topping tail candle there. And sorry, it was a doji candle, a candle of indecision, sometimes referred to as a reversal candle. Then you had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 lower low, lower high days in a row before this candle here on the 6th of October. Shout out to my old man. That's his birthday. And then that one made a higher low and a higher high, and we've been trending since then. Alas, we're still not through that $30 area. At least intraday, we did test it, $29.80, and then all hell broke loose to the downside. So I'd be interested in a $30 break and take, but you got to love the retracement into the 50. It holds the 50 to the T, and then rockets right back up into that area of technical resistance again. But I need to see a higher high to keep me feeling that the trend is intact, right? If you're only seeing a bounce a bounce off the 50, for example, but you're not getting continuation of the previous trend vis-a-vis a higher high, then that would be cause for concern to me. Wouldn't make me sell the position, but I would, be more realistic in my expectations rather than to always be looking for that higher high. Say, okay, maybe we accumulate here for a little bit for a $30 break. Take a gander at what Apple's been doing at 260, for example. Gets into that level, rejects, accumulates. So and look at what it did at 200 for almost 2 years. Right? So that is not unusual to see with these ones. Big Bear AI is breaking down here, Joey. We only have one more out on this, and I want to pick up some more here because we're barely holding any shares, so I don't mind this going against me. I want to pick up some at the 10, and then we'll see what comes from that. What do you got?
All right, beautiful stuff. Yeah, I'm looking at BBAI as well, too. APLD is not doing too much, so we got that second chance on that one. IonQ starting to come back in, market coming back in altogether. Nice short there on... all right, there we go. We got more of those. I was like, okay, Mopar 4. What's up,
Eric.
Steven Springer, the Springer of Rain? You know who the Springer of Rain is.
Of course. Wasn't that, what's his name? Donaldson? The bringer of rain.
Springer on the Jays, man.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
it was Josh Donaldson back in the day. He was the bringer of rain,
Yeah, I
right?
remember shout out Josh Donaldson. And what was that guy that we got from the Rockies name again?
From the Rockies?
Yeah, the Colorado Rockies. Starts with a T. Anyways, yeah, we'll ask those guys later. I forget his name.
He's losing trend here. BITF is losing trend. We're going to have to take an L on this one, guys. Yeah, go ahead.
All right, guys. What are your thoughts on DKNG? Time to buy. Let's take a gander at that one. Hydration Nation right there. Got the orange. You can I can start to feel that kicking in. That's looking really good. DKNG, when there's blood in the streets, do you start buying a little bit more on DraftKings? I'm so shocked that this bleeding is continuing, to be honest with you. Should I be shocked? I don't think so. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what it is, Assassino. Oh. We'll throw this up there, and then we're going to throw one of these up there as well, too. Just because that's what's going on. It's a complete rinsing over here on DKNG. And yeah, I mean, like if you talk about repeat offenders, this isn't anything to be overly surprised about, but maybe you can slowly start allocating a little bit, but if it continues to bleed and you're cracking 30s, then you probably want to just get out of that trade altogether. Is BMY a good entry? What's your feel on them growing? Let's take a look. BMY. I don't know too much. Oh, is this Bristol Myers? Okay. Oh, man, that's not a good look there on Bristol Myers. Any thoughts on Bristol Myers there, Shree?
What's the ticker?
BMY, yeah.
Okay.
We know that Kramer loves
Bristol Myers Squibb.
Yeah, we know Kramer loves Bristol Myers.
All right, let's have a look. Oh, boy, biotechs.
Yeah.
Let's go to the weekly. Let's get a gander about where we could see support. Clearly, $40 support. That takes us back to 2019. It also takes us to the yen and carry trade in August of 2024. Yeah, Joey, this is not a good look because it was ranging. I want to say it was ranging from 2014 to the breakdown in 2023. And then it made those area lows where it lost that 2019 low. And then, most notably, it comes into the 200. It pops back up off 40, gets into 60, comes into the 200, and rejects. So clearly, this is still being controlled by the sellers. Yeah, I don't like this, especially if it loses 40 again. I don't know too much about their product pipeline, quite frankly. I haven't been really keeping track on this, not one that I really keep an eye on. But from the technicals, you can clearly see $40 is an interesting level. And the most notable part to me is that when we got up into the 200, simple moving average, we rejected it very, very clearly. And that is not of interest to me, Joe.
Okay, right on. Thank you for that one. Sharif. All right. Kun Zera, I'm sorry, I probably did butcher your name, but thoughts on CoreWeave, please, and thank you. Once again, thank you for that $2 super chat there. USD is for around $4 snow pesos. Oh. We like that one. Let's pull it up on CR.
I told Brendo that yesterday. He hadn't heard it before.
What, snow peso?
Yeah.
Oh, no. All right. The 5 minute. As for CoreWeave, I mean, like is this downtrend still intact? Am I tapped in here? I hear it there, but okay. Okay, cool. So essentially here, we'll finish the super chat before we send it back to Adair. You've snapped that trend. You now have a potential uptrend intact here as well, too. So as long as that holds, you may get a couple whipsaw moves. But, I mean, with CoreWeave, I don't think it's too bad of a play. Like, surprisingly, off of the IPO, it has been one of the least affected names. So is that something positive for it? And we know what's going on with the hyperscalers and cloud and everything along those lines. So it might be still a good buy, but I wouldn't go all in at once, that's for sure. Adair, what do you got for us?
Let's talk here about these small cap names. I do apologize. There's going to be a lot of overlap here with what Sharif is trading over there. So just be aware. Q1 Pharmaceuticals here, QNRX. This one announcing a $104.5 million private placement, and it is a multiple halter. Couldn't find much information on the float on this one, actually, oddly enough, but it did have a fairly small market cap. The market cap for QNRX coming at just under $13 million. Zenatech here, Z-E-N-A. This one here, roughly 10 million share float, acquiring some PUT land surveying to expand their drone as a service operations across Arizona. This catalyst is from yesterday, so it looks like a bit of a delayed reaction here for ZENA. Last but not least, BITF, as Strave mentioned, this one pushing a little bit lower now from the highs, but there is news on this one. They're converting their private debt facility from Macquarie to an up to $300 million project-specific financing facility. So changing their debt structuring, it looks like here, for BITF. This one does have a double-digit short float in the low teens. And BITF certainly on watch, slightly larger market cap, around $2.7 billion. Before we send you back to the guys, take a moment to thank our friends and check out our friends here at Trade the Pool with their Beat Ackman live trading competition, which is here. This is the last day, guys, October 8th to 10th, because every day Ackman makes his move. And your mission is to outperform him. Beat his return, prove you've got what it takes. Then, the grand finale on October 13th, broadcast live on Trader TV. With the Trade the Pool team live in the studio. Over $600,000 in prizes are up for grabs. $25,000, $50,000, even $100,000 valuation accounts, plus surprise giveaways during the live show. Don't just watch, compete. Beat Ackman, win big. Scan the QR code to start trading. Back to you.
Thank you, Adara. All right, BBAI just taking out the highs, man. This has been a good trade today. We picked it up again at 18s, and there it goes into 46. It's a 48 high. Here comes 50 pennies on Big Bear AI, 13%, 48s now, looking to squeeze into 50. But let's report on the good and the bad. And this was a bad trade. BITF didn't hold at the 10. It didn't hold at the 20. Do you want to guess, Joey, what it did at VWAP?
Straight off.
It didn't hold VWAP. No, that's why we got stopped out. Yeah, BBAI actually held VWAP quite well. So this is our first loser on the day. BITF, that little, it broke down. So this is of no longer of any interest to me. Now we're going to be focusing on, yes, Big Bear 853 high. We're also going to be keeping an eye on ZENA. This one's right back close to that 50 penny area. It is a 652 high of day. It's showing me 48s at the moment. It's got a good amount of volume. I mean, it's not bad. 1.75 million shares on a $6.50 name by 10:30. I've seen better. I'm not going to complain because, well, you know, the pickings have been slim lately, but today we've got some good ones. So let's see what we do here with that $0.50. Do we zig and zag a little bit with that $0.50, or do we clear it and then start using it as a support level? I'm talking about, of course, ZENA. Shout out to the guy in the chat there. I just need to see what he said. Because he was going back and forth. He's like, look, man, your charts are hard to read, but like, I mean, I've made them as big as I can over here. Like, is this not?
Do the overlap like me.
Which one?
You see how it's
yeah, but look at the size of this one over here. Assassino show. I mean, like that's pretty big, right there.
It's big and hard to see, man. The heli.
All right. Anyway, did you get to Lisberto Calvo about SPY hitting 700? Because he asked you there. Joe, I asked before you saw that one.
No, I didn't go over it, though.
Okay, let's go over that one. And then Patrick Wielder as well. Quit my nursing career to pursue something 100% different. So far, I'm locked in. What are your thoughts on the healthcare industry stocks? You know, it's been a tough time for them as of late, you know, whether it's United Health, or, oh my God, Zena just took out the top there. I'm sitting here talking.
I want me to take over. Yeah, I'll take over.
But I have to give my opinion. United Health, but obviously we bounced off the area lows there. Look, I foresee some trouble for these healthcare stocks because of some macro headwinds. You have obviously an aging baby boomer population. All of those are going to start obviously taking from Medicaid and Medicare. Now you could say, well, you know, that's going to increase their TAM, the total addressable market. Why would they do badly? Well, because the government, right? The government doesn't want to pay these prohibitive fees, and so they're negotiating with these healthcare companies to lower the rates. And we saw that under former President Biden. We're seeing the continuation of that with current President Trump. So I feel margins may be trouble for some of these healthcare companies. And you're not just seeing it with like healthcare and Medicare, you're seeing it in the prescription game as well, where the government is negotiating with the prescription or with the drug makers directly to lower some of these costs. That's margin compressing. So you never really know how this thing is going to go, but I don't personally have any biotech, healthcare, pharmaceutical names in my portfolio. Are you holding any?
No, zero. For me, it's like the energy sector. I mean, it can play catch up, maybe, possibly. I just don't know enough about the space, and it's been lagging. Right? Is it gonna ever play catch up? I truly don't know. I think at some point it will get a little bit of a rebound, but from an intraday standpoint, we don't really trade it that often, right? So, sorry, I was just choking on my water earlier there. All
right.
So no, we're rocking and rolling now. I just got to get all of the whatever's left. There it goes on CoreWeave. We're long some core weave here, guys.
Oh.
But as for, I know you touched on this Berto Calvo's super chat just a little bit there, Sharif.
Sir.
But yeah, as for the SPY, we're trading around 673 right now. So, I mean, by the end of the year, that can most definitely be in the works. And there goes NVDA tapping into 195, going to 195 and a quarter as well too there. So not a horrible look. But let's see what we got going on with core weave. See if we can break this VWAP. Getting a nice little bounce. I like our chances here. Risk profile extremely defined. 88s. We're out of this at 148, 110%. So let's see if we can get this bounce through. The market is starting to trade higher once again. BBAI is an absolute monster.
Rocket.
Yeah, way to crush that one there, brother.
Back in.
Yeah. Okay, you're playing that 850 break, eh?
Well,
okay,
it's zigging and zagging with 850, Joey, but the current 5-minute candle has a higher low.
Fair enough.
So I wasn't dissuaded really by that. But I've also worked in here, guys, into ZENA. We're getting in small because we're getting in at the top with some planned dollar cost average levels here into the 10 EMA on the 5, which is a little bit south of 40 pennies. Hence why I'm front running it. I don't have any profit takers posted quite yet on this one, so we'll maybe put one at or near the high of the day. 60 is the high of the day. I posted at 59. But I want to work back into Big Bear AI, Joey, because I feel like maybe, it is rejecting 50. It's clearly sellers at 50, but we'll see what this one ends up doing. Show that, man.
Yeah, we're going again. We're getting it rocking and rolling again here, guys. We got a couple pennies, but we're looking for 50s, 150s, that is to be exact, before we look to take anything off there. Risk 50 cents to make $1 roughly, so a little bit more than that. So a 2.1 to 1 is kind of the risk to reward that we're aiming on. That one, IonQ starting to get a little bit of bounce and of a curl over. But if it rejects this, right, then and we come back into the zone, then maybe we just hop out and find a better entry. Those shorts are just getting absolutely blown out of the water here today, Sharif. This is insane, my friend, on some of these moves in NVDA. Look at this 20. Okay, we're closing contracts, right? We said, oh, no, the 195s. Okay, we're gaining some open interest. So we were at 130. We were at 130 there earlier in the day, now at 137. 172 now as for the volume being put at that level, and then also at that $200 strike price as well. So, man, oh man, we're tripping over pennies. Man. We're tripping over pennies at this point there, Sharif. Okay. We're tripping over dollars to collect pennies, I guess that it is the saying. Adara, what do you got for us?
Yeah, keep an eye here in ASPI. This name is already really strong today. Apparently, they announced some investor events that are going to be happening in November, but this most recent pop to the upside could be because Zero Hedge, which is a popular account and website, they're very active on X. Anyways, they just said that they are encouraging people to go long ASPI. They already put that note for their subscribers a week ago, so there's already people who potentially acted on this a week ago, but now they're publicizing this on X. ASPI, long idea here from Zero Hedge. Back to you.
All right, thanks for that, Adara. So there goes IonQ, really nice curl over off of those lows there, guys. So kind of just the same thesis. You can see the identical price action within the prints and what we got going on with CoreWeave. Nice, strong opening drive. Same things that we're kind of looking at here, just a little bit south of VWAP, but you get that curl over, a little liquidity grab, and then it's just been a nice steady move to go and test some of these levels. Same thing again. Essentially, if you do fail to construct a new high, then you just have that basic trend line here coming from those pre-market levels to what that intraday top was at. So look out for this 7650 level. If you crack and sit on the backside of this trend, I like your chances to continue to climb higher. Wow, BBAI is insane. It is still climbing higher and higher and higher. Man, oh man, oh man. Come on, CoreWeave, you can do it. Let's get this rocking and rolling. So we could go 4 for 5 here on the day, but it's not looking like it wants to get moving in our direction right now. NVDA now tapping into 195.50s. So that's a big time move over there. Come on, should be moving in correlation. There it is, a big time dump in CoreWeave. We're gonna hop out of this one there, Sharif.
All right, Joey, setting up some profit takers here on ZENA. Also, disappointed I didn't punch back into BBAI, man. I should have been getting back in at the $0.50. I started focusing on STAI and ZENA. And look, it hasn't been bad, but I feel like we may be caught in a false break here on STAI. Got a couple of beak wetters through into that 80 area. It had trouble clearing 80. Now it's coming back down, but if it loses 70, that's where my stop is. So I'm going to continue to watch here to see if this one is making higher lows. The prior bar has a low of 72 pennies. So if it loses 72 pennies, well, it'll be really close into my out on that one. So we'll pack our patience and see what we get there. Now keeping an eye. Oh, nice. ZNA popping back up and giving me the print there. So let's go ahead and wait at 55s next. We have 55s, 59s. You got a bottoming tail candle right now on ZENA, bought up aggressively. So I'm packing my patience there. Yeah, you're right, Joey. BBAI has got the juice, man. 8.73. It's at the $0.75. It was just at the $0.25, and this one's really rocketing up. I just don't like punching into highs. Okay, that's my issue there. I need to get. Sometimes I do punch in at highs, but it's obviously smaller amounts, which obviously limit the potential profit if it doesn't come back in and trigger more of your orders. So let's continue to watch as we get into that 880 area. It feels like it's going to be a $90, maybe reach a $9 touch and drop today. Well, maybe not even drop. Who knows what we get on with BBAI. Yeah, I'm going to pack my patience maybe for a $0.50 test or somewhere in around the 50s because I don't really want to chase it at these levels. So we'll see how that feels. GWH apparently feels clear now, says Aura Alpha. It's below VWAP, brother. So yeah, that's not going to work out for me on that. Damn. But thanks for pointing that out. It's still on the side chart, to be fair. So we'll keep tabs on, of course, GWH. If it is warranted, we will trade it. Let's go ahead and wet the beak a little bit over there on this other ZENA as we get another little print on there. And then last but not least, STAI, the one that I feel like I got in a false break-in. Where are we along? We're along 76. It's showing me 75s. So we're out of the money at the moment. Definitely looking for continuation above VWAP. I'm looking for the holding of higher lows. So I've moved up my stop now from the breach of 70 pennies into the just a little bit below the prior bar low. That's going to be my move there. We'll see what we get on that one. Hopefully we don't get upset. Shout out to my man Neil. There we go. We'll take another print there on ZENA as it works back close to highs. We got 45s on. It's showing me 55s. The next profit taker is at 59, but I saw this one spike before, so let me go ahead and take some more orders to the high side there, and then we're going to wait a little bit higher in 69 Areaville. Look at Big Bear, man. Big Bear is squeezing into 77s it goes. Joey, it's got a lot of strength right now. 79s now, the high of the day. Big Bear is on its way to $9 or so. It feels up 17%.
All right, man. CoreWeave. Yeah, let's get out of this name here on CoreWeave. We'll give a little back of the day there. That downtrend is still fully intact here. So we were just going against that. Not too good of a play on that. So we'll avoid CoreWeave for now. There might be another opportunity to get involved as the market's just continuously climbing higher. IonQ is now north of that trend line that we were referring to earlier on the session as well. Gaurav, I know you're short NVDA out here. I mean, that signal's not too bad. All right, let's do it. I'm in it. I'm in some with you there, my guy. I potentially like it really a lot up here. But see, the thing is, though, we got to keep an eye out. If it's going to continuously squeeze, we only want to give this so many attempts, right? We don't want to continuously try to milk a stone here, especially if it's going to go on the trajectory that it's currently on. Why am I going short a little bit here? Well, we got a bunch of indecision prints. I think this is overextension. We had the isolated volume. So I have about approximately 40 cents of risk I have to give this one here, 50 cents. And if it really starts to work, we'll add into the position. So we'll start relatively light and look for that move back in towards the volume weighted average price. Gore, remember that play that we made on NVDA before, just correlating the open interest with what we got going on? And now we're north of that 195 strike. Let's see if we can get the hedgies to start pushing price back down a little bit. So there it is. You are getting a bit of a move. I'm just I'm going to be overly cautious on the fact that these are going to be micro pullbacks and it just continuously grind. And at that point, I think it's just best to avoid the name at all costs.
All right. E-Signal, you listening, Ozan? All right, traders, listen up. The first month, it is absolutely free. That's right, we're waiving the fees so you can trade smarter, not harder. Upgrade to Elite, analyze, strategize, and of course, yes, capitalize on their platform that has everything: infinite data, instant trading, lightning fast market insights, and game-changing charts. And you can predict better with their backtesting tool, reliable real-time data, global markets at your fingertips. It's an all-in-one platform, so do not miss out. Execute your best trades now. If you're ready to elevate your trading, and you should, scan that QR code or check the link in the description. Shout out to the good folks there at eSignal. Joey.
Wow, IonQ. Why wasn't I trading that name?
Joey, we're doing it live over here on ZNA. We got, what do we got there? 45s. We just went the beak there at 65s. We could have taken out more profits, but I've set it up here at 77s on ZENA. So looking for continuation on that. Pleased with this trade. It went well, even though we were punching in at highs, but as you saw, we had to add a little bit there because when you're getting into the highs, it's a little bit tough to gauge where the top is going to be, obviously. So that's the look there on ZENA. And then STAI, man, we're going to see how this one ends up going. We got 75 pennies. It's showing me 73. So looking for continuation back and a test of 80 pennies again. So we'll pack our patience there. Anything below 70 ends the trade for me there. And I also want to mention, you guys already know about Big Bay Area, so I won't mention that again, but ONMD, when we were trading in the pre-market, just got up into the pre-market high again, but it did drop aggressively. 387 high, dropping all the way back down to 65, now showing me 72s. It's up 39% and change. It's a good look, man, on ONMD. Let me throw in the tickers. I do apologize there. Yeah, are you able to see that well yet?
What's that one there?
Right there. It's not the greatest. I wish I could make it a little bit bigger, but that's as big as it gets on this platform. So ONMD, guys, look, it dropped below VWAP and was of no interest to me at the time, but it quickly retraced above it. It only spent about 3 candles below VWAP before it got right back above of 41%, looking to take out the highs again now on ONMD. So this one, all gas, no brakes, Joey. Let's see what this one does. It was dropping back down and had me disinterested, but now it's got me interested again. We're going to keep tabs on this one.
All right, good look, good look. Yeah, it's continuing to climb. CoreWeave still selling off. So we're going reverse play here now, and this is what I'm talking about, these shallow pullbacks, and I'm only going to give this one attempt, and I'm going to allow NVDA to do what it wants to do, all right? So this is definitely a higher accuracy a type of trade here on this one that I'm thinking about, because just the trend that it's on. If you see those things, I just want to avoid it at all costs and save the mental capital there. So I'm short NVDA. Is my chat frozen? I haven't seen anybody write anything in a long time. I think Core.
Yeah, because mine's moving. So you.
Is yours is moving? Yeah, I got to refresh that here. Let's see what we got going on, because that was the last thing that I seen was my guy Gorov saying short. I like the 5-minute print. I don't see too much on the ones. So yeah, there it goes, man. Tesla's starting to recover as well too.
Oh,
so not
my
too bad.
God. Something happened with Lulu.
Is he getting smoked?
Okay, well, we're going to Adara.
Is he getting smoked?
No, it's popping up. Hold on, Adara.
Here you go, guys. Lululemon pushing higher. The news here is that apparently the company's founder said that they're looking at options for activism in Lululemon. It's reported by CNBC. So Lululemon reportedly considering options for activist investment. So keep an eye on LULU. I'll do the sector board really quickly while we're here because it is 10:40 a.m. A lot of things just lightly green. Oracle continuing to push to the upside here in tech services. Netflix up about 1% as well, though there is some weakness in ACN and AppLovin. Electronic technology, the chips continue to lead the way. AMD down 2%, continuing to pull back after this incredible rally earlier in the week. Nvidia, Broadcom, Arista Networks, and Intel all strong today. Finance with some strength, health technology with some strength, and the sector is going to be in watch today after the bell because Trump's 5 p.m. announcement is rumored to be about the most favored nations pricing policy and other drug-related deals. Producer manufacturing strong, utilities strong. Really, the only sectors that seem kind of weak here are health services and energy minerals. Back to you.
Ozan, man. Yeah, you called it, Ozan. We'll give you credit. You've been yelling about Lulu all day. But Joseph and I, look, because I heard you earlier saying in the chat, and I respect your opinion, Ozan, obviously, but you were yelling about, this is going to make you rich, this, that, and the other. So, hey, man, I wish you...
rich.
Well, yeah, he is very rich. But the point is,
really rich.
I want Lulu to do well. Don't get me
really
wrong,
rich.
but I don't see what you like about this. Ozan, this is the daily on Lulu. You're below the 50. You're in a bit of a consolidative state. Sure, you're off that 160 area. You're hovering at 175. There's resistance I see at 185, given this area trough over here, let alone the 50 that's at 187. I want Lulu to do well. So I want to hear your case, Ozan, if you can kind of explain what the situation is with Lulu. Trader TV Live Dallas. If Joe or Sharif will give me a bet to sleep visit you guys. I told you, bro. You can stay at Joey's place anytime. You have my invitation.
Yeah.
You can stay at Joey's place.
You're dropping him off, right?
I'm dropping him off.
Yeah,
I'll do that. I'll do that. You know what I mean? I might as well do something. No, I'm playing, of course. Shout out to you, Ozan. Hope you print up multiple storms. And thank you for calling out that Lulu headline. And thanks to Dara for covering that for us. All right, let's keep an eye here on ZENA because it's coming back down. We got 45s and it's now coming back down into 59. Double top at 70. Not really sure what my move is going to be next on this one. So packing my patience. I also have to manage STAI. This one is really starting, to look worse and worse. It has buyers at 70, but it feels like it's just going to be any moment now where those sellers overwhelm the buyers at set 70 level. So I'm going to keep my eye out on that. We've got right now 74.5 on, so we're out of the money on this one. We'll give back a little bit on the day if we do lose on this one, which will be fine. We'll still be green though. Nice. Daryl Finch. Give me that shorted Lulu, 176.25. Oh. My guy. Let's have a look at the intro. We were just there, but let's do it again. Oh no, 176. You took that short, eh? And it's where is it at right now? Because it doesn't update. There we go, 173.50. Okay, so you took that $3 winner. Shout out to you, my man. Yeah, price spikes are what they are. We'll see what the market thinks about this after it's had an opportunity to digest the entire thing, not intraday. Keep tabs on that. Should be a good look for Lulu, maybe, with this headline. We'll keep tabs. Ask Joe to share his DM for Lulu. I will. He's gone now. I don't know where he went. So as soon as he gets back, I will let him know. Guys, ONMD is still doing its thing. Where is it at? There it is. It's got some topping tails now into 390, so it's got a 394 high. It really can't close, at least on the 1 minute anyway, above that 390 level. So let's see if it comes back in and tests the breakout area. I want to say the breakout area is between 65 to 75. You have the topping tail candles, which rejected 75, but all the closing prints in and around this area here were all 65 levels. So let's see what this one does. I don't mind weaseling into it. And there is STI breaking down, and that's going to be the end of the trade there. So we'll give back a little bit on STAI, no worries. And I have to mention, obviously, QNRX. What kind of a psycho would I be if I didn't mention the 300% winner that's halted up again to the upside, halted at 32.18, and it's showing a top of 38. And there it is open now, QNRX, and it is dropping aggressively. Let's see, does it get bought up? It is getting bought up, and there is the halt parameter into 41.80 as soon as people started selling. The buyers stepped in to buy what the sellers were selling, and here we are. We're going to halt, it looks like at 41.80 if we get more of this, and we do. Unreal strength on QNRX. What a high side move here. We were talking about this at 300 and change. Now we're talking about 400 and change. Keep your eye on this one and be careful trading it, by the way. Stonks by day. I love it. $4.99 super chat. Thank you. Please help. Joseph, BTCL, December 19th, $61 calls. When I try to take profit, the price tanks. Am I cooked? Forgot to check volume. My average is 809.
Yeah, volume is really key on some of those things. Guys, I got a worst case scenario happening right now as well too, Sharif. Really, really bad here. As for lunch, it's the worst case.
Bro, you tripped me out there, man. I thought something was going on with position.
No.
What, we got tilapia?
No, bro.
We got beef strogie?
It's worse. Yes, it is beef.
And the beef strogie again.
Man, okay, let's get into what our friend here was talking about. Yeah, it's an absolute disaster. Please help. BTCL. I don't even know what this name is. So there goes Nvidia. It's still grinding higher. I'm going to probably have to get out of this. Not an ideal short, so we'll give a little bit more back there on the session. Let's pull this name up for you. Pull up. BTCL. Oh, 2x. Oh my
what
days.
Now?
All right, this is why we don't do these things, okay? Listen, all right. So calls when I try to take profit, the price tanks, and my cook forgot to check volume. My average is $8.09 on those $61 calls. I mean, you're down, how many of them do you have? You're down $3 per contract, right? You can sell some things against that. It's not like horrid. I've been in worse situations than that. What expiration did he have there? Oh, 12/19. Okay, so the 19th of December. Let's pull those up there and see what we got going on. $61. Those are. Whoa, what are you worried about? My average is $8. Oh, okay, I see what you're getting at. They're worth $12 right now. Here it is, right? So I think you're okay. But yeah, that's the big time issue is obviously liquidity. 28 contracts right there. I would just continuously hold those offers out there to see if you can get any biters. The volume's not even moving or anything along those lines. So yeah, that's the one thing that a lot of people don't realize is that volume is really, really key because if there's no liquidity in the options contracts, the market maker will give it to you, no problem. Hey, yeah, take it. But getting rid of it is significantly harder. I remember I ran into that issue. I had a bear call spread on, I forget what it was, but anyways, I had to call IBKR. Oh. And I was like, yeah, what is going on here? Why can't I get out? Why can't I get out? And this was in my earlier days. And he's like, buddy, like, just look at the volume. There's no volume on these contracts. And I'm like, what can I do? He's like, there's essentially nothing you can do until the volume starts to pick up. And I'm like, man, so eventually it worked out in my favor, thank God. But I was panicking because I'm like, what happened if I wanted to get out and I couldn't? So you're seeing that that's an obviously big time issue, guys. Make sure you take note of that.
Very good point,
if you're going to be trading contracts, that's why I have a concentration with roughly around the same names. Is why? Because the liquidity is there. It's not like these stocks. If I go over to something like one of the small cap names that Sharif is consistently trading, no volume, and you're not going to be having a good time. They'll give you the contracts. Yeah. They will give you the contracts, no problem. But getting rid of that's your issue at the end of the day. So,
yeah. So I never really actually considered looking volume. The options route. Well, I always consider volume. And I did know that. Remember the CoreWeave short that we took?
Yeah.
And remember how it like lacked volume, whatever. Right when I got into the trade, I was out of the money like $300.
Oh, was that
immediately?
Yeah.
Because of the spread and the lack of volume, right?
Yeah, exactly.
I do remember that. That was one of like the first stints.
So I mean, you can see that's the thing. They're worth something. So I think what you have to do is just wait until something comes in. You're also playing a 2x leverage. So essentially you're playing a derivative of a derivative. I don't think that's the smartest thing to do either. You're in the money, but now you just got to be patient. Call your brokerage up and see what you can do. But just hold those offers. You're going to have to give a wide spread. Like, I mean, it's a $3 spread on this. That's insane, right? Check that spread out on those guys. The bid on the contract is on $7.50. Oh, I'm seeing $9, right, for those 61 strikes. There, is it Jason? Yeah, it's Jason, right? Jason it's somebody else. That's another super chat. Stonks by day, crypto by night. I like that one. I think you'll be okay. There's obviously just massive liquidity issues. Like, it's just really, really cooling down.
QNRX is open, gonna halt. It opened down, and then it was gonna halt up. So let's see what this one does now. It's below the lower, the opening of the lower of the previous candle, but it's holding the 10 EMA and holding the previous halt level at 32.20. It is gonna halt down though, 32.10. Here we go. This is gonna be the first down halt, I think, on the day. We have to wait until this actually halts. I just want to make sure that this is the first down halt. No, we got one down halt at 9:42. That was it. Every other halt has been an up halt. So this is two down halts prior. This is the third one, excuse me. There was one at 9:36 and then again another one at 9:32. But since basically that time when we opened up at 9:48, it's only made higher highs and higher lows, which is obviously up halt. So QNRX down halted, tap showing 26.33, halt level 32.10, Adara.
Yeah, we'll talk here about the U.S. dollar. We did get some economic data this morning. 1-year inflation expectations here for the University of Michigan Consumer Sentiment, 4.6% versus 4.7% forecast. And then we also had the University of Michigan Consumer Sentiment, 55 versus 54 expected. So better than expected sentiment, slightly lower than expected one-year inflation expectation. Usually things that are viewed as positive for the market. Just a little bit of context there for this US dollar. The 5-year inflation estimate was flat, so exactly in line with estimates and in line with the previous print, 3.7% across the board. Now the US dollar breaking its, 4-day winning streak, but still poised to continue this curl to the upside after making a new low of year on Fed Day, September 17th. Let's talk here about the Fed, because we do have a new Fed chair potentially coming up. Now, they've really cut down this list. Apparently, the top contenders right now, and I'm going to have to update this infographic, Kevin Hassett, Kevin Warsh, Christopher Waller, Michelle Bowman, and Rick Rieder. These are the top 5 contenders. Now, Rick Rieder of the 5 is the only one that has no kind of Fed background. Kevin Warsh was a former Fed governor. Michelle Bowman and Waller are both current Fed governors. And then Kevin Hassett worked at the Fed for 5 years, though not as a governor. So either way, Rick Rieder may be the dark horse in this race, but I'm seeing apparently he could be the front runner as well. Interesting stuff. Larry Lindsay, for what it's worth, he voluntarily withdrew himself from the race. He just said it's not something he wants to do right now. But these 5, according to CNBC, one of them could be the next Fed chair. Back to you.
There goes ONMD again. Joseph breaking through 4, taking out highs, a 415 high. We got out at 14s there. Sorry, 13s. Uh-oh. That's not good. But now the volume is really picking up. 16 area high. This one is awfully strong. But look at this ad on Zeta. That's crazy, bro. This trading is good today, Joey. Look at that ad. Come on. Look at these entries.
Zena.
Feel good. All right, let's set up at 69 right now. And then we're also setting up at 77. So ZENA headed to the high side. Show me 65s now. I'm waiting at 69. I did get out of, Rex Banner is asking me if I got out of ONMD. I did. I got out close to the top, never really at the top, but we got back in at, you'll recall, in the low 80s, and then we went the peak there in the mid-teens. So we're going to keep an eye out on this one. Shout out. Get that money, Lone. Shout out to my man, Lone. Rex Banner, Zena Warrior Princess. Yes, I know. Ram.
Do you say
Ozan wants to know Zena. Sorry.
Yeah, I was going to say, yeah. All right. I was going to say, I'm like, whoa.
I know you got offended about that one last time. I remember you were talking about her.
When you asked me if I said Z or Z,
yeah,
I'm like,
think,
brother, I'm like, yeah, you asked me. I'm like, it's essentially irrelevant to me.
It's irrelevant. Well, I don't know, bro. I find myself always saying Zed.
Ram is going somewhere tonight.
Yo, Ram didn't sleep. So she's coming in decked out, right? Because she went out last night. We don't know where. She won't tell us. She won't also tell us where she's going later.
Yeah.
She got her hair did. Her makeup's done.
The lashes are done.
Yeah, she got the glasses. Yeah. She's feeling a little suave. You know what I mean? Yeah. And she won't answer any Joey's questions.
Yeah. I'm like, where are you going? Immediately.
Ram, why don't you grab the mic and let everybody know what you were up to yesterday?
The fact that you didn't sleep is insane. You're 24, right, Ramin? Oh my God, to be that age again. I don't even know what I would do.
Is, I think, on the 22nd or 23rd? 22nd, right? Hey, I was right.
When I worked at Bill, I think that this hindered me a lot. Is I would do 24-hour shifts. Right? Like, just because, 24 hours. Like, until we got the networks back up, you were working consistently.
That's crazy.
24 plus.
Hold on, how did you end up staying up 24 hours?
It's so hard, but when you got a lot to do, it's crazy, extremely hard. Joey? And I think that took a toll on me. Now, if I'm not in bed by 10:30 or 11, my next day is absolutely ruined. And I did this throughout my 20s, right? Which was absolutely 100%. Insane. Now, if I were to stay up all night, I would have to call Brando and be like, hey, brother, there's zero chance that I can come in and function properly.
Of course.
Yeah, so shout out to...
I went out to
that would do nothing for me.
TIFF for the TIFF party.
Yeah.
And I didn't even get home that late.
Like, you get home at?
2:32, something like that. It wasn't even too bad. Yeah, but it's not like prohibitively bad.
Yeah.
I had to take the morning off, bro. I had to come in for the midday, and I was like not functional on the midday.
Oh, yeah, bro.
But thankfully, Yadira carried that bad boy the majority of the time because I just had no ability.
Why you been waiting for that there, Trevor?
What's going on?
He said he's been waiting for me to get old for some reason.
Why, bro?
Why would you want that? I want to stay youthful.
What's happening? happening there?
I don't know.
There goes Xena, whoever, bro. Again, Joey, into the day's high. And we had the peak there, of course, at 69. The next level we're waiting is 75. We still have more shares. ZENA, it's been doing well, trending up, higher highs, higher lows, not explosive like your other friend QNRX, but it's giving you that stable ascent, so to speak. I want to mention ONMD as well because it's coming back down into $4. Now, I don't want to say $4 was a breakout level. I don't perceive $4 to be a breakout level, but it is, of course, psychological support. I just feel maybe that 22 penny move above $4 is not sufficient enough to use $4 as support. I could be wrong because right now it is initially finding a nice move off 4 into 410, 11. It goes. So we're going to be keeping tabs on that for you guys. But there goes Xena again. Did I get the fill? I'm waiting at 75. It's showing me 75 as I shouldn't be waiting at the $0.75. So we'll go ahead and take it out right. Oh, you little mother. Okay, well, now we're going to go into 75 because you dropped on me. So now we're going to continue to wait here on ZENA at that 75 penny area. That is now the day high, keeping an eye on this one. I also want to mention QNRX, of course, because this one is halted down, having halted at 10.50.33. This one will likely be 10 minutes or more because it is 10.57, and this one halted at 10.50, so it'll, by definition, be longer than 5 minutes, so we'll keep tabs on that. And then we're also keeping an eye on Big Bear AI, right? It's coming back into that 10 EMA on the 5, right around 8.5.
Oh, wow, something's happening in the market. Something happening in the market right now. Big time. Okay,
yeah,
there we go. I didn't catch that fill. How come? Why?
Yeah, something very bad happened.
Yeah, something very not good whatsoever. I can't catch a, why won't it fill me? Come on, get me involved.
Why?
A little bit more. No way.
Everything's dropping really badly.
Oh my God, this is a big time move here, guys. And I tried, there we go. We caught that fill on NVDL. Let's go. As we're starting to take, I wanted it way up here. Couldn't catch that for if my life depended on it. Something big just jumped into the market as it started to tank. The cues are gone. The SPY is gone.
I'm looking. I don't see anything.
We had NVDA drop right into the volume weighted average price and continuing to bleed. Something
I'm looking.
Extremely large must be going on. Yeah. I got to start covering a little bit this here. I'm going to flatten out because I did not want that fill. Oh, my days. And there it goes. Back into the volume weighted average price. That's a nice trade, but I wanted it way up here. I was posted there. So there's something going on.
Apparently there's tariff news. Obi is saying, let's have a look. I don't see anything quite yet.
Wow.
Tariff increase.
Why did I?
Oh, so he's fighting back with them because they're inspecting American ships and stuff. So he's going to respond. I knew that was going to happen. He was not going to take that lightly. I don't have anything quite yet. Looking. Nope, nothing yet coming in on CNBC or any of the other news blotters. I'm looking at my news blotter right now. I'm keeping an eye on that. I'm not seeing anything, guys. So we'll pack our patience. If we see anything, we will let you know. This is. Yeah, thanks, Brendo. Got it. There it is. There it is. It's a truth post. I can't open it up. China becoming very hostile. That's it. That's what Trump said in a truth post. Trump saying China became very hostile. I do have Trump on there. Give me 1 second to load it up. Here it is. I'm going to read it out to you guys. Some very strange things are happening in China. They are becoming very hostile and sending letters to countries throughout the world that they want to impose export controls on each and every element of production having to do with rare earths and virtually anything else they can think of, even if it's not manufactured in China. Nobody has ever seen anything like this, but essentially it would clog the markets and make life very difficult for virtually every country in the world, especially for China. We have been contacted by other countries who are extremely angry at this great trade hostility, which came out of nowhere. Our relationship with China over the past 6 months has been a very good one, thereby making this move on trade an even more surprising one. I have always felt that they've been lying in wait, and now, as usual, I have been proven right. There is no way that China should be allowed to hold the world captive, but that seems to have been their plan for quite some time, starting with the magnets and other elements that they have quietly amassed into somewhat of a monopoly position, a rather sinister and hostile move to say the least. But the U.S. has monopoly positions also, much stronger and much far-reaching than China's. I've just chosen not to use them. There was never a reason for me to do so until now, capitalized. The letter they sent is many pages long and details with great specificity each and every element that they want to withhold from other nations. Things that were routine are no longer routine at all. I have not spoken to President Xi because there was no reason to do so. This was a real surprise, not only to me, but all the leaders of the free world. I was to meet President Xi in 2 weeks at APEC in South Korea, but now there seems to be no reason to do so.
My God.
The Chinese letters were especially inappropriate in that this was the day that after 3,000 years of bedlam and fighting, there is peace in the Middle East, okay? I wonder if that timing was coincidental, dependent on what China says about the hostile order that they have just put out. I will be forced as President of the United States to financially counter their move. For every element they have been able to monopolize, we have two. I never thought it would come to this, but perhaps, as with all things, the time has come. Ultimately, though potentially painful, it will be a very good thing in the end for the USA. One of the policies that we are calculating at the moment is a massive increase of tariffs on Chinese products coming into the United States of America. There are many other countermeasures that are likewise under serious consideration. Thank you for your attention on this matter. There you go. So there we have it. That's the way it works. That's the way it works.
Oh, no.
Show's over. We're sending you to the midday.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yo. How's it going, guys? How's everything going? How's your morning going, Dara? Oh, boy.
Sorry.
All right.
It's going okay. It's actually a little frustrating because look at this beautiful chart on Ferrari.
Oh, you're muted.
My mic
Yep.
is on.
Oh, okay.
Actually, I'm using my mic. Okay, so I'm good. Okay, awesome. So guys, look at this little Ferrari. Okay, I tried a long here, and I will say I used the TradingView chart to enter this. It looked a bit better, but I was looking at it in the book, and basically we had this push lower, right? Obviously, I wanted to short like here at the 408s. I couldn't get filled, whatever. To come back up, we make this pop over VWAP. Then we come and look how we sit so pretty here on the 90 MA. Then we kind of form a little bit of a base here at that 407.40. So I'm like, dope. I'll get long here. We see this push up. I like the order book. It doesn't work, whatever. I get stopped out. That's fine. Then I try to get short here because lower highs. Okay, awesome. Yeah, so I only get part filled. I get 2/5 of what I actually wanted. Then I add here when we make this lower low, because again, my thesis is we're making lower highs and higher lows. So if I see a lower low that is a bit of a change here and I want to add to that, I would have added regardless had I gotten fulfilled. That's not the point. The point is look at how much I get wicked out here. In fact, actually on the minute chart, look, there is no wick where I got filled. I got ghost filled. So it's okay. And then the stock drops. And obviously, you know what we do here? We don't get emotional. Does this suck? Of course. Does it matter? No, because you know what, Obi? We get back in that Ferrari, we turn on the gas, and we look for another trade. However, 403 was yesterday's low and a level of resistance and support on the daily. So will I be watching that potentially for something? Yes. Will it be forcing anything? That'd be a no. I had a nice little AAPL short earlier today as well that I will pull up and talk about for 1 second. Yeah, so look, this is pretty clean, I think. VWAP projection, I took this low. I should have added at 592. I didn't. That's not the point. I got out here because I was looking at the book and I was like, this is going to get dicey. Then it rips up $3 and I was like, woo. Sometimes you just feel good about yourself, you know. And then I got stopped out. So my stop was just above VWAP. I got slipped $1.50. It's fine. Got stopped out. A little bit worse than break even. I'm not going to cry over it. This was something I was looking at for a short projection of VWAP. And then the tariff situation with Trump and the post happened. So I had a lot of short ideas that have been completely, I guess, thrown out with the baby in the bathwater there with this drop. I'm going to have to reconsider this whole market. But I'm so happy I get to reconsider this whole market with you guys.
That's awesome. Yeah, no, solid trading there. Yeah, no, sometimes those ghost fills can be a little annoying.
That's crazy, right?
Yeah, I think it's just sometimes orders just get internalized. I think that's why you get the ghost fill. there. But it is what it is. This market's coming in real hot.
I should mention the news though, because people are saying they missed it.
Okay, yeah, sure. Mention the news.
Trump posted the longest post I've ever seen on social media ever, and I'm really not exaggerating, about tariffs in China and how he's mad at President Xi, and there could be massive tariffs on China. That was what happened there. That's really what happened. That was the news. Trump is very annoyed at Xi. He said there's really no point in meeting.
No worries.
Yeah.
You want to log into Unity?
Oh, yeah, sorry.
As well? Okay, cool. Thank you. So that's why the markets are kind of dropping. So a little bit of a shake and bake happening here with some presidential truths. Again, I didn't do too much this morning session. I didn't really see too much, to be honest. I was just like, I'm just going to wait. I'm going to be patient because I honestly, I think there was one or two things that I missed. CoreWeave was quite nice. It was very, very strong as well. I really like that move. So let's take a quick look at what that did here. APLD, I was watching APLD as well here, and that didn't really do too much. I was looking for that continuation. Nice, strong push on their earnings report, and a little bit of a no-show off of the open as it just consolidates and trades sideways between a range of 39 and roughly 35, 34, 59 are the lows right now on APLD. But CoreWeave, oh boy, this one was running really nicely off of the open, and I was like, oh boy, I want to participate in a potential reversion, but that was so choppy, I kind of left it alone. But you can see the follow through now coming in on CoreWeave is pretty aggressive. So shout out to anybody who is sitting in the shorts, not the longs, sitting in the shorts on the day. Boss Play saying, are we going to get another 222 test on Amazon? I think so. I like the way, I like that you guys are following along now. It's like, all right, 222s on Amazon, the chart will speak for itself. I'll just point it out over and over again over the past couple of weeks. Don't forget, that is January month open. That is the year opening price. Now, when is it important? I don't know, but if the price action on the chart keeps telling me that this is important, hey, look, we keep going and transacting at this price over and over again, then maybe I'm looking to take inventory into that price, being a little position neutral. Just being like, okay, for prices above, I want to take it into it. If prices below, I want to take it into it as well. So I think that's been pretty nice if you have the risk allotment to kind of take that kind of a trade. But Nvidia is pulling back into some prior levels here. So the thing becomes, all right, cool, we got a strong Quadunk. My question is, where bid? When bid? Where is the reversion? So that's what I'm going to be looking for. And another price that I keep pointing out over the past couple of weeks on the NASDAQ, guess what? 25,000. Hello, once again, 25,000 test on the NASDAQ. So yeah, that's been coming in multiple times over and over again. TMQ, US metals, yeah. So rare earth metals were kind of pointed out in that truth, and oh boy, the market is tanking, but take a look at MP Materials ripping to the upside. 76s, what was the undisturbed price here? So a little bit of a shake and bake earlier, maybe someone knew something, expanding volume, and then boom, 76s all the way to 82.5. So MP Materials, what's another one? TMC, the metals company. Okay, there's a little bit of a bid. That came in with a strong sell-off of the open, but this is bringing some bid back into the stock here. I think there's one more. There's one more rare earth company. If you guys know, throw it up in the chat. I'll be more than willing to kind of look at it. I'm looking for them as well. But that MP is looking quite solid as of right now. I'm waiting for the bid to step in because these sellers are very, very aggressive. If you were already short, like I said, good luck. And shout out to you. LAC saying chuck of all trades. Yes, that is correct. Lithium, of course, a little bit of wipe back up all the way to 816s here on LAC. So we'll see. We'll see how this kind of digests and how we come out of this by the end of the day. But interesting price action nonetheless on this tariff news here by the president himself. Should be interesting.
Yeah, I'm gonna share this post.
You weren't lying when you said that is the longest.
So thank you to Sheree for reading this when I was just getting set up at this desk. This post is super long, and we're not gonna read the whole thing again. My throat also would probably give out on me, but what I will say is I think the biggest thing is there's now no reason to meet President Xi. He said, and of course, this is typical, guys, for Trump through social posts. If you see a really long post, life hack from Adara from a news perspective, just go to the end. Because usually the thing you need to know is that, again, when he announced the Liberation Day tariffs were going to be delayed, that announcement came at the very end of his post. I spent the first post being like, why is the market moving on this? So go to the very, very end, guys. Apparently, yeah, USAR is good, MP is good. Apparently, TLT is pushing higher. But yeah, so again, the biggest part here is considering a massive increase of tariffs on China, and he no longer thinks there's any reason for him to meet with President Xi, potentially. That is the main thing that you guys need to know here. I tried a short there on Lulu at the low kind of, I thought we were going to break down because we were consolidating nicely. It did not work. Oh, wait, I'm not stopped out yet, so we'll see, but I'll show you guys what I was looking for. Yeah, I took this short. I was like, okay, dope. Then it kind of slooped. Now it's coming back up. My stop is going to be around this kind of consolidation high. I have no problem with getting stopped out of this and getting back in. I wanted the short on Lulu at 173. And my thought was, okay, Adair, you have to get set up for the show. You have to log out, put in your P-Pro over there, take your time. Now, if I had gotten the 170 to 90 short risking to VWAP, obviously that would have been really good. We have eyes. I don't have to say that. It's a little disappointing I didn't get it. But, guys, you don't get disappointed. You know what you do get? Over it and taking some trades. Yeah. So that's my take there on Lulu. I'm not looking at too many tickers today. Lulu I'm watching. Darn, I missed that. Race, reshort, but it's fine. CrowdStrike I was watching, but CrowdStrike, the volume today, we're still above 1 million. I was like making a little joke to myself in my head. I'm like, guess how many tickers have more volume than CrowdStrike today? RACE, Netflix, everything except for CrowdStrike. But no, all jokes aside, you guys know I was watching CrowdStrike yesterday. We had this kind of push into all-time highs. We broke down. I liked the idea of this kind of short here with that double VWAP projection, but with the volume being what it was, I would just, if I had to risk like way more than I thought it was worth given the volume, so I just didn't get into it. Now we're kind of consolidating here. I think we might break down into 500. And also, when I'm looking for shorts here, I want things that have already kind of broken down, right? I don't want a stock that was cray-cray strong. I hate that I just said cray-cray there all day, and now is pushing lower, right? So with that in mind, what is pushing lower here? That would be, CrowdStrike was already kind of pushing lower. RACE already breaking down. AMD with the most beautiful bear flag known to man. I tried to get into this a couple times. It didn't work. I didn't want to force it. That being said, Obi.
Yes.
I like this little double bottom at 220.50s. You'd have to risk like $3 for it. AMD is not usually a ticker I like to do that for it. We'll keep an eye on it. Right now I am in Lulu. I have a feeling I'll probably get stopped out of Lulu. And then in that case, people might be like, Adara, why just not leave if you think you're going to get stopped out? That is not my approach. I'm going to see the trade through till the end. I'm going to have tea.
No worries. Yeah. No, I think that's a good point there. You want to see those trades into the end. You want to follow the plan. We talked a little bit about this later. Just if you're looking at your blotter and you're seeing some green or some red, and that's what you're trading off of, I'm sorry, but you're already on the wrong path. But you got to trade the trade. The trade is a trade, and you have to give it that kind of a respect. And if you're looking at P&L and if you're thinking about money. Right away. If you're thinking about money, like you're know that you're already in the wrong mindset. Now, sometimes I catch myself doing this as well, right? I'm just like, I'll be in a position, it might not be working or something like that. I'll start thinking in ways that I normally don't think. I'll be like, okay, well, how's my P&L looking like? What's how far am I from how much % of my daily shutdown or whatever? You know what I mean? Like things that are related to dollars. As soon as I utter those words or those things cross my mind, I just know already that I'm probably on the wrong path in the position. But I think that's a great point there. You want to have your main focus on what the trade is, what you think the trade is, and then mainly just following your plan as well, right? So I think that's a big one to kind of participate in. So yeah, let me know what you guys are doing here. I got involved with a little bit of that LAC on that initial pop, but like I said, I'm going to keep it tight. I don't like chasing necessarily, and this is very much a chase. But here's the thing: the news is relatively fresh as well as it dissipates around the world. Participants might be looking into some of these stocks as well. Maybe looking at that volume indicator could be a good sign as well. If we see that volume starting to expand and push, then maybe that could be a good thing as well. And I think we got a super chat. Did we get a super chat? Oh, right. Okay, sorry. So there's a new feature, guys. So what's going to happen is when you guys send a super chat, we'll actually hear it. It'll be text to voice. I'll hear it in my ear, you'll hear it on the show, and we'll hear it in the studio as well. So I don't know who's going to be reading them out, but that's just a FYI for anybody there. Sorry, say again? His name is Brian. So Brian will be reading out some of your super chats as well.
Who's Brian?
Yeah, who's Brian, right? I'm thinking it's some sort of like a text-to-speech voice thing as well. So shout out to Brian, who's going to be reading out all of your super chats. So
Get it,
should be
Brian.
interesting. Should be fun. Let's see. Yeah, exactly. They're going to be sending goofy chats to whisper into your ear. That's exactly what I told Fabian. I was like, "Yo, what happens if some of these chats start to get a little bit questionable, right?" I think we do have some safeties in place. We'll see. We'll see how that kind of pans out. Yeah, that's why you want to test it a little bit there. So imagine, I can imagine things going pretty good, or the other way as well. But we'll find out. You know what I like to do. I like to wait and see what happens. So we'll see. But let me know in the chat, what are you guys trading? This move is absolutely crazy. You know, one stock that is not taking it on the chin right now. Oh boy, Oklo. Look at that. Market does not care. Is it affected by this? Probably not. Is it doing its own thing?
Yes.
Very much so. Is it relatively strong already on the day? Yes. So this is giving me some information that is pretty interesting here on the day. LAC getting stopped out there as we pull back in. That's perfectly fine. More than willing to try again. If that was going to go, I was looking for it to go right away. And if it doesn't, it doesn't. And I just give it a few pennies there of risk. So we did get a super chat here, but I didn't really hear too much just yet. So let's see. Mohammed saying, just bought SPY puts for today, a short scalp right before the news, and my 8K turned into 40K literally in 2 minutes. Nice, man. Congratulations. This is what we talk about when we say getting lucky, right? Getting lucky is a lot of people are like, oh yeah, you just got lucky, but no, luck is when preparation meets opportunity, right? This is a test
super chat message.
Oh, boom. Oh, okay. Did you guys hear that? No? Obi, LAC on VWAP saying on Antonio, yes, maybe. Thank you for the super chat. I'll keep eyes on, but it kind of cracked that VWAP as of right now. So we'll kind of keep eyes on. The market continues to drop as of right now. But talking about getting lucky, I think preparation meets opportunity. I think Seneca said that, if I'm not mistaken. But regardless, it's about placing yourself in a position to get lucky. Now, there were a lot of signals that were saying that, market might be a little bit weak. We're at the top of the range, and that probably got you into that short in the first place. And then, boom, follow through on news. So good stuff there. Yeah, great trade. SPY puts, yeah, if you had SPY puts today, you're definitely milking. You had any sort of mag-related puts or market-related puts, yeah, you're definitely printing as of right now, and we are making another leg lower as of right now. We're just eating through a lot of these orders, man.
Yeah, I mean, my good friend AMD came in clutch, and I want to talk about this. I am someone who has zero qualms, like literally no qualms, about taking low-of-day breakdowns. And I know Neil's talked about this. Neil said that's generally something he's not going to do. Sharif was talking about high of days. I have no problem taking high of day or low of day. Now, this is something I think I could probably temper the extent to which I do it, or the amount to which I do it. But why do I do this? Because here's my thinking. Like, if something is weak, if it's really building into this weakness, and if it's giving you, especially like this, where you've just gone, you really can't get higher, then I'm going to be comfortable trying a short, because here's my theory. The market is still, the stock is still weak. The market is still weak. I have confluence for it. I have no reason to believe all of a sudden it'll be beautiful and strong. So with that in mind, I take the short. The order book looked really clean on this too. I'm risking to the top of the shelf, 223, just above 223.20 is. Again, I am giving this room, and I know that is a comment that I saw in some of my trades yesterday, like, oh, I give things a lot of room. I don't take profit right away. I don't have an issue with that, and I think my biggest issue when I used to be in the midday with Sharif is I would take profit constantly and way too early, and I would actually negate my best trades just by taking profit too soon. You know what I mean? Like, I'd rather have a situation here like this race car, my Ferrari, my Rari, where, you know, I literally I showed you guys the 1 minute chart, I got ghost wicked on this. I'd rather have that where I lost, but I followed the plan and the trade and it was just a freak incident in the market, than take profit too early. In case in point, AMD still breaking new day low. I'm not moving my stop on this unless I get a discernible lower high or the book starts going crazy, trying to take profit around 217s because that was a bit of support resistance level on the chart when I zoomed out. Take a look at CrowdStrike, still kind of breaking down. I like the idea of a 500 breakdown, especially with the volume increase. But as I said, CrowdStrike still has not traded 1 million shares in volume. Now, I'll trade things below 1 million shares all day, every day. But as I mentioned yesterday, I don't like to trade things below 1 million shares when it's like already like 11. I'm like, you should be at 1 million by now, girl. I don't care. Now, Lulu. This, I will argue, was probably, I don't want to say less defensible low of day breakdown because I do stand by it. This is kind of coming into an AV WAP I have. Most of my AV WAPs are from earnings on Lulu, so I suspect it was that, though I will go back and check. And guys, this is where I think stop placement really matters, and I want to give a lot of props to Sean and Obi and Jose as well, but all of whom have really helped me with regards to stop placement, right? I think the biggest thing here is give your stops room. Like I remember I kept telling Sean, oh my God, I would get like, you know, wicked out. And he said, give it like a little bit of room above where you think the level is. And I think that's super important because with Lulu, if I'd put the stop clean where I thought this little trenchy top was, I would have gotten stopped out in this wick right here. But I gave it room. It ended up working out in my favor. Now, the one thing with giving it room is sometimes when you do get stopped out, you get, you know, blown out a little bit, especially with the type of stuff I trade. But I'd rather, again, have my stop, you know, get blown out occasionally and get, you know, all swept up, gone with the wind, than constantly get wicked out of quality trades. I gave almost said NASCAR. I gave my Ferrari, I gave my race car some room here, and I still got wicked out. So that is a good sign, guys. All you can control is making sure you have a system for your stop setting and making sure you have a way to handle it. Guys, in case you missed the move, Donald Trump posted, again, the longest post I have ever seen on Truth Social. The highlights of this were he is not happy with President Xi, and he no longer thinks there's any point in meeting with Xi, which he was supposed to do in a couple weeks to South Korea, and he is considering massive, in all caps, tariffs there for China. So that is the news for those who missed it. And I might do a post at some point on TTV Research and infographic about this post, but it's so long I really have to do some edits there. How are you doing?
Not too bad. I'm just observing this this selling kind of come in pretty aggressively. That Oklo that I was just talking about, that's also coming in pretty nicely as of right now as well. So maybe we break down into that $150 mark. I got a little bit long here on LAC as it dropped down into this $8 level. But here's the thing, guys. If this market continues to bleed as it is, I think that we are definitely poised for a lot lower, and you got to watch out for some of the stocks that are maybe somewhat related to market sentiment, the betas, and look for maybe disconnects as well. What are the stocks that are disconnecting from this market drop? Are they're not correlated, or you know they've broken correlation or anything like that of the sort? I think there's definitely going to be stuff in there. So point those out if you guys see them, because whenever things start to decorrelate, I definitely want to have eyes on some of those stocks for sure, just to see if after for whatever reason they've decorrelated, is there a probability or possibility even of coming back in and reverting to the mean if those prices are actually truly mispriced. So I kind of like just that concept as well. Let's see if we can kind of bring that into fruition. So eyes on and eyes out for anything that's not doing what this market is doing. I already pointed out a couple of them, like Oklo as well. That thing has been bidding up pretty nicely. So I'm looking at that. Nvidia all the way back down to 188.70s. I was looking at IONQ earlier this morning. That's coming back into day lows as well. Oracle's just pushed past day lows. CoreWeave's giving it all up and then some more. Apple's breaking down as well. So it seems like sellers are definitely on board today, and we've been seeing like inklings of strong sellers, coming and going over the past couple of weeks. We've seen the strong sell-offs that we've gotten. Oracle with that intraday news, like anything and everything. Like it's almost as if sellers are waiting for attention to come to a stock, and as soon as it comes in, they use that liquidity to kind of, or use that volume as effective liquidity for selling. You know what I mean? I don't know. Whatever it is, people are selling on on a lot of things right now. So interesting stuff. We've already seen the signs of that, and some more happening today on an actual Trump tariff scare once again. So we'll see. We'll see if he tacos this one. But I don't know. Maybe these are the dips. Maybe these are dips we're looking for. We were talking about like, sorry, yeah, exactly, taco dip. So it's like guac.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm looking for the guac. But the question is, who's got the sauce?
I mean, my AMD trade has a sauce, I'll tell you that. No, all jokes aside, I'm not trying to be like whatever way about it. I'm proud I got into this. So again, as I said, low day breaks can always be a tale of two stories. My Lulu trade is oscillating right now and kind of giving me nothing. But this AMD, and again, as Obi said, a lot of times you want trades to work right away. Now, as I've said with spready tickers, I don't feel that way. In fact, sometimes I feel the opposite. Sometimes I want to see it get right to my level and then. AMD, though, worked right away. I took profit at 216. I told you guys, or actually closer to 217, just below 217. I told you guys already why I like that level. It's because when I zoomed out, that was a bit of a level. Now, speaking of zooming out, making sure you guys like and subscribe, please, and thank you. But also, Bud C in the chat was saying, let's look forward. Where's the bottom on the Qs? Where's it going to bounce? Here's the thing. I think both, I don't want to speak for Obi, but I know kind of both how we stand on the market, and neither of us are like, super. We're not going to try to make guesses on things. And I don't want to speak for you, Obi, but I based on our conversations, I know I certainly am this way. I think you are a little bit as well. I don't want to make guesses on where the bottom's going to come in, right? That's just not my style. It's not my steez. What I will say is, I'm going to zoom out a little. I'll do like can I do a 4-hour here? Because I just want to see where there is any, potential support or resistance. And the thing is, too, we're coming from basically highs, and then you just kind of dropping here. Guys, I honestly, Bud C and everybody, I would think the support level on the Qs would be, the only one that's really screaming at me here would be 60270. This is the QQQ, and we missed that. So at that point, honestly, the next level of potential support resistance in the Qs, and it's really choppy, would maybe be this, oh my God, it keeps moving on me as it zooms out, that like 595. So here's the thing. I don't ever want to make guesses. I don't ever want to make assumptions. I want to see what the market tells me because honestly, I believe as traders, that is our job. I don't think our job is to make guesses and tell you guys what things are necessarily going to do. But here's the thing, Bud C and everybody and Obi and world. One of the things I always notice is like if you blow through a level of support and resistance like that, especially one that held up multiple times, I think the stock loses respect for it. That being said, now that it's become support, will it become resistance again? That 60270. I don't necessarily disagree with that assessment. So let's zoom out and see what 6027, or zoom in, zoom out. We'll zoom. Let's zoom over to the 3-minute chart here. What does 60270 look like? 60270 is around here. So it was kind of honestly not a big level here for the Qs. I would say in the 3-minute, the bigger level here on the Qs was that 603.40, so up about 70 cents. That was that clear consolidation base before we quadrupled just once more. So with that in mind, people, I would like to see what it does at 603.40. I know I didn't really answer your question, Bud C, but as I said, I think based on the information we have, I would rather just kind of look at the data, zooming out and see potentially where we could interact. I honestly think, though, any obvious support has already been blown through. I'm going to get short Ferrari here. I already mentioned that was something that I was necessarily I was kind of considering doing, and I am going to do it. Let's go. Okay, we're going to get our stop here, and we'll do this. And let's see what happens there on Ferrari. I'm still in AMD. As I said, I'm not moving my stop. I have no interest in moving my stop until something else sets up. And Lulu. And guys, this is, I think, really the importance of not making assumptions. Because assumptions make a donkey from Shrek out of all of us, to paraphrase a term. So, like I said earlier, I could have easily just I got in this Lulu trade and almost immediately it went like $1 against me. And the Adara of the past definitely would have gotten out of that right away and panicked and been like, But I don't think that's conducive because my plan for the trade was already going to be this level. So why not stay at this level? And when I say this, I'm not saying like, oh, everyone should trade this way. I don't believe in that at all. But I'm just telling you, this is my system. This is why I think this way. And I think it's really important for everybody to kind of, interrogate yourself. Have these questions with yourself. Figure out where you stand on things. I think this would be the best way to kind of have that growth and progression as a trader. How much did you guys lose today, says Dylan Wilson. I don't look at my P&L during the day on principle. It's not something I do. I don't want to trade off of it. I am green on AppLovin, green on AMD, though I have not closed the trade yet. Lulu right now, we're slightly flat, though I haven't closed the trade. I am red on RACE, and I might lose on this trade as well. So honestly, like I said, I don't know. I was red before we started the show, full disclosure. As we switched over, I did accidentally see my P&L. Roman, thank you very much. I don't know how, I wasn't quick to report on this one, truthfully. I'll give Sharif and Joe credit for covering that. I was setting up for this show and I missed the Trump truth, but I am really happy I got to be here with you guys today. I'm going to give you guys a break from the show. Roman won. We're not at a cattle auction. No, we're at a stock auction, and we're buying and selling shares. But no, all jokes aside, I do talk quickly, and this is how I talk. And I do apologize, but it is what it is. And to quote Demi Lovato, sorry, not sorry.
Sorry, not sorry. Yeah, no, thank you for that there. So LAC looking like it's going to stop me out once again as this market takes some more selling to the downside. Oh boy. So where the shorts at? That's what I'm asking on a day like today. I'm not really participating in any shorts just yet. So we'll see. Oklo is finally breaking down a little bit of its VWAP as of right now. So we'll take a quick look at that one in a second. I just got to bring up my chart right here. So Oklo was already on here from earlier because we were talking. Oh, I just closed the chart. Oh boy. All right, we'll just open up the other one and then we'll duplicate this one here. So LAC, yeah, that stopped me out. Yes, that stopped me out already. So LAC not really coming in as the initial reaction there as of right now. So we'll kind of figure that one out in a second. But Oklo finally breaking down that 152, this consolidation low as well. That's where we found this bid kind of start to step up as of right now. But this market, man, oh boy, are we coming in real hot? I kind of, where'd the chat go? There it is. So yeah, I want to know what you guys are actually short. Wow, there goes Oklo. There's some acceleration right through that 150. Oh boy. So shorts are very, very much in charge. We got a super chat here from Howard. So I think, thank you, Lulu, CNBC. Lulu, past CEO was talking, then that's why?
That's why it popped. That's why it popped, but it dropped with the market. And honestly, like, so what happened there was that I think it was the founder of Lululemon. But yeah, you are right there, Howard, also the past CEO. And he was just saying, oh, so we got our second fill in AMD. I only have a third left. But basically what happened there was he was basically just saying, they should consider some activist involvement for Lululemon because Lululemon is on a bit of a struggle bus as of late. Its downward dog is looking a little more downward facing than you might like. So that's the deal with Lululemon. I just wanted to address that super chat, but I'll let you talk a little bit more, Obi. I've yapped quite plentiful.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah, I think that we got to watch out for, like I said, I'm going to be patient for the bid to show up. These are sellers that are getting very, very aggressive. So right away, I'm like, okay, well, if the market's going to do this, forget about everything else. Forget about LAC, forget about this, that, and the other. Let's trade the market, or let's observe the market itself. So let's see, which vehicle? Maybe I could do the Qs, I could do the SPY. I don't want to touch the futures. That's so maybe want a little bit more of a risk limit for touching some of those. But maybe the minis could work. The minis could work technically. But yeah, I want to take a quick look at TQs here, and maybe we can find something there on the TQs that trade on the Nasdaq, dude, not the NYSE. So we'll see what the TQs are up to today here. Okay, boom, boom, boom. Here we go. All right, so there's the chart. So straight quadunking to the downside as of right now, straight downtrend, pretty aggressive here. But I'm going to wait for anything that's distinctly different. I'm going to start observing the tape. Let's observe the tape together here, TQQQs. And yeah, don't forget to like and subscribe, guys, because bringing it to you here first. I was just like, oh boy, why is the market tanking? Boom, boom, boom. Tariffs, let's go, continuation happening there. So we definitely brought you the news within that first candle. And if you got with the direction, then you're sitting pretty nicely here as of right now. So we'll see what happens with these sellers, man. These sellers are absolutely aggressive. So I don't know. We'll have to wait and see for these buyers to step in. Where will the buyers step in? Plunge protection team. That's who I'm looking for, because if you guys know, the plunge protection team shows up every now and then in markets. So when they do show up, maybe they're there to make some bottoms, protect some prices, play some defense. Or just step in because they think something's aggressively mispriced. So that's what I'm kind of looking for here as of right now. Okay, cool. Intel's still kind of just dropping down I don't have anything else other than that. These sellers are so aggressive.
Yeah. I want to talk about GLD. Thank you, Daniel, for reminding us. And I apologize. I saw your message earlier and I forgot to look at it or address it. And that is my fault. GLD doing well. Is this on the Amex? Perhaps it is. Mayhaps it is. Also, guys, I only have a third left of AMD. I moved my stop to just above 2.8, kind of between 218 and 219, where we had this little pop here in the 3-minute. As I said, I was not going to move my stop until I saw a discernible lower high. That was my discernible lower high. And at that point, as I said, I'm always going to move my stops based on, has the situation changed? Where am I wrong? In that case, where I was wrong in AMD changed fundamentally. So I changed my stop. Lulu making a new low of day. I am not dancing for 50 cents. I'm dancing because I'm proud I stayed with this trade, even though it took its sweet time. Okay, I'll stop now. Thank you to Chong Lo for your Trader TV Live membership, guys. Join Trader TV Live, 100%. Daniel B saying the stir string today for sure, but watch 370 resistance right now. And you are not wrong, Daniel. I'm going to zoom out in the 1 minute. I have liked the 1 minute lately. I don't trade off the 1 minute, but I kind of like watching the 1 minute with regards to, like, it's almost a way of reading the book on a much smaller or more visual scale. Another similar example is, like, you know, if you're looking at the 30-second chart, right, or the 5-second chart, that's even more accurate. Daniel, I still kind of see us in an uptrend even with this 370 resistance, but is there anything on the daily? And I know we're kind of near all-time highs. Okay. So I see what you mean, Daniel. There is a little bit of, this thing is kind of taking its time, but Daniel, I would honestly argue, given that we just made this little beautiful pop, then we had a bit of a pullback day yesterday. What was yesterday's high? This mouse and I are still not besties, though we've gotten along better now. 370.50. I think if we break out of yesterday's high of 370.50, Daniel, this could be a gold sky setup. Now, I'm not trying to make any promises. I am not a genie. I'm not a magician or a genie. I am just a trader. That being said, I think that could potentially be a level for us to watch. I'm going to switch my chart back to RACE here. Alex B saying you have to use the 1 minute if you're day trading, girl. I mean, you can use multiple time frames. So I think because a lot of what I do, and for those who are not familiar, so I'm on the news desk all day, every day, and I take trades. Because I am, like, my focus is, 100% always on the news, because of that, it's a lot more conducive for me to take trades off wider time frames. So I'll take trades off the hourly. The 4-hourly even sometimes, the 30-minute, the 15-minute. And I'll use the 3-minute sometimes at the open, but that's not going to be my biggest thing. In fact, usually in the first half hour is when I'm going to use the 1 minute the most. So that's my look. Can you please look at REMX, says Jameson. Yeah, let's take a look here. REMX, and I'm just guessing here. I do not know anything about this stock, so I will look into it for you. Jameson, REMX. Oh, it's got to be Amex then. This might be a small cap. Well, I am not, Sharif, I am not adept in the small cap language. In fact, I trade stocks that can be described as the opposite. Okay, Jameson, there are some technicals here for me to work with, so I like it. This is an obvious base. This is a beautiful base at 71.30. This is a clear little top, and it's actually kind of a sneaky top because it breaks above this, I guess, kind of this consolidation high, and it fakes you above VWAP at 73.40. In fact, if you were me, you might have gotten a ghost fill a la my Ferrari trade here if you were short this because it just pops up. But either way, it does still stay below and reject that consolidation low. So I don't mind the setup at all. I do think we could maybe go lower because, yes, we're double bottoming, but we're double bottoming in a way that kind of, to me, communicates some bearishness. Yeah, I'm still green here, Lulu, green here, race car. I almost keep calling it race car. I'm green in Ferrari, and then my AMD is fine. My stop here, if we continue to make another lower high, I'll move my stop accordingly, but I don't have any reason to do that as of right now. Ferrari, I think I actually took less shares than that. I think that's because I was talking as I took my fill, and I was just like trying to quickly mental math. I should have taken a third more on this than I did. Either way, we'll be taking half the position out here around 394s because that was support and resistance on the daily. I'm not even sure we'll get there. I can obviously get stopped out before that happens, but I always like to have my profit takers in place because you really never know when something is going to hit. So I'll look at one more thing here for stocks before I send it back to our good friend Obi. And I just looked at the first ticker I saw. Actually, we'll look at two here. Check out SoFi, says Christmas for Londo. And Matt Marine says Netflix is the only, or his only stock not diving with the market. I love some flakes, to use an Obiism. I love some Netflix.
I haven't traded flakes.
Oh. I traded flakes like every day last week. I think it was my best ticker last week.
I've been trading in a long time, but yeah, I think it's a good vehicle, especially if you're giving it appropriate risk. It does get like, what's the spread like that on
Netflix?
On a Netflix?
Let's look. So here's the thing too, and again,
more often than not, like on average, like how much is this?
So this is actually pretty. It's like $1. I will. This is about $1 right now.
It's not bad for $1,000.
Yeah, and I'm gonna be honest with you guys. And when I posted this trade in the chat last week, and I recommend don't try this at home. Now it's like $2, right? That's kind of more typical. I will take Netflix if I have something I liked pre-market and it sets them off the open, and it's in the direction I like. I will take Netflix if it's traded like 200,000 shares. And again, I'm not recommending this, but I'm being honest with you guys for the sake of transparency. I know I used to have my whole rule of like, oh, if it's under a milli, I don't look at it. Then I realized I think that's kind of reductive. And I've said now, I think if you're under a milli at this time of day, like 11:41, almost 12, I'm gonna have a bit more of an issue with that. But if you're under a milli right off the open and you're still setting up perfectly, I actually view that as, you know what? I can provide this service to the market. And yeah, we'll just keep focusing on the news. Yeah.
Okay. Cool. Yeah. No, I think that's a good look there. Again, Netflix. You gotta have the right kind of I guess risk appetite as well. But regardless, it presents you with effective trades. I think it's a good one to look at here. Okay. So I did try to get long a little bit on this TQs here and stop me out, but it's coming right back in. So we can try maybe one more time here a little bit as it kind of chops around this range. But those sellers came in pretty aggressively right here. Didn't quite make it all the way to those lows. 101s was rebid there. So we're kind of starting to slow down a little bit here with respect with relative to the kind of selling that we've been having before. Pretty aggressive. But here's the thing about this kind of action, guys. Sellers can step right back in, right? It doesn't necessarily, they don't necessarily have to kind of push all in together. Because imagine if they were like, okay, we need to do all of this selling, or participants are selling. If everyone just hit the bid at the same time, well, maybe this is what the chart kind of looks like when that happens. But if they were to literally hit it at the same time, if you were like, I'm going to sell all of this, then it's just like that would not be necessarily conducive. So it's like, you know, it's kind of like an ebb and flow of that downtrend. There's a little bit of a pop there. Oh boy, buyers stepping in here. So this is the first sign of a bottom wick there on the NASDAQ and the ES. So we'll see if these 101s hold here on these TQs. 102s incoming, but this is still still early in the move. I wouldn't say that we've totally started to revert yet. All I can say as of right now is maybe this is the first sign of some strong buying since that drop came in. And how much time is left on the 15-minute chart? I'm asking right now, and that's about 1 minute and 50 seconds. And so we've retraced pretty decently on this 15-minute candle here on the NASDAQ. So I'm watching some of this stuff. I'm watching these levels. Again, aggressive move, catching potentially a lot of people intraday offside. And then, going even lower, kind of bringing in some of that strong selling pressure through those prior lows as well across the board. Now, when everything starts to tank, you gotta remember a little bit of a feedback loop on across the board, because everything follows the market. The market follows the market is its constituents. It's made up by its constituents, so things can happen individually there that could affect this. It might be a little bit of a feedback here. So we'll see. TQs coming in pretty nicely above 102s. I'm looking for this bar to go red to green. We only have about 50 seconds for that to potentially happen. Now, if that happens there on the NASDAQ, I like that a little bit better. So that's coming in pretty strong. We see some strength there on the TQs. If you're watching the tape, there's a lot more flurries of bright green happening here. So if you guys have been around, bright green on my tape basically means that participants are pushing into orders above the ask. So it signifies demand. It signifies demand on the tape. People are willing to push past the current available offer, and that can be information given where it's happening on the chart. So there go the TQs there. Let's see if we can get to 103s. Oh boy, we're coming in pretty hot there. I'm looking for places to add. I said I'm looking for this candle to go red to green. Guess what, guys? We are red to green right now. Now the question becomes, do buyers step back in? Is this mispricing? Did the market overreact? I don't know. but that 25,000 magnet is a little interesting. So let's see if price action will kind of revisit some of its liquidity there. And there goes my alarm, basically telling me to, this is my go for a walk alarm normally at 11:45. But guess what? I've already been on my walks. I'm already chilling. I'm here with you guys having a blast as this market is trying to blast back to the upside. So let's see.
Yeah, happy to hear it. I got stopped out of my last piece of AMD for profit. I'm chilling. I get stopped out of my other 2 trades. I'm going to let those just kind of chill. I'm not moving those. In my opinion, I don't really have a reason to move the stops, so that's something I might reevaluate later. And we're going to focus here on the news because that's why we're here. I want to let you guys know again here. BLS, the Bureau of Labor Statistics, I just saw this come through now. They're going to be publishing September 2025 Consumer Price Index, or CPI data, on Friday the 24th. Friday, October 24th is when we will get CPI. Now, why is the market down? We all have questions. I'll take you through this post. I will do this reading of the Trump post again. Sharif did it. My voice feels better now. Let's go through this. This is why the market is moving, guys. Some very strange things are happening in China. They're becoming very hostile, sending letters to countries throughout the world. They want to impose export controls on each and every element of production, having to do with rare earths and virtually anything else they can think of, even if it's not manufactured in China. Nobody's seen anything like this. But essentially, it would clog, quote unquote, the markets and make life difficult for virtually every country in the world, especially for China. We've been contacted by other countries who are extremely angry at this great trade, capital T, hostility, which came out of nowhere. Our relationship with China over the past 6 months has been a very good one, thereby making this move on trade an even more surprising one. I've always felt they've been lying in wait, and now, as usual, I have been proven right. There's no way that China should be allowed to hold the world captive, quote unquote. But that seems to be their plan for quite some time, starting with the quote unquote magnets and other elements they have quietly amassed into somewhat of a monopoly, capital M, position. A rather sinister and hostile move, to say the least. But the U.S. has monopoly, capital M, positions also, much stronger and more far-reaching than China's. I have just chosen not to use them. There was never a reason to do so. Until now, all caps. The letter they sent is many pages long and details with great specificity each and every element, capital E, they want to withhold from other nations, capital N. Things that were routine are no longer routine at all. I have not spoken to President Xi because there was no reason to do so. This was a real surprise, not only to me, but to all the leaders of the free world. I was to meet President Xi in 2 weeks at APEC in South Korea, but now there seems no reason to do so. And that is key, guys, before I get back to the rest of the dramatic reading. But now we're back. The Chinese letters were especially inappropriate in that this was the day that, after 3,000 years of bedlam and fighting, there is, all caps, peace in the Middle East. I wonder if that timing was coincidental. Dependent on what China says about the hostile quote-unquote order they have just put out, I will be forced as president of the United States of America to financially counter their move. And guys, here's the other important part here. For every element they've been able to monopolize, we have 2. I've never thought it would come to this, but perhaps, as with all things, the time has come. Ultimately, though potentially painful, it will be a very good thing in the end for the USA. One of the policies that we are calculating in this moment is a massive increase of tariffs, capital T, on Chinese products coming into the United States of America. There are many other countermeasures that are likewise under serious consideration. Thank you for your attention to this matter. So, sorry guys for the dramatic read. I had fun with it, and I think it's probably more fun than just reading it flat to you guys. At least it was more fun for me. So I just
like I was.
Hello.
Sorry. I was coughing earlier, so I was a little muted. But yeah, no, I felt like I was sitting right beside Trump there. So
I mean, I feel like we all were, but no.
It's crazy. Like he obviously has a lot to say.
Yes.
And the markets definitely have a lot to digest from what he said as well. So.
Right. That's why I wanted to say it. And again, I want to mention, guys, quick news tip from Madeira, your local news hobbit, as I mentioned earlier. I feel like the news desk is my personal little Hobbit Hill hole where I get to just chill and look at news for you guys. But I do want to mention here, in all seriousness, here's my like little crib notes, cheat note for reading Trump posts. They're really long. Go to the end. The stuff you really need to know is going to be at the very end, guys. And I'm being like, all jokes aside, I'm being really serious. If you go back to his post, ending the liberation tariffs for 90 days, guess what? The thing you needed to know was in the last sentence. And it's always right before thank you for your attention to this matter. So you know what you do? You scroll through this post, you find the thank you for your attention to this matter, and then you go, okay, what's right above it? Well, what's right above it is the massive increase of tariffs, right? And then the other thing here is that there now seems no reason to meet President Xi. Trump is, in terms of his writing style, in terms of his rhetorical style, which I actually think is really important if we're going to kind of look at the news and try to analyze his communications when things come out and you're trying to figure out why the market's moving, guys. What you have to realize is how Trump writes and communicates. He will front load things with a lot of context and a lot of information, which is important to know after. But if you're just trying to figure out why the market's moving, what you need to know is what is all of this context leading up to. So skip to the end. That is always, that's my take on that. And thank you guys for the positive response to my reading. I only did it because, you know, we sit here and we read a lot of stuff, and I think that makes it more fun for everybody. But no, I'm going to send it back to Obi. I do want to let you guys know, though, I am of the opinion for Bill Ackman and Trump, if they could get like a nice little proofreader or a chat GPT to read their posts like before they send them, I'd appreciate it. Not like there's grammatical issues, they're just really long, and I have to read them. So guys, just help me out. I'll send it over to you, Obi.
So thank you very much, Adara there. So 103s here on the TQ. So it does seem like we're catching a little bit of a bid here, and 103 is coming back in. So I'm just looking at price structure. But more importantly, I got eyes on that 25,000 on the Nasdaq. That's been a bit of a magnet. Oh boy, there it is. A little bit of a blast to the past. Yeah, maybe about 30 minutes ago, where we were trading at these prices here. So 103.40s here now on the Nasdaq, or the TQs, if you want to call them that. 104s. Let's see if that can potentially come in as well. I forgot I was posted a little bit higher, and I was like, oh boy, it went straight to 103 halves, I think. What was that? Yeah, 103 halves, and oh boy. So buyers are definitely here. I was sitting here with you guys. I was patient. Everyone was like, why aren't you in a trade? Why aren't you in a trade? Guess what? I like to catch the reversion, and I was like, there is no reason for me to be here because sellers are very much in charge. Why the hell would I want to buy when sellers are kind of pushing into the bid? But when the buyers start to gain control, I definitely want to participate with them. When the tape is distinctly different from before, I definitely want to participate with them. When people start stepping on the bid and start pushing and chasing the price up, I want to step in with them as well. So I think it's a good look there. Let's see if these 103s hold. I think I'm going to piece off a little bit here if we're going to chop out. But again, it could take all day. I have no idea, but that 25,000 does look very pretty to me. We'll see if that potentially comes in. All right, I'm going to take out most of it here. Just holding on to a little bit of a breadcrumb as of right now. If structure holds above 103s, if this candle closes green on the Nasdaq, and if we start to push a little bit higher towards that 25,000, maybe we shall see if we can kind of build more into this TQ. So that's kind of what's going through my head right now. That's just my opinion. Let's see if it potentially comes in. I got to make sure I don't have any offers out, just so it doesn't flip me on this, because like I said before, I did get out majority. I would say over 90% of that push from the 101 change all the way to 103s. Let's see if we get that continue. Continue the uptrend here. So Unkit in the with the super chat. So thank you very much. Can we see all you guys' positions at the same time? So all you guys' positions at the same time. So here's the thing. I'm seeing. I think it's right there. There you go. At the bottom. I think they just mean like maybe all the traders. Yeah, but I don't think they're necessarily participating in the market right now. So I think that's another thing as well. So I mean, you get to see our positions as we're trading them. So I think that's pretty decent if you ask me. But yeah, maybe we can come up with something like that. We used to have that second. I think we used to have a second stream that would show Sean and Neil's positions while the boys on the midday were on. So I think that we kind of retired that as well as of right now. So yeah, there's some sellers coming in right now. That candle just goes green to red with about 5 minutes left, 5 minutes and 40 seconds ish as well. So we'll keep eyes on that. I'm going to give it time to digest, give it room. I like where I entered on this. I like the action there. You can even see I like the action into this selling after those buyers came in, because I'm like trying to catch that dip that's potentially higher, looking for buyers to step in because buying was distinctly different in and around here. And oh boy, here we go, a little bit of a sustain of that 103 level. Let's see if we can get that continuation, that candle now going back from red to green. I think we're going to do a little bit more of a dance from that green to red a little bit on this NASDAQ. Because sometimes the moves, like ideally, I'm looking for symmetry in the market. We've talked about this before. And some of the best reversions, like V-shape recoveries, if you want to call them, or whatever have you, they are pretty symmetrical, relatively speaking, roughly speaking. And some of the best reversions are kind of exhibit that behavior on the intraday, on the higher time frame as well. I pointed out a long time ago, I pointed out Meta as well. Meta had that strong quadrunk all the way down and it was lagging behind, and then strong V-shaped recovery that took us to all-time highs and pushed us even higher. So, okay, so some selling stepping right back into the market. Now the reference flow becomes down here because we talked about real risk yesterday. This is where buyers stepped in aggressively, just shy of 24,700 here on the NASDAQ. Now, if they're going to continue to step in, I'm like, okay, real risk is down here, in my opinion. If I'm looking for the continuation move right away, maybe I'm risking current bar low, or I'm risking a red to green, some price action, whatever. But it seems like sellers are maybe stepping back in. I have no idea. What do you guys got on watch? Let me know in the chat so we can cover some of that as well. And yeah, I don't have eyes on everything, and I'm looking for the next trade. So maybe you guys can help me find that as well.
Yeah, look high and low for the next trade. Yeah, thank you guys for the comments there about my dramatic reading. No, I want to clarify. I didn't mean anything by it. I wasn't trying to be whatever way. Honestly, what I thought is it's just a really long post, and I think it might be more fun for all of us if we just kind of, act it out. So again, I do apologize for any offense, but I hope you guys had fun with it because it was a pretty fun time for me. I just got back in this AMD short. I know I got stopped out earlier, but here's the thing. I got in on that 221 breakdown. Why wouldn't I want the 221 retest and reject? Yeah. In my opinion, I would. Yeah. So I just got in. I'm going to trade pretty passively here, guys. Basically just continuing to look at the same tickers and react accordingly. What I said earlier was or yesterday, I called it like maintenance phase, just kind of checking on my bibis, making sure their hair is all brushed and good. Nice. Sending them off to the mall.
Active position management or like slightly passive position management?
Yeah, slightly passive.
Yeah.
Like I have my eye on things.
You're just maintaining. You're just like, okay,
exactly.
Is everything behaving?
Yes.
Is everything acting in accordance, or is one of the bibis acting up? Right. That's what you mean. Yeah.
Yeah, that's really what I mean. Right. Just make sure it's good. Yeah, thank you to guy at Lax for the Masterpiece Theater reference. Yeah, I mean, I love. I was a theater kid, so gotta give the shout outs. Sometimes. Appreciate the real-time news, says also Rocky. We give you guys that real-time news. So again, I did my dramatic reading, but let's actually talk about how the markets moved on that too, because the reason, again, I think that post is crucial is that's really the post that led to the move in the market. Obi, I want to shout him out for covering rare earths move on that because minerals and materials and elements were mentioned several times by Trump in that post. And Obi had the LAC trade. So obviously these minerals are going to be strong on this, right? Here's IBIT. Now, I was curious because I know gold continued to rally regardless of that move with the market. I was wondering, hey, is our good pal crypto going to be moving on this? Because I know crypto has been in some ways, especially with the government shutdown, viewed as a safe haven, right? So I was like, will it be safe haven here? No. IBIT was just like, today decided to be part of the NASDAQ. That's what I find so funny about crypto, and I've said this before. Some days it likes to behave like its own, fun little independent star child. Other days it is like, I am the NASDAQ's little brother or big brother. It doesn't matter. The point I'm trying to make is I find crypto to be really finicky in that way, and I think it is something worth noting, something that I always watch too. A, is crypto behaving with the market, or is it behaving on its own? And B, are the crypto tickers behaving on their own, or are they behaving with crypto? And with that in mind, let's take a look at some of them. MSTR, down. Wow, MSTR, beautiful drop. Coinbase, a stock that I think I meant to look at today and forgot about. It didn't do what I wanted anyway. So, wow, Coinbase down $40 from this high. You had that short, I have to give you props. This also looks like it could be a decent reversion. But either way here, COIN. The point I'm trying to make is these crypto tickers actually look identical to the market, and they look identical to IBIT. So what that answers to my question, my multiple part question is, crypto was trading with the market, and its associated tickers are trading with the market. They're all trading together. They're a big happy family, all trading in tandem. So it does need to decouple, said Jameson. I'm going to be honest, I don't know enough about the decoupling or the arguments for decoupling or not decoupling. And guys, please let me know what these arguments are because I want to be more educated and more aware on these ways. So I would really like to know that. Feels like the whole crypto market is in indecision at the moment, says Zabo. Let's take a look here and see what our pal Ethereum is doing. Ignore my spaghetti charts. Okay, so Ethereum. Actually, okay, let's take a look at Bitcoin to see. Yeah, Ethereum and Bitcoin, again, looking pretty similar. But I see what you mean, Zabo. It's like a lot of these are near all-time highs, especially Ethereum and Bitcoin. And they just kind of, they're at this point where do we continue to go higher? Do we pull back a bit? They're kind of like in their puberty phase of, trading. And I hate that I use that analogy, but that's kind of how I feel, right? So that is, that's my little rant on that. Guys, much like Opie said, tell us if you want to know tickers, but especially for me, because I'm so happy to be here with you guys, and I mostly talk about news. I want to know if you guys have any news questions. Like questions, Adara, how do you find news? How do you decide what news is important? How do you decide what to dramatically interpret? No, but all jokes aside, just ask me questions. I do want to let you guys know, OpenAI and Sur Energy apparently signing a letter of intent for up to $25 billion data center project in Argentina. That's according to the Argentine government, so this is confirmed. Either way, interesting look there for our good friend OpenAI, making deals, signing checks, and taking names. What's you looking at over there, Obi?
No, we're just having a conversation about this the rare earth, like the tweets that are happening. I'm kind of scouring all the sources for being like, all right, what are some of the stocks that are holding up right now? I want to know what those are as well. Let's see. So. Nothing too crazy here as of right now, but I was pointing out Oklo, right? Oklo was one of the only ones that did hold up. ALB, QS saying people, yeah, let me know what also held up. So QS actually cared about the dump, so you can see that that's there. ALB, let's see. So ALB, boom, boom, boom. We'll see. No, that's not really holding up as well. APLD was moving in the morning, but that tanked as well. You can see, look at that tank city off of that. Yeah, Derek saying MP. So yeah, some of the metals companies for sure, because think about it, that's what that catalyst was based off of. It was like, you know what I mean? Like they had a direct relation to some of these rare earth companies. So therefore, as the market dropped, these ones popped up, and they went in they did about an inverse, kind of like an inverse fashion. They moved in an inverse fashion, is what I'm trying to say here. But stuff like OKLO right here, this is a nuclear name, right? If I remember correctly. Yeah, there you go. So it's one of those reactors, and this one didn't really care. It's not part of that, the rare earths, right? So that's what I'm looking for. I know the rare earths and the metals companies and the TMCs and all those guys, they're ripping. They had a bid. LAC had a little bit of a bid too. Some of them stronger than others. That's not what I'm talking about. Those are directly related to the catalyst that we just had. I'm talking about stocks that are unrelated and they didn't care. So those are the ones I'm looking for here. So SMR, right, of course. So maybe this whole sector is looking somewhat similar here. Okay, no, this SMR actually cared, dude. Look at that. So Oklo right away, that's giving me a lot of information about the relative strength on Oklo. It was barely able to, sure, it retraced about 50% of its move on the day. It was already doing relative volume. So that's showing me that, yeah, this is really, really strong, man. So I want to take a higher time frame look at this one. We'll go to the weekly. And see what this one's been up to. And oh boy, all-time highs on Oklo on that move today. So pretty strong stuff.
I think we have an ad read here, Obi. So we're going to thank our friends over here at Plus 500. Are you looking for a futures trading platform that actually delivers without hidden costs? With Plus 500 futures, you get free live charts, transparent fees, low margins, and unlimited demos so you can practice until you're ready to trade live. Open an account and start trading with as little as $100. Plus 500's powerful platform. You can access a wide range of futures markets, S&P 500, NASDAQ, Bitcoin, gas, Forex, metals, crypto, and more, all in one place. Plus, enjoy a welcome bonus of up to $200 in commission-free trading. Just scan the QR code on screen to apply for your account today. And join over 30 million users worldwide who have already chosen Plus 500. There we go. That is the ad read. I didn't want to mean to put out your analysis.
No worries. I think that was good. Thank you. No, I was pretty much done. Anyways, I'm just saying the weekly was looking pretty strong here, and we get that continuation. So the breakout level today was, let's see, there was a high of 144 halves. Okay, boom. That's not on the right window. 144 halves, and let's see how that potentially came in. We'll go down to the three minute time frame here, and let's see how that kind of acted on the way up. So what was that, 144? 144 is and some change. Whoa, look at that right there. Nice little chop. So on that initial push, goes to 145, pulls back in. This is where I was kind of looking at it. And then I looked away because I was like, all right, well, maybe so I was looking at it for the reversion, and I'm like, this is the first pullback, and with the way this held, I was like, nope, I don't want to revert this. And then I kind of looked away, and oh boy, that was a great decision because look at what it did. 146 is all the way to a high a day of 161s, but that 44 and change breakout was a place to look, and then maybe this breakout is the place to execute on the day, right? It's like, all right, cool. Maybe you're getting some in on the initial push because maybe you're like, if this goes, this is going to go. But, higher time frame, maybe we take a little bit of a chop in and around this area because there might be some liquidity sitting just in and around those prior all-time highs. So that happens for a little bit, and strength steps right back in and boom to the upside. So Oklo is good. So Nicholas in the chat, thank you for the super chat, saying, Joe Obi, did we break trend more down next week? ? Okay, so you're talking about bigger picture trend. Did we break trend? All right, so let me see if the reversion is on. We can just go straight up to something like, you know what, we'll go to, has it been 15 minutes? Yeah, because some of this stuff is delayed. I'm going to go to straight up the NASDAQ futures here. So let's see, we'll go on a weekly because with the kind of frame this stuff trades on, oh boy, would you look at that. You tell me, does this look like a break of trend to you? We haven't even broken prior bar low, even though that's within the nature of this vehicle, right? To do that and then continue. So we haven't broken that. We haven't broken any moving averages. I can tell right off of the bat. That's a very well within trend, right? Even if you draw a line, even if you are like, okay, breakout from here, hold, consolidation, uptrend, still well within range, but we're chopping around this 25,000 mark, like I pointed out. So that's what I'm watching here. So did we break trend? I don't think so. The chart is telling me that we haven't technically broken trend, even though sellers have been pretty aggressive in this area over the past couple of weeks, right? We've only been knocking on the door of 25,000 since about the second or third week of September, right? For about 3 weeks. 3 weeks, right there, 3 bars on the weekly. So that's when we came into the 25, came back in, and then in intraday and those days in between the weeks, yeah, we've been chopping it up and kind of using that as maybe a little bit of a magnet. But what do I know? It could all just be chop in the uptrend, and that 25 is just, I'm just fixated on it because I like quarters, right? At the end of the day, I gotta be aware of my biases and what I'm thinking about, and then also take a step back and know that I'm aware of the biases as well. I don't know how to explain that. But yeah, I always like to kind of take one step outside of myself to be like, all right, what am I really thinking, and why am I doing that? But I think in terms of, to answer your question here, no break of trend on the NASDAQ. Let's check the ES as well. Is there a break of trend on the ES? And oh boy, okay, no break of trend here as well. You tell me, have we broken trend? I don't think so. We are well within range of all of this. So we shall see. Let's see. So it's a good thing that I got out of the TQs because, again, it was looking like the buyers stepped in, and they definitely did. But guess what? Those buyers dissipated, and we're going to chop. And like I said earlier, I don't know how long it's going to take to revert back into this 25,000, but it could very well take all day, and we could revisit some of these references at 101s and even some of this wick action as well. That's one iteration of the reversion. But there's so many different ways we could potentially do this, or we could also fail. Right, we could also fail the reversion, would trade back below 101s. The NASDAQ breaks back below that 24.7, and then we continue to push a little bit lower. So I don't know. I'm just kind of, you try to imagine all the different ways that price can kind of carry out, and then you're just like, okay, what's the likelihood of this happening? What are the probabilities? And then you kind of go forward and maybe make some decisions from there. What are you looking at right now?
Yeah, I'm still in my trades. I have nothing to report there. Like I said, I'm going to focus more right now on giving the news to you guys. I'm just going to keep babysitting my children. But let's talk here about PGTX. Yeah. So this news, I just saw this headline come in now, but I'm guessing like this move already seemed to have happened earlier. Wall Street Journal reporting that Johnson & Johnson is reportedly in talks to buy Protagonist Therapeutics. This is Protagonist Therapeutics. That moved up. I just wanted to address that because that happened. We did have another super chat that I don't think we mentioned. So we had Control Alt Escape. Thank you very much for the $5 super chat.
Thank you.
Was short AMD from 229.
Boom.
What a lucky day. Congratulations to you, seriously. All the flowers. That is awesome. I got into that trade much later on the breakdown. So 229 was like the level to have that. Congrats to you. Then the second part of the super chat though. What next 7 levels are you guys eyeballing for dip buys? Honestly, right now, like I don't know, I don't really think of trading from a long-term perspective. I'm very much someone who views it more intraday, so I don't know if I'm the person to ask here. In terms of intraday, I don't really think any of these are at a pickup level. Like, I was just Panda in the chat not a while ago, like a couple minutes ago, I guess, asking me if I thought Tesla was a head and shoulders. And at that point, Tesla just kind of done all this action, so it was only like this part. And yeah, I mean, we certainly did have like a little bit of that scoop down and then kind of matching consolidation. But I think right now, you get that wick up and then you kind of come back down. I don't think anything's ready for a dip buy, at least from this perspective intraday. Now, if I zoom out, and again, it's hard because basically all of these are like at or near all-time highs anyway, right? Like Nvidia's near all-time highs. Google, close enough. Apple, what levels are you coming into? The thing is too, though, Control to escape. I don't want to force any kind of dip buy levels just because I feel like I have to, answer the question a certain way either, right? That being said, Apple, I think there's some quite clear support at that 244 level, although this is P8, so I can't tell if all of these are like real wicks. Either way, that 240 level was also resistance, right? So maybe 240, but this is kind of a rounded top too, so I don't know if I would just blindly say press 240. I'd maybe be a little cautious there. That's my take on that. Someone was like, why aren't they looking at rare earth plays? Those are the stocks that are popping. I do want to shout out Obi. He had an LAC trade.
I'm watching MP.
Oh, we got another super chat. Thank you very much to D. Westemeyer. 199 super chat. Just made 1.5K on GVH Trader TV watch. Watch list. Yeah, congrats to that. Yeah, a lot of these small cap watch list stickers, to be honest, they go in one ear, out the other. That's GVH. This is okay. I don't know if that's the right ticker. Maybe it is. It's just super halty. I don't know. But
GVH.
Is that the ticker?
Oh no, that doesn't.
I wrote the watch list. Let me check my watch list now. But yeah, either way, congratulations to you, D. Westermeyer, for that fantastic trade. And that is GWH. GWH. Okay, there we go.
Yeah, I was like,
I was deeply confused. George Washington Holmes. No, I'm joking. It's S Tech is the name of the company.
So.
But GWH, I'll check the NYSE and then the Amex. NYSE, okay, nice. Wow, oh my gosh, this is actually beautiful.
Nice little pop there.
Congrats on that, D. Westermeyer. Like, that's a beautiful rounded bottom. Then we pop. Maybe we do a VWAP consolidation, much more of a Sharif type of trade, though actually it's not because it's below the pre-market high. So this is still violating his rules. But I do have to congratulate you on that awesome trade there for D. Westermeyer. Great job with your trade. I was going to say something, and it's gone. Yeah, no, I don't have any. I wish I had updates on my own trades. They're just chilling. Oh, yeah, I was going to look at that. Dylan in the chat was, why aren't you guys looking at these rare earths? Let's take another look here at rare earths. Honestly, I think the move on these, unfortunately, is kind of petered out. So LAC, I know you were involved in that one. Rocket up, come right back down. CRML, we'll take a look at. Unfortunately, I don't really know what index some of these are on, so I'm going to be switching. CRML is not bad. I think there's an obvious uptrend here from the lows, and I think the VWAP hold is beautiful. I think technically this looks a lot better than LAC. I'd like to see it hold VWAP. What about our good friend MP, materials? What material is in this trade? Okay, never mind. Let me see, NYSE. What material is this made of? This is made of, wow, that's beautiful. Yeah. VWAP hold. Okay, so this, honestly, to me, what this shows is not that LAC is indicative of the group. LAC is the laggard in this group, guys.
That's what that is.
MP, beautiful VWAP bounce. CRML, also beautiful VWAP bounce. And then USA, thank you to DCO Digital, USAR, and UUUU. So let's check out you, Soulja Boy, tell them in a minute. Let's start here with USAR. Crank that, Soulja Boy. Okay, so USAR, will it load? USAR also holding VWAP. Wow, these are beautiful, Obi. Oh, one less U than I need. Here we go, final U. And I'm wrong about the index. Okay. Yeah, for some of these rare mineral ones, if you guys don't mind dropping the index for me too, so that I just know where they are. And you don't have to include it with like the $ ticker because I don't want it to mess with the voting, which by the way, guys, just mentioned your tickers, and the tickers that get the most votes will be covered on the afternoon show. But you guys, that's a little sneaky dude. Oh, I just did a pushback so powerful it unplugged my Unity. So this you is a bit different. It's still an uptrend like the other ones I mentioned, but unlike USAR, CRML, or MP, it didn't bounce at VWAP. It pulled a little sneaky thing, and it bounced just below VWAP. That's pretty interesting. And I think that's also another tricky example.
Relatively strong, right?
Right? I think it's relatively strong. And I think another example, like my faded race car trade, I'm joking, Ferrari, when you're kind of playing around these VWAP areas, be very careful because you can get a little bit slipped out or wicked out or whatever and have things get a little bit messy. But yeah, I think, honestly, of these, I agree, UUU looked really good, USAR looked really good, and I kind of preferred MP to CRML. Adaralicious says Edwin Mike. I don't know what that one means, but I mean, like Fergalicious, I don't know.
Yeah.
But
No,
which is, I mean, shout out to Fergie because Glamorous is my go-to karaoke song, and I will not apologize.
Nice. Yeah.
So there we go.
In a long while.
Yeah. Good vibes. How are you doing over here?
Not bad. I kind of starting to dabble a little bit more in the TQs here, but this is not, I don't know, I don't really feel too strongly about it, but I do want to participate a little bit here. But yeah, no, looking at that race, for the past couple of days, it has not been really good at, it's a Performante. So,
I don't know that reference.
That was bad. Yeah, so a Ferrari Performante is like a model.
And a performance.
So it's Performante hasn't been well for the past couple of crickets indeed. Thank you very much. See, I'm not as good as you as at executing some of these puns. But let's try to execute some of these trades.
I knew where that was going.
Right now. So we'll see. Oh boy. All right. TQs. You're gonna step back in. All right. Well, I don't necessarily want to be around for too long if that's gonna happen. So thank you. Come again. We're gonna trade back below 102s and sellers are gonna step in. Nasdaq just goes green, a little green or red there on the day, and sellers are definitely stepping in. Like you can see them coming in because of the distinct difference, especially if you're staring at how the buyers are kind of attempting. All I'm looking for really is just like a lot of the tape is just straight up noise most of the time, right? Except for when you get very strong directionality based off of a catalyst like this, then I can stare it down and be like, all right, I don't know what's going on, but sellers are definitely in charge. We see a lot of red. Dark reds, and dark reds are people who are selling below the bid, so that shows you, I guess, seller demand or supply strength, or however you want to say it. The sellers are aggressive, and they are willing to pay past the buyers to kind of push their position. So I think that's information as well. So seeing those come in, I call it reading the rainbow. Because sometimes things can be sweet like the Skittles, but 102s holding as of right now. What's up?
I was just thinking about the Canada Day Skittles when they were red and white.
Yeah. That was interesting. Yeah. So we there's no tasting the rainbow there. There's no rainbow to taste there, but there's definitely some rainbow here on the tape. Bright greens, dark reds, yellows and greens, and reds as well. So I like that. Mike P. the writer saying I'm a sucker for Skittles and Starburst. Dude, I haven't had Starburst in the longest time. Starburst is an old one. So Smarties are they're like a Canadian version of kind of like M&Ms, but distinctly different, right? So it was funny I'm pretty sure in kindergarten, core memory, right? This kid would always eat Smarties like the whole time, and I would ask him, I was like, why are you eating Smarties all the time? And
he wanted to be smarter?
Exactly. So he was like, they're gonna make me smart. They're gonna make me smarter. And that's what he used to say. And since then, I was like,
that's kind of adorable.
I'm very much an M&M's person, though.
I also want to psychoanalyze that child, but I'm not going to do that right now because I don't know him. But you know what we will do? Thank our friends at Beta Pro by Global X Canada. Because we have some exciting news out of Canada for the sophisticated traders on the stream.
Boom.
Beta Pro by Global X Canada, Canada's largest provider of leverage, inverse, and inverse leverage ETFs, lots of leverage, guys, has just launched 6 new triple leveraged ETFs offering 3x bull and 3x bear exposure to the S&P TSX 60 semiconductors and U.S. Treasuries. But even better, they're offering a special fee rebate, dropping management fees to just 65 bips until December 31. Wow, December 31st, 2025, not 31. Plus, the U.S.-focused strategies are use currency hedging, offering the potential for pure performance and exposure. So if you're a tactical, sophisticated trader looking to amplify your performance, check out betapro.ca/3xdaily to learn more. Chung chung. So there we go. That is the Beta Pro ad read. I did not mean to cut you off there, Obi,
No,
with
you
your
did not
Smarty
cut
story.
me off at all there. You know, when we got to get to business, got to get to business.
Gotta get to
right?
business.
And then we can get back to having a good time as well. So
always.
let's see what else is going on here. So this was my basket this morning. Let me. I got to do a little bit of this here. Okay, so I can pull in my basket. There's nothing that I don't want to show. I'm just going to make sure. Okay, cool, nice. So this was my basket this morning. I was looking at Oracle, I was looking at Intel, I was looking at IONQ, I was looking at Nvidia, I was looking at APLD, I was looking at Amazon, Apple, and CoreWeave, and yeah. They're all literally kind of doing the same thing right now, just kind of extended off of the open and trading much lower. Again, alongside with the rest of the market, CoreWeave might be a little bit stronger than the rest. We saw that strength come in the morning session right off the open on CoreWeave. I didn't necessarily participate. By the time I saw it, I was like, oh boy, this thing is gone. But here's the thing: I should have stayed involved, and I should have stayed involved with, at the very least, watching it because of the reversion that came in. Here's the thing, man, those things were up pretty crazy. And if I participated in the reversion, I didn't know that the market was going to tank, but I would have definitely been holding because it never really got back down to VWAP by that time, or back down to some reference prices that I would probably be holding something that ridiculously strong back into for the reversion, and I didn't. Wasn't in a place to get lucky. So I think that's something I do need to think about, is being like, all right, well, when stuff is going crazy, it's imperative that I place myself in those positions that actually align, and in those trades that align with my outlook and my playbook and personality as well on the market. And whenever things kind of go on a run a little bit, I'm a little bit skeptical. I'll let you know I'm a little bit contrarian at heart, because I'm just like, okay, well, sure, it's doing this right now, but the question, I might be a little bit more distrustful as well, because I'm just like, okay, well, whoever's buying right now, whoever's selling right now, I want to be on the other side of this because this is obviously unusual. And that's kind of the mindset I take on some of these moves here. So is it in line with normal behavior, or is it unnatural? So that's the question. And if it's unnatural, the question becomes, if it starts to behave again, what's the probability of us reverting if we do think we're mispriced? So I don't know if you guys follow along. Sometimes I get rambling. Canadian rare earths are actually beating the U.S. Yes, I think so. Julian, I think some of those Canadian, I mean, you got to look at the TSX. TSX is at all-time highs. Our banks are pretty much going crazy right now. There's the Toronto markets are very, very strong. All-time highs on a lot of things. Very strong on metals and resources as well. I think railways. We got some Bombardier as well. I talked to you guys about that swing position. I don't know how that's doing. I haven't really looked at it in a minute here, but yeah, there's a lot of strong Canadian stocks, and if you have been involved in the Canadian market, it's been pretty solid. Yeah, like this is a swing. I was talking to the boys about this, that I am in, but I've been holding this swing for about 4 years, right? So 4 years. I got into Bombardier pretty long time ago because, you know, I like the chart, I like what it was doing, and guys, this is a weekly chart. 4 years ago, I got in and around here. I think it was 21, 22-ish. I think I might have bought in here. Yeah, I think in and around 21, 22. I think that sounds about right. It was in and around $20, sub $20 even. So you can see how over time, over the past couple of years, Bombardier has gone pretty much parabolic here as of right now over the past couple of months. Right? Let's take a look at the TSX as well. Just the TSX composite. So this is kind of like, you know, the ES or the Nasdaq for Toronto stocks. So we'll look at the TSX composite and take a look at this. Right? 30,000. We're pretty much at all-time highs. Stocks only go up. So the Canadian market is absolutely beautiful, and it's going long and strong. So shout out to anybody who's involved in some of these. And you guys got to remember, wherever you're from around the world, foreign markets, if you can get involved with some foreign markets, and if your broker lets you get involved, you will expand your array of opportunities on the swing. You can start following, world politics and like different business decisions and trade decisions and stuff like that. And if you have access to world markets, it really does open up your scope. I think that's something you want to look for. There's all sorts of markets all around the world that I definitely want to be involved with. Especially like the Indian stock market. I don't know if you've heard, but that stock market's been going absolutely, the Nifty 50. Yeah. So it's like that thing's been going absolutely crazy as well. There's a lot of opportunity. The IPOs were so crazy. I remember talking to Rahim Malani when he was here about some of the IPOs that were happening, and he was like, "Yo, they're crazy. They're like super oversubscribed. People are struggling to get allocations on some of those IPOs. You have to overbid your allocations like crazy, and maybe you only get a certain percentage of it. So there's markets. Those markets are absolutely wild. And someone's saying, "Oh, bro, India is tracking down." Yeah. So if we already had the run up, guess what? The backside might be really nice as well if things were going absolutely bananas last year. So that's the thing. What I mean to say is like you got to open up your scope. If you're a trader, you're a trader. It doesn't matter whether you're trading American stocks or Canadian stocks or Indian stocks or European stocks or Swiss stocks or whatever it is. You know what I mean? Like what other markets are there? Australian stocks. We got South American stocks. So any and every continent has a stock market pretty much, and you want to go where the opportunities are. So being with a broker that gives you that access, like we have here at Real Trading, is absolutely beautiful. You cannot find that in many places, and we have the pleasure and the privilege to kind of trade a lot of different markets across the world. So. I got to do a little bit better with that. I don't necessarily day trade them, but I know for a fact that sometimes I look at these charts and I'm like, oh boy, the intraday looks absolutely beautiful. And these markets might even be less efficient than the New York and NASDAQ because of how much volume the New York and NASDAQ do. So it's like, Chemical Reaction Man saying, I watched Obi trade Amazon for a full year. Oh boy, you know what? No regrets, because Amazon taught me price action. Amazon taught me a lot of things. I knew. People were like, yo, you're not going to make money doing that. I'm like, I know, I'm not trying to make money doing that. I'm trying to learn price action on one vehicle and really get into the nuances of how it moves when it's not in play, how it moves when it is in play, how it moves when it does a fugaze, how it moves when it's stuck in a range. So you're not going to really capture that information. Maybe I did it in an inefficient way. Who knows? I don't know. I was just like, I just had me, myself, and I was like, all right, we're going to try to learn something, and I'm going to try to learn. Looking around, who is the best mentor? The market is the best mentor. And Mother Market, I think, has been teaching me well. I have a lot to learn. I don't know a lot of things, but she keeps on humbling me every single day. So that's the beautiful thing about Mother Market. She is the best mentor.
That's what she does. And I mean, if you think about it too, Obi, and this is going to be a really hot take, but I'm going to say it. For us here in Canada, the U.S. is already trading an international market, right, in a way. Now, obviously, that's the thing, is that we're not denigrating international markets, and I think that's the whole point. Like, you can trade from wherever you are. If you guys are in the U.S. and you trade Canadian markets, that is an international market for you, right? Even though we're right next door over. And the reason I make that comparison is the part that really stuck with me about what you said there, Obi.
Yes.
Was that, you trade an international market, you follow their politics, you figure out everything that's moving. And that's when I realized I know way more about just like U.S. politics than I do about Canadian politics, because I have to follow it to understand the market. So I want to give that one a shout out, and I think that's a really good point. And I know that might be a controversial opinion. Maybe I don't think it should be, but yeah, I think just understanding the culture of what you're trading is, I think, incredibly important. Julian L. Saying I'm ahead of puck over the border. I mean, maybe you skate. That would actually be pretty funny. You've got a hockey net right in between the border. I do not know how Border Patrol would feel about that, but you never know if you don't find out. No, I'm joking. Okay, so
what's that?
Thank you very much to Jag for the kind words there for my my shorting. I don't know if I have guts, Jag, truthfully. I don't feel like, at all uneasy with any of these trades. I just took positions that I believed in with confluence that I had conviction in, and I followed my plan. That's really all I did, and that's why I haven't gotten out of any of these either. I did get stopped out of A and D, to be clear, but then I re-entered, and then I actually added My stop on AMD has not moved. I will sometimes add like a really small percentage of the position if I'm not moving my stop, if I still think the trade is good, but I'm not sure if the risk has changed. I don't like doing that, and I find sometimes it can work against me. Here in AMD, I felt safe doing it, so I did it. Ferrari, we're like, what, 50 cents in the money? I'm not here to trade, however much I'm in the money. I'm here to take quality trades. I'm like roughly flat on all three of these, but in my opinion, their stories are not over, and I'm not wrong. So I don't mean I could be wrong, but at this point, the market doesn't show me I'm wrong. And that's what I mean why I'm not wrong. I'm not saying I'm permanently right, but we always say, right? Like your stop should be, where are you wrong? In this case, I am not incorrect on these trades yet. You could be out of the money and still, you're not wrong yet. You haven't been, without a doubt, been proven wrong. Your conviction hasn't been proven incorrect. If I had my Law and Order button over here, I'd press it, chung chung, because that is how I feel, right? You need to wait for that strong conviction. All you can have is, until you have the conviction from the market, the only conviction you have has to come from within. And that comes from, again, taking stocks that you believe in, taking trades that make sense. I do apologize, guys. I haven't really been actively trading much here because I'm trying to focus on making sure we get the news coverage for you guys. And that's why I really haven't done too much. But also, Trump budget director, speaking of news, Russell Vogt, sorry guys, saying that the layoffs have begun. So they are doing some layoffs here. There we go. Let's talk here about, I do want to apologize to RFID Trader mentioning two of these rare earth stocks that I missed earlier, and I apologize, REC. REC here, wow. I talked about this rare earth bounce off VWAP, and look, AREC joins that club with Criminal, to borrow Sharifism, CRML, and USAR. And MP, where they all bounced off VWAP so cleanly. This is beautiful. LAC, get out the club. You were near high of day, almost said day high, and I couldn't decide what I was trying to say there. You were almost near day high, but you still didn't bounce off VWAP like this. This VWAP bounce is huge, and I think that's really what's separating, Obi, the wheat from the chaff, to borrow another term from Sharif. That's what's separating the kind of weaker or less directional material stocks from the ones that know what they're doing. So in these material tickers, I'm going to be watching for that VWAP bounce.
Yes.
Take a look here at NB. Sorry, what were you going to say?
Finish your NB.
I want to talk about NB. Nota bene, or important. If you see this in notes, if you're trying to make something important, you can just write NB. That's what my home economics teacher taught me in grade 7. So shout out to Mrs. May, who's definitely not watching the show. But either way, NB, maybe, honestly, you know what, guys? This uptrend is kind of beautiful. Look at this. Bloop, bloop. It's holding the uptrend, and I honestly think each high we make too, if I can I press this? There we go. Look how well this is holding. Now, right now, we're poised to maybe break this uptrend a bit, but guys, this is, I kind of want to wait and see what happens here. I think it's an interesting look, and I think if we can get back above the 90 MA, maybe we take out 1140s and we make a new high of day. Honestly, thank you to RFID Trader for just telling me about these tickers so I can make sure I give you guys all of the rare earth stocks that you need. Back to my active trades that I am trading. And Jag says something about it's hard to trade actively today. I agree, because I was looking at these charts, and honestly, there's nothing that if I wasn't in it already that I'd want to enter, because it is a really choppy market. That being said, Lulu, the bottom of this little consolidation range here is 168.80. I will add if we break decisively below there. I already moved my stop to 170s. Ferrari, I haven't moved my stop, but I will if we break 400. As I say it, Ferrari breaks 400. Just racing off without me, Ferrari. Oh. Anyways, I'll stop my soap opera. How you doing over there?
Yeah, I'm doing good. I'm just kind of interacting with some of the chat here. Just funny. I'm like, you know what? I'm seeing Intel, nice little reversion happening on Intel as of right now. So I'm just observing some of this price action. And Jag in the chat, basically, that's what I was reading earlier. Tagging us both, saying Adara and Obi. It's crazy to trade actively today. 100% agree with you. Patience is key. No point in donating to the algos that Goldman Sachs runs. So I'm so glad that you guys don't take trades just for the sake of taking them. That's perfect, right? That's how it should be. Now, of course, you know what? If you've got ants in your pants, another Canadian show reference. Yes. If you've got ants in your pants, then yeah, maybe you don't have the patience to kind of execute on the market. If you are of that mentality, then I'm curious to know what your stats kind of look like, because I like to study like psychology and personality relative to performance. I'm still learning a lot from that as well, and I think it's good to kind of assess that as well. So like we used to be able to do that when we had a floor, because you can actually talk to people right here, and it's kind of difficult to do that with people in the chat because you don't know if they're just angry because they lost on the day or for whatever reasons, right? Or they're excited. So it's like you can't really gauge that unless you're seeing them in person, and that was a beautiful thing about the floor. We used to review each other's trades very often, pretty much every day at the floor meeting. So I think that what was good to see was that, okay, why are people kind of making the trades that they do? How does that make them feel? How does that change and carry over into their behavior? And how does that carry over into the next trade as well? So basically, I did well learning how people kind of slip up and lose. I think that's big information.
Oh, yeah.
As darker. As dark as it sounds, whatever you want to learn, how other people kind of make mistakes, so you don't make them yourself. You want to look at that and learn from that as well, not only just from their trading, but from their mental and from how they kind of execute as well. There's a lot of information there. Nicholas Pham saying, Obi, would you hold options over the weekends? Or roll? You mean like 0 DTEs? I don't know. I haven't traded options in quite a minute, I would say. I think that's a better question to ask Joe. But I think that if you're still convicted of the trade and like the time, like maybe you're wrong about the timing, or maybe you're in the money and you just want to roll it over. I don't know what your situation is. I think that if you think the trade isn't done, then yeah, the trade isn't done. And if that means you still stay in that trade, I think that's a valid kind of decision to make. But I don't know. Thank you for the super chat as well. I would say what is your conviction? What is the trade? Has it come to fruition? Do you still have the allocation, the capital and the risk or whatever to kind of carry that trade onto the next, roll it over to say. NASDAQ still kind of bleeding, man. You can see prior bars are holding pretty decently. We got a little bit of a wick here. So just a grinding sell-off a little bit lower. We did bounce. I liked that reversion. I participated in that reversion. Was there follow through in that reversion? Nope. And I kind of pieced out. You can see I did try a couple more times when it got sideways, but when it was showing me zero directionality and more chop, I'm just like, all right, I'm done. So didn't really do much with that. Intel, I think I did trade it in the morning. Yeah, I did trade it in the morning. It was just kind of chopping up, nothing too crazy here, but you can see I actually missed the reversion here. I was looking at this strong run up and I was like, oh boy, 39.70s, do we get to 40? Didn't quite get there. 65s, I think it was the high around there, and just stalled and pulled back in pretty aggressively, and I missed the punch into 45. So I was like, all right, I'm going to be patient, maybe look for the bid around here. It did start to slow down, but nothing crazy. Got a little chopped on that one, and then pretty much made it back and a little bit more here on the reversion to VWAP that came in. But I think that because it didn't really go anywhere, I kind of stopped participating in it. I'm like, all right, well, the opportunity was here and maybe off of the open here, and then I did take this opportunity as well, which kind of aligns with what I like to do, but it didn't really follow through. It didn't work out. But so just slightly green on that one. So that's what I did there on that. What other trades that I take in the morning? I think APLD was one of them. That does trade on the NASDAQ. APLD, if you want to load for me, please. Thank you.
Oh, AstraZeneca news.
So boom, AstraZeneca news right now. What do you got for us, Adara?
Yeah, so you know how we heard some reports, AstraZeneca's on the NASDAQ, that there was going to be some kind of, pharmaceutical-related announcement after the bell. Well, apparently that news, as reported by MSNBC, is going to be that AstraZeneca is striking a deal with the White House on drug prices. Mm-hmm. That's why AZN is moving here, OB. Again, we had the Pfizer deal. We know Eli Lilly reportedly set to announce a deal with them at some point. I'll see if Lilly's moving on this. But guys, I do want to let you know, AstraZeneca popping higher, MSNBC reporting that is going to be the company that Trump announces a drug pricing deal with. And Lilly does get a little bit of volume to the downside, OB, on this. So it's funny, I wasn't even incorrect. Lilly, again, they were widely rumored to be the next group. Trump did indicate that there was something going on with Lilly. Lilly was terrific. We know that he's met up with CEO David Ricks before. So, maybe we were kind of hoping this was going to be Lilly. LLY kind of flat, bottom breaking, but as much as I love my Mademoiselle Lilly, this is not a trade I want to enter right now. I didn't mean to cut you off with AstraZeneca. I just wanted to yell. about AstraZeneca?
You're fine. I got it.
Okay, nice. So yeah, I'll just talk here. Someone was asking about help for AMD, comments on AMD. So AMD, and I say this as someone who's actually in AMD right now, I think it's indecisive. It can't decide. To quote Eeny, Meeny, Miny, Mo by, or is it just called Eeny, Meeny? I think it's called Eeny, Meeny, Miny, Mo by Sean Kingston and Justin Bieber. So again, AMD, this was the reason I'm still in this trade is because if you look at what it did earlier when it kind of dropped, then rejected VWAP and consolidated, it was not clean. It took its time to give it to you. I think as long as we stay below that 221, 21, 21, I want to stay in this trade. I did add, as I mentioned earlier, too, and I thought it was going to keep pushing lower. Right now, it's super choppy. It's super consolidative, but I don't have a reason to flee, so I'm staying in it. Now, in terms of entering here, I think it'd be really tough to enter into this trade as it is because it is so choppy. And unfortunately, guys, I feel that way about basically the whole market, including the NASDAQ. There's not a lot of really clean entry levels. A lot of things either bounced, you know, in a really tepid way off the lows, or they didn't even really bounce. They just kind of chopped. Like it's hard to enter stocks when you're not really getting entry signals. Thank you so much to Bud C for the $20 super chat. Great job stepping up that last 2 days. Whole team, Apple Fritter. Thank you very much. And then Control Alt Escape, $2 super chat. Tesla down to 420 is crazy work by the Big Don. I don't think it was a conspiracy about the trust breakup. I really don't think that's what it was. But yeah, I mean, TSLA already was kind of struggling, right? I think just even from last week, we had that massive gap up here, and we had the run up into the gap too. And I want to shout out our good friend Brian Shannon. Certainly not the only person to say this, but I think someone who says it frequently and I think is really correct about it. And he says it mostly about earnings, but either way, if you have a big run up into an event, the chances that you're going to be able to sustain that run up do decrease a little bit, right? And so what was the big event here with Tesla? Deliveries. We expected better deliveries. We got way better deliveries than anybody expected, but we couldn't sustain that gap because then A, we ran up the whole time, and B, there are concerns that because of the EV tax credit and that ending really could have been what drove that move in the first place, things kind of tapered off, right? But, so that is what I think that's the thing with Tesla. But you are right; it is very funny that we come back to that 420 level.
Yeah, I think a bit of a wash, but I think there are levels that might be a little bit more important than that 420.
Oh, sorry.
What was that?
I was going to say, I think this news might have been earlier. I'll look into it. But Marlon mentioning SE about a news explosion at the Tennessee plant. I'll look into it, though. Sorry.
Okay, yeah, no worries. Tesla, the deliveries on Tesla is one of the biggest catalysts that it has. I don't think it has a bigger catalyst. Sure, you can argue earnings as well, but if you go back and look at some of the moves that it's had over on its delivery numbers, those are some of the biggest moves. So one of the strongest catalysts for Tesla has been their delivery numbers. But interestingly enough, Darryl, just last week they announced that lower pricing of the stripped down Model Y, and the price was pretty stripped down after that as well. That was earlier this week, right? Earlier this week. Yeah, sometimes it's a blur, man. I'm just like, you come in, you trade every day. You're just like, I don't know what day of the week it is. Oh, it's a Friday. Oh, it's a Monday. It's a Tuesday. Yeah, it all becomes a blur. I'm just like, I just remember price action. I'm like, that was within recent times. I'm like, things did this. I don't specifically remember one day or another. Here, Julian asking, what's for lunch? Oh boy, you're about an hour or two early for that. As of right now, but we could potentially check that a little bit later for you guys. Jay Lee saying, Obi, the problem is PE on Tesla. It's over 200. It will dump. All right, I'm sorry. I have a question for you then. What has the PE been for Tesla along the way up, and has it dumped, relatively speaking, or is it a stonk that only goes up? Sure, it has periods of strong selling, yes. Huge dump is coming, maybe. I don't know. I have no idea. But I don't like to have strong opinions on fundamentals like PEs and things like that, because things can have ridiculous PEs. But again, we talked about what really kind of moves prices, what really kind of moves markets, right? I don't think that's what it is. You can look at that stat and be like, oh my God, fundamentally this shouldn't be here, so this is mispricing. Sure, that's valid, but the market's gonna, stay irrational. That's that statement again. It'll stay irrational relative to your perspective longer than you can stay solvent. So best to do is, in my opinion, is to get with the program, look at the structure, because the structure is formed by the actual participants that are in that stock. The structures are formed by, whether it's large players, small players, whether it's buying or it's selling, all of that action happening with participants. Don't forget, trading is a PvP game. You're playing against other participants, other parties. So how they position themselves, what their kind of sentiment is, and where liquidity is really sitting on the chart, that's what's probably going to determine price movement a lot more than anything else. And that I've come to really solidify that concept more recently as well. And we talked about why a little bit earlier this week. So it's great to look at fundamentals. It's good to understand them. But at the end of the day, what still stands is price action is king. You cannot fight that. There's so many smart people. This is what we were talking about. There's so many smart people that, they'll look into these filings and they'll look into the fundamentals and they're like, okay, you know what? This is where things should be. Analysts get paid big bucks to do that, right?
Big bucks.
But you tell me, why don't you run back tests on some of these analysts and tell me how many times they're good or wrong? Right? I think that's a good back test to take. And these guys actually went to school for this stuff. They understand some of these markets better than the general population. That's why the banks and some of these guys actually put them on their payroll, so they can provide that kind of value. But how often are they lagging behind the actual price action? Analysts are always chasing price action in their analysis. So those upgrades and downgrades, because they have to do that. Otherwise, if they don't do that, if Buddy does it here, if this guy does it here, they have to save face as well. So it's like, you got to learn how some of those guys move. I don't care, because that's not the business that I'm in. I'm in the business of just buying and selling things, and the market will tell me more than I need to know. And I think that's a good kind of base to have. That's just my opinion, but I've said this once, and I've said this many times before. I'll say it once again. The chart and the price action will tell you pretty much everything you need to know. If you're going to argue with it, being like, oh, I'm smart, I know the fundamentals, this is that and the other, that's great. Let the market tell you, because it'll let you know very clearly whether you're right or wrong on that.
Yeah.
That's my spiel.
I agree, and I think that's why, both you and I think, are very much. I think we're both pretty hesitant to make assumptions about things going forward, because I want to wait and see what the stock tells me. I want to see what the tape tells me. Forget about what that news say. Show me what that chart do. You know what I mean? That's honestly the opinion I definitely have.
Yes.
But I do want to address these two super chats. Oh my gosh, Truth Social mouse, come on. So John Trunham, I think in the chat, have been asking, why is the market down? Why is the market down? Well, the reason the market's down is to do with this super chat from William Larson. Thank you for the $5 super chat, William Larson. With such a huge post from Trump, isn't this just the start of the narrative that will last at least a week? What's the setup for this today? Well, I don't know. I think it's worth noting, usually with these really negative tariff-related announcements from Trump, you'll get that really big move for a week, and then maybe we get a birria taco, whatever, for example, and things switch up, right? So I don't want to make any assumptions, but William Larson, that's generally how it's gone. Now, the post, for people who missed it, I'm not going to do my dramatic reading again, but I'm free backstage after the theater for further bookings. Trump post more things on Truth. But anyway, this is a very, very verbose post on Truth Social. Trump basically says that he's not really happy with how China is being very hostile with regards to export controls. He's really not happy with it. And so he said he was going to meet with Xi. Now he doesn't think there's a reason to do so anymore. And that he said that he's ready to, maybe have massive increase of tariffs on Chinese products. And he didn't say they will do it. He said they're considering it.
Okay.
And I'm going to use this button. Oh, it doesn't work. I'm going to do the thank you very much, Dara button. But anyways, I never use it for myself, and I thought it was funny. But yeah, William, there it is, thank you. But William Larson, to answer your question, yeah, I think it's hard to know what the market's going to do, because we could always look at past data, and again, past data is it drops and then kind of recovers if there's any other update. But I don't want to speculate. I will bring up the NASDAQ again, though, because I think one thing I really want to mention, when someone asked me earlier, where are we going to bounce? And I said, I think that's tough. One of the levels in the daily that I think was the clearest support resistance, or that was the hourly, but you see it on the daily too, that 602.70, 602.50s, we blew clean through. So honestly, William Larson, I think that level will be interesting coming back. If we bounce or if we reject off that or anything, that's going to be what I'm watching for sure at 602.50. The second super chat did not have a message, I do not believe, but thank you very much to our friends at our friend Choco 007, James Bond over there. So yeah, thank you very much for the super chat. If you have a message, just let us know. Just tag us. You don't have to send another super chat, but just let us know what you're looking at. New lows here for the Zon, Obi's old pal there. Nvidia heading back into lows, Google heading back into lows, Apple consolidating near lows. Updates on my trades, which I am still in. I've not been actively trading as much, guys, because I want to focus on being able to cover the news for you guys. But Ferrari, I mentioned earlier, I believe I would add to this if we broke 400. I moved my stop to this consolidation range top, and I did that, and I did that. I still am trying to take profit at 394. That hasn't changed. I think I also mentioned I was going to add to Lulu if we broke 168. We did. I moved my stop once again to the consolidation range high. I'm a boring trader, guys. I have my systems and I follow my systems. What can I say? Now, AMD, as Sharif at one point called it, AMD. A little pushback. This is why I think patience pays. If I don't have a reason to leave a trade if my stop hasn't hit, I'm not going to enter a trade when there's chop, but I'm not going to leave a trade because there's chop. Do you know what I mean?
Yep.
Like that's not, for me, chop is not a reason to leave. It's a reason to sit on my hands.
Yes.
And just wait and be patient.
I think
that's all I'm trying to do there. So that's what I'm trying to say at that point. And I do want to mention as well, thank you very much. There's a lot of people in the chat who have been like, oh, you know, want to see Adara trading more. You could always tag me if you want to know what I'm trading, what I'm looking at. I am very happy in my hobbit hole over at the news desk, truthfully, and that's not something I really feel the need to leave, nor do I think it would be conducive because I like to focus on the news, and that's honestly why I'm here for you guys. My primary focus is always going to be in the news for you all. But I do really appreciate the kind words, and I do want to address these comments. Yeah, it means a lot to me that you guys are enjoying the frenetic, crazy, spready ticker energy that I've been lucky enough to bring here with my pal Obi. And I'm just going to use the back.
Thank you very much. Yeah, no worries. Thank you. Yeah, no, down, down, down is where we're going. So we're about to hit some fresh lows here. Amazon with the fresh lows, Apple with the fresh lows. Nothing else. Rari with the fresh lows as well. And the NASDAQ may be coming in as well. The ES already has broken its lows as of right now, maybe trending a little bit lower here. Wick lows all the way just below that 24,700 right here. So I'm going to be watching that one. We'll see how that one comes into fruition. But Apple, oh boy, I like this one here. AAPL, how are you doing? 4770s right now with a low day at 4760. So this is what I mean, straight quadunk. No real bounce on this one just yet, and I'm continuing to watch it. I like this. Maybe you took the continuation underneath that 250. That looks pretty valid as of right now, but that's just looking back at it, right? Sometimes the backside does look pretty decent, and you're like, oh boy, why didn't I catch that? But that's only when you're looking back at it, right? So that's a lot of things. You just gotta wait. Oh boy, this is the one, man. Oh my God, right here. Was this a held bid on Apple at 255s, and then that cracks on the news with volume? Oh my God. All right, cool. So that's a bit of a trade there. I kind of did not see that one in the morning session. That kind of consolidation should be showing up on my on some of my scans here, but whatever. We'll take a look at why that didn't show up after the market closed. But oh boy, what a quadunk off of a held bid there. If you guys were watching, maybe sure QUBT was slightly different, but I think it was QUBT. Yeah, no, we saw what happens when a held bid, which is kind of distinct, kind of breaks down. But this is obviously very, very different because we had a catalyst that kind of fueled that sell-off, and it wasn't just related to Apple, it was related to the rest of the market. So I'm kind of looking for the next trade. Where is the next trade? So far today, I've traded APLD, Intel, LAC, and TQs. So we shall see. Yeah, Iceman saying, Obi never trades, always looking, always stalking because I like to hunt, and if I don't see prey, why am I trying to, try to eat goldfish or, whatever is not part of my roster for the hunt, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, exactly. So there you go, boom, boom, boom. So that's the thing. You gotta think like a sniper. You gotta think like a hunter. And I'm hungry, and I know there are certain things that are not gonna fill me up. Why would I even go for it? Why would I waste my time? Why would I waste my time? Right? I have my meals. I have my meal set up. I got a meal plan. Right, Joe. I got a meal plan going, so I only eat from that meal plan, and because when I eat other things, sometimes I feel a little sick. So that's the kind of mental that I have. But patience is key. Because they're addicted. Yeah, exactly. If you have like a gambling addiction, maybe you're punching everything that you see because you're just like, oh my God, opportunity. But when you sit at the desk for an extended period of time, you start seeing there's a lot of stuff that's absolutely noise, absolutely bupkis. Sure, it could work. Sure, it can't work. The probabilities, you got to be able to assess some of those. Some of them I miss for sure. I miss great opportunities, but the ones that do fall into my lap and the ones I am participating in, I'm trying to maximize on those. And you guys were sitting here. I took a trade. I took a long, but guess what? What other reason to buy do you see? Do you see any reasons to buy? Let me know in the chat. Where is the next trade? That's what I'm looking for. I don't like chasing. That's why I'm not punching into the bid at the lows here. Maybe we take more legs. Maybe we're not done selling. What do I know? But at the end of the day, I want to look for that distinct difference. And so far, we've only been selling pretty aggressively, except for that little bit of a bid that we did get. That was an inkling of a bid that did show up. And when it was gone, so was I. So where is the next trade? That's the question. If you're erratic and you take trades every 10 seconds, then that's a little, because like you guys are messaging every few seconds. I'm just like, all right, cool. That's great. I take trades like that when I'm too hopped up on coffee. You'll see it on my charts. You'll see everything on the charts. The charts speak for themselves. If I'm hopped up on coffee, best believe my entries and exits are just going to be boom, 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 because the caffeine is definitely affecting my mental state, being like I have to do something or else I feel like I'm doing nothing. But sitting on your hands is sometimes one of the best positions you can be in, right? So that's something that I really kind of go for. It is what it is. Where's the next trade? Because I don't see it just yet. Let's look around. Excuse me, kind of almost choked on myself there. But SPY with some fresh lows. Amazon with some fresh lows. So continued selling on that sector there. Let's take a quick look at MP and see how those how the mineral buddies are doing here. So MP, let's see how you're holding up. That's holding up relatively okay. That's kind of pulled back. So no real strength kind of continuation happening there. TMC, hello, how are you doing? Nothing crazy. LAC was the other one. Throw it up in the chat what you guys are looking at as well. And I'm more than willing to take a look because that's what I'm doing. I'm just observing, I'm hunting, I'm waiting, I'm stalking my prey right now. But guess what? Nothing has crossed the crosshairs.
Yeah, I think one thing that did cross the crosshairs for me is I took a teeny piece of profit here on RACE on my Rari. I may come to regret this. This might have been too early, but just the book was not giving me a lot of confidence. We got to that low, the 397, then we bounced, we got a little choppy, and I trust my read on spready ticker tape, if nothing else, so I just took a piece out there. I'm still holding the rest of this. I'm going to be taking out, like I said, some around 394. Lulu, we're chilling. I'll just let this do what it wants to do. I don't have any plans or reactions for this. AMD, this is a more interesting one. So we got here to a new low, not new low, but new local low of that 217.50, and then we bounce pretty clean. Now, again, as I said, I'm not panicking. I'm not a panican. No, I'm joking. I'm just staying with this. I'm not going to...
Don't be rude.
I'm sorry, Trump, you said it. But I'm not going to be panicking or a Canadian, maybe a panic Canadian over here. I'm just going to stick in this trade and do my thing 21. Now, there were two questions I wanted to get to. Grant Ratcliffe asking how I feel about crypto. Do you think crypto might get a pop here in the drop in the market overall? Now, I already looked here at not only IBIT, I looked earlier at Bitcoin and Ethereum, and I noticed that it seems to be moving in tandem with the market right now. Grant, that would be my take, but now I'm curious, Grant A.O. Let's take a look here, okay, hello, and see if our, I want to do a little bit more of a neat, okay, so Solana looking really similar, Cardano looking really similar. Yeah, here's the thing, Grant, I think right now it looks like this trend is impacting everything. I think crypto unfortunately is going to get a little bit swept up in that, but does that mean it can't bounce a little bit earlier, a little bit differently? No, not at all. I just think right now, Grant, it seems like things are all moving together. That is that's my take. So I'm just going to put Lulu back on my chart so I can babysit my children, see how they're doing. Yes, this is what I mean here with AMD. That's why I didn't panic. What's the opposite of panic sell when you're short? Panic buy? I didn't panic buy AMD because I was like, you know what? we're still making lower highs in the grand scheme of things and lower lows. So I'm just going to let her drop if she needs to drop, do what she needs to do. You are very welcome, Grant Radcliffe. I thought it was a good question. And honestly, guys, if you have any questions for me, please let me know. I do apologize. This question was addressed earlier, and I forgot to mention it. And I was in the bathroom, and I was like, oh, Qualcomm. So someone asked me how I felt about a Qualcomm short. Now, I do apologize. It already broke the low at this point. But I think at this point, this is a stock that would be kind of hard to get into just due to how much it's down. I like the idea of a 162.20 short on Qualcomm. Now, that happened, not cleanly, but it did happen. I don't want to shout out anybody who was short QCOM. I know in your post as well to the person who mentioned this, and I do apologize, I don't remember the name, you mentioned they had a negative catalyst to China, which they did. And wow, this broke down on the daily. Why do I sound like a cartoon character? Look at that. There, I like that. So there's a support resistance level. It's not perfect, but around that 164.60 level, right? We have a slightly lower high, and then that bottom breaks down. It's not even a perfect bottom break, but it's certainly, I mean, it's pretty weak, right? Now on the daily, the one level of support may be, if I squint, 156.30, and that's if I go back to what, like some support over here, some resistance over here. It's not clean. But either way, keep an eye on Qualcomm, and right now we're going to move on to some quality ad reads from Opie.
Thank you very much. So guys, each year, 3.8 million concussions are reported in the United States, yet there is still no FDA-approved treatment. NYSE listed Orogenics, that's OGEN, is changing that with its first in-class intranasal drug designed for rapid brain access. With the concussion treatment market projected to reach $8.9 billion by 2027, Orogenics is uniquely positioned to lead the way. Learn more and schedule a meeting today. That's OGEN on the NYSE. So let's see. Again, I'm going to come back. Where's the next trade? I went for a quick little break there, and now I'm back looking for potential push. Apple, man, Apple. These sellers on Apple are so strong. So okay, you know what, TQs, it's been nice. Thank you. I took a piece off of you, and I'm looking at Apple now. Let's start stalking this one because this is starting to get a little bit in that territory. So is maybe Amazon, but a lot of these are overextended relatively similarly in terms of the Mag 7 and both the Nasdaq and the ES as well. Oh boy, that is some strong overextension. So I'm waiting. I'm being patient. I don't know if the bid's going to show up. Maybe we continue to sell off here. Where's the chart? That's the TQs right there. Boom. So this is Apple right here. This is what I mean. Apple's kind of been pretty aggressive to the downside. No real bounce on this one. Now some of them have been bouncing, but this one had a relatively, I guess, less of a bounce, more sharp of a downtrend on this one, and Softy as well. Softy's holding up pretty well, and looking very similar to that of the market. So I'm kind of trying to be like, okay, what's going to be the best vehicle to take the bounce if and when it does come in? Which ones are more relatively extended than others when it comes to the Mag 7? And it might just be that the futures or the SPY or the TQs might be the best vehicle to take that reversion if and when it does come in. I already participated and had a little bit of a feel of the TQs, and that was all right. That was pretty decent. But Apple, I like this one a little bit here as well. I like the volume profile that's kind of going on Apple as well is pretty decent. You know what? Let's take a look back at the chart and see what kind of levels it's coming into. Maybe we find some more confluence in that area. So we'll look at a higher time frame here. We'll go straight up to the hourly. Wow, fresh lows as I speak. So yeah, no participation from me because the shorts are definitely winning, and there's no I guess the RR in and around here not really something I really want to get involved with, because look, if it does bid up, like buyers are here, buyers are here, buyers are here, it's been a chop trend to the downside. Maybe you're risking 49s, maybe you're risking 50s, but that's $2 away on something like Apple after it's already dropped $10 on the day. So from the high of day to current low prices, which is pretty much low day, we're down about 3.64%. So about 3.5% from the highs to the lows on Apple after some strong selling yesterday as well. So that supply is stepping in right on top, or right into prior day's opening range low. So we reject prior day's opening range low on Apple, and then sellers step right back in. And if you remember yesterday, and you don't have to remember because you can see it on the chart here, we had all day selling on Apple. right? We've been trying to push this 260 mark. We've been attempting to push it. There's been a lot of chop. You can see the consolidation. Let's go to a higher time frame here. You can see the chop that we've been having. This is prior all-time high area as well, right? We talked about that. We did kind of push through that by a little bit. Prior all-time highs were 259.18. Current all-time highs 259.49. So you tell me, on a $250 stock, that kind of a push and a false break, what does that entail? I don't know.
Sorry, this
but yeah, look at that strong selling coming in on the break of this consolidation trend as well. So yeah, we broke that. I don't know if I'm going to have any indicators that mess this up. Okay, nice. I haven't had any in there. So take a look at that. When this kind of comes in, sure, we violate it. The line doesn't have to be perfect, but you get the general gist, right? There's been buyers kind of supporting this leg consolidation. Guess what? It doesn't always go leg to the upside, consolidation, and then continuation leg. Sometimes it goes leg, consolidation, and failure to follow through, back down leg. Right, so that's what we're seeing some. That's what we're seeing some of today, and yeah, I'm going to be patient to see where we can potentially find a bid. We're coming into some of these prior areas, so okay, let's take off all those indicators, clean up the chart a little bit. So we quadrupled back down into some of these areas from before, from March of 2025 and January of 2025. Oh boy, are you telling me that this is coming down to opening prices as well? You got to see where that first of the month is. Actually, not only is this January high, this is also the first earnings report of the year, or Q4 report from last year that was reported in January. Right, that's the reference high, 247s and some change. So let's see what that is specifically. 249.39 is this specific high that we made in February as well. So this is a bit of an area. Resistance, resistance on a higher time frame. We're looking at a 3-hour chart, and then we slam right back in to maybe that area. So now the question becomes, does that resistance turn into support? Or do we not care about it at all because the tariff selling is going to outweigh any sort of liquidity that might be sitting there to potentially hold it up in a different scenario? But yeah, strong selling across the board here. No real reason. You can see that the Q's again making some fresh lows. So oh boy, indeed. Where is the next trade? That's the only thing on my mind. But right now, I do feel like I do have to sit on my hands and wait for these buyers to step back in once again. Don't know if they're going to be here. It's the end of the week. Maybe we get that nice little top wick on the weekly because of the sell action, and then maybe we revert a little bit, closing the week off pretty nicely on some of the strong stocks. So we'll see. Apple, though, the weekly going red.
Yeah, it's a rough look. So I just want to. I think the only thing I did here since you guys saw me last was I did AMD. I took out a tiny piece, just a fifth of the position, which relatively is not very much. Now, why did I do that? Because this kind of pattern where you've got like a consolidation range and then you make a double bottom, but on a wick basis, I find to occasionally be bullish. Not bullish enough to make me leave the trade, mind you, but enough that I was like, let's take a little tiny piece. That's cool. Again, you could argue that's a bit too. Restrictive, but again, given that I give my trades given that I give my trades room, I think it makes sense to take some of that move. Words, I found you. Okay, I also moved my stop on AMD to this 219.46 level, not exactly there, but in that vicinity. Now, why did I do that? As I said, your stop should only be moved if where you are wrong has changed. Given how we ran up into that, if we make a higher high above that, I do not want anything to do with that. So that's why, in my opinion, I would be wrong if we broke above there. But I have to just smile and be happy with my dear sweet friends Lulu and Ferrari. I'm happy with AMD too, to be clear, but Lulu and Rari are chilling, and I have nothing, bad to say about this. And this is why I think it's so important, Obi and chat, that you have to have your own style.
Yes.
I know taking shorts at low of days is not for everybody, and I think there are times where I overstay my welcome on this, truthfully, where I get a little too excited to do it. And I will admit, Lulu, I got into this arguably way too early. I stayed in this for a long time. But the point is, this already had a catalyst that sold off. And it kind of had that dump before the market dumped, and it was at day's low. So for me, contextually, I thought it was a fair short. I added when we kind of had this consolidation breakdown. So I think in that approach, it was okay. Rooster and my Rari, shout out to Waka Flocka. Thank you to Joe for that comment in the chat. And yeah, you can't trade with no hands, unfortunately, but sometimes you have to sit on your hands to make sure you take those trades. Shout out to No Hands, a song that I was way too young to be listening to when I listened to it. So great song there. Let's talk here about, you don't know that song?
I don't know.
Okay, it's a classic. Anyway, it's Waka Flocka Flame.
All right.
So Ferrari, though, another low of day breakdown that I took. And again, with Ferrari, a lot of this was contextual. As I mentioned to you guys yesterday, yesterday's low of day around 403s. Daily resistance support, 403. So we break 403 and we flat bottom. I thought it was a fair short, so I got involved in that short there. Chilling, I might have to revisit my stop on this. I think it's right now around the consolidation high, so I might look at that in a second. But I just want to give you guys an update here in my trades. Now, for those who are like, why is the market moving? I don't know why I use that voice. I'll tell you guys why. Donald Trump posted a very long post on Truth Social where he said that he is displeased, to put it mildly, with China, and that he no longer thinks that there is any point in him meeting with President Xi of China in APEC. We're at APEC in South Korea in a couple weeks, so that meeting is now off, and also that he's considering adding massive tariffs to China. So that is my point I'm trying to make. Is gold cooked? Says Nate Sam. Why sell gold? GLD, in the place to be. That is Amex, I believe. And we'll find
GLD's
out.
on Amex.
Oh, yes. Okay. So shout out to someone earlier talking about that 370 top.
Nice.
Props to you. I mentioned earlier, I thought if it couldn't break 370 50s, it probably wasn't really a good long. And look, we can't even get to 370 50s. So I'm not, that wasn't advice. That was just my take on the chart. But sometimes it feels a little nice to be right. You know what I mean? You just got to give yourself like a little like.
Yeah.
But yeah, anyways. So congrats, though, if anyone was short that. I'm not sure if it's cooked, Nate Sim, but I think right now, and I mentioned this earlier too, crypto, sometimes viewed as a safe haven asset, is selling off. Gold, sometimes viewed as a safe haven asset, actually survived and even thrived in that tariff reaction initially, but they just couldn't hold it, right? So I think right now, for whatever reason, even though, as people mentioned, these tariff announcements are common, sometimes we get, an al pastor taco, and it all switches up again. But for now, there is fear, and the market's very sentimental. And I think because the markets are so emotionally driven, Obi, with the buying and the selling and the reaction, that's why we as traders have to be stone cold. We have to be emotionless. We have to take trades based on systems, because that's the only way, I think, to counteract the inherent emotion and the maelstrom of the market, in my opinion. So there we go. I will stop ranting now. Where's the next trade, says Obi. Where are you using your telescope and microscope to look at?
Yeah, that's what I'm looking for the next trade. Maybe it's a bigger picture. That's why I did both the microscope and the telescope. Maybe it's a bigger picture idea on a higher time frame, and maybe there's an opportunity there. Or maybe it's an intraday structural kind of a hold or a break. That's the microscope. So I'm like, yeah, I'm looking. Where is the next potential trade? So what I started doing right away was, all right, okay, cool. Not really seeing anything on my watch list or my, I guess, some of the multi-chart layouts that I have set up. Right now, there looks like there is some tape changing here on Apple with a strong bit of a bid here. So you know what?
Everything's kind of bidding.
Yeah, everything's kind of starting to catch a little bit of a thing here. I'm going to be maybe a little bit patient here, but that tape definitely on Apple starting to look a little bit distinct there. More yellows and greens I'm seeing, and a nice little rush. So the tape speed just kind of increased a little bit there. You can see the nice wick shimmy action there off of that 24,600 on the NASDAQ as well. Just kind of doing a little bit of a bounce. Don't forget, we're coming all the way. Reference open of this Quadunk here was about 25,300 and some change. So and we're trading all the way down to 24,600 and change. So that is a pretty aggressive sell-off here. D. Westermeyer is saying, I just caught the bottom on the Dow futures. Let's go. Nice catch there. Let's take a look at the DJI. I haven't looked at this one in a while. We got a buddy in our pod that he loves the DJI, and I guess for a good reason as well. You want to keep an eye on the whole market, and some of the stocks that are composed of the Dow Jones definitely are worth watching. I know for sure that Trump watches the Dow Jones pretty.
Oh yeah, he always quotes the Dow.
He always quotes the Dow. So it's kind of like old school in a sense. But the thing is, not really old school. It's still a very valid, I guess something to watch, and it holds valid vehicles, is what I'm saying. But yeah, nice little Quadunk on this one. Is this delayed here? No, I don't think this data is delayed at all. But yeah, nice catch there. Current bottom or current low on the DJI is sitting at 45 sevens here, 45,700 on the DJI. So yeah, you can see here, kind of consolidated before, and that selling reflected very, very similarly on the Dow Jones as it is here on the ES and the Nasdaq. And I think someone in the chat, I'm forgetting the name here. They were saying that getting involved in the China market is also a valid trade here as the Nasdaq kind of drops here. So I don't know. BABA kind of failing and selling off pretty hard as well. We can take a look at some of these ADRs and see how they're doing. You can see PDD, even more aggressive selling than some of these other names. What else do we have? What other stocks? We got BABA, PDD. Those are the first two that kind of come right to my mind. But FC, not FCX. Oh my God, the Hang Seng. Hang Seng, yeah, HSI. So that's what I want to see.
Are you thinking
here.
of FXI?
I was thinking about FXI. Yeah. Thank you very much. So Hang Seng, look at that strong quadrant there, reflecting very similarly again to the markets here. So we can take a look at FXI because that trades on the NYSE, and oh boy, FXI is a good vehicle if you want to play that a little bit as well. But you can see there's similarity here. It's pretty much relatively the same move on the FXI as it is here on the ES and Nasdaq. Jameson saying Trump can delist China stocks for sure. So here's the thing. That fear has been thrown around in the market in the past as well, right? When the tariffs first came around, they were like, oh, the ADRs, you know, they're kind of a sketchy product. They might get taken off. You might lose your shares there if they get delisted and things like that. Yes, very valid concern. I think that is very valid. But the question becomes, are they going to delist it right here, right now? Or are they going to announce it? Because they know that people are involved. They know the American people are definitely involved in some of these ADRs. Are they just going to be like, all right, well, everybody, you don't have those anymore? I don't know if that's going to happen. That would definitely set upset some people in some high places for sure, because you know that a lot of large portfolios, even in banks and funds and stuff, they do have a share of involvement in the Hang Seng or with via ADRs as well. So maybe they manage that risk in some other way. I have no idea, way above my pay grade. But you got to remember that people are involved in some of these names. If they do get delisted, I think you are the last person that they're thinking about in terms of, oh, who's going to be in trouble. There are some much bigger players who would have strong issues with that right away, right? You got to let the people know, and maybe once the announcement is made, then we get some aggressive selling. But I don't have no idea, right? So. That is definitely something to watch out for. Let's take a quick look at Intel and Nvidia, because these were names that I was involved with in the morning. But Nvidia, oh boy, the reversion on this one. So I was watching this, or I was looking at it just a few minutes ago, being like, oh boy, like if I'm just getting involved on this on a trend break reversion because it's already extended and something I would be involved with anyways, right? So that's a break of trend. We start to kind of come in, kuadunk, back through these consolidation highs from pre-market. Nice levels there. Consolidations in and around the day lows, up, and then breaking through prior day's lows, really kind of pushing it in that, yeah, no, sellers are very much here, and we're going to be reacting pretty aggressively to this catalyst here. So a bit of a bounce, but coming back into some of these areas, this is where the bid stepped in earlier. This is where the bid is stepping in now once again. So the question becomes, do we just do a bit of a dead cat bounce in and around this area? 186 is being the lows here on Nvidia. So I'll watch that, maybe a little bit of a chop and churn in this area as the market kind of slows down once again. We were saying that this is slowing down here, and then it accelerated because I was like, remember I was like, oh, you know, sellers can easily step right back in, right? A little bit of relief. I'm catching that relief if I think it's high probability, and then stepping back in, kind of, trading a little bit lower. So we did get all the way down to 24.6s on the NASDAQ, and then 66.40s on the ES on this sell-off so far. So Ichiro saying Robinhood issues. Okay, I mean,
it might be due to the platform.
Maybe the platform is having issues. Let's see what the stock is doing. Oh boy, sellers just coming in right off open, and then maybe taking more of a quadunk there with that catalyst as well. So trading at the days, or pretty much near the day's lows at 142.30s. Current day low is sitting at 140.95, so just about $1 away from that. Amazon, maybe a little bit of a bid here. APDN, was that the one? Yeah, APLD. Sorry, APLD. This one with a bit of a curl here as well. Let's see if that kind of comes in as a follow through on the rest of the market. But like I mentioned before, Apple is the one I'm watching, and Apple just continues to look like it has sellers. Continues to look like we're not really going to get too far. This is I guess the closer this slope kind of starts to diminish, the closer we get to this slope diminishing, the less I kind of like it for a potential reversion. I want to see sharp down, and I want to see signs of a potential sharp up. And if we're just going to methodically just bleed out, I'm going to sit on my hands. I'm going to sit on my hands. David Cook saying, long Apple, don't be scared yet. Thank you for the idea. I am not scared. I'm just waiting for the right opportunity.
Heck yeah. Great job, Obi. Also with Apple, not a huge news. The stock does not seem to care really about it, but Apple Vision Pro, apparently users with Apple Vision Pro can now access traditional game broadcasts live and on demand with Spectrum TV and the NBA app. So some NBA integration for Apple Vision Pro. I don't know. That's going to be on watch here. There is, oh yeah, other things I want to say. Fed's Muslim talking right now. He is currently speaking. He said only 10% of the inflation that they're seeing is tariffs. So he's saying that the tariffs only apparently make up 10% of inflation, at least in his view. We know there are certain Feds, Myron, that are denying that inflation is part of it at all. And there are others that have been very, very clear that they view inflation or tariffs to be a huge part of inflation. So interesting look there. He said that a balanced approach to monetary policy only works if inflation expectations are anchored. Interesting notes there. He also said that inflation is materially above target. So higher inflation than they want. But Obi, we got some concerns too. We're doing a Dara's News Quarter, I guess, right now, because why not?
Yes.
So we have some concerns as well here. They're not really like market related, but I think it is interesting. I was seeing something, I can't find it now, but apparently the job market is at it's not looking good here. Where can I find it? This post fell away from me. Anyways, there were some concerns here about jobs, and maybe we'll probably never find. Oh, here we go. Sorry about that, guys. My X feed is very crowded. American job market faces its deepest pessimism since the 2008 to 2009 Great Recession. That's what people are saying. That's not a great look, and we know that one of the biggest things that have had even the most hawkish of Feds as of late, so Goolsbee and Kashkari mostly, even the most hawkish Feds have kind of been of the position that, and that's why they even voted to cut rates 25 basis points in September. Even if they're hawkish about inflation, they recognize that jobs are an issue here. So interesting note there. Looks like employment is a concern still, which is really unfortunate, of course. But I just want to keep you all apprised of what I see. So, Lulu, I want to give an update on my trades here, because I know I haven't been talking too much about my trades. I've been in 3, and I've been in pretty much all of them since the start of the midday. So, you know, it is what it is. I did take some profit here. I may come to think that was too presumptuous, but I did it because I wasn't really liking what I saw in the book, and we're kind of chopping. So I said, you know what, Jared, just take some out, move my stop. It ends up coincidentally being break even, but I didn't set the stop as break even on purpose. I just moved it to where the next kind of chunk consolidation-ish high was. So that was around that 169.50, like right before the breakdown, more or less. Ferrari, that Rari.
Oh,
is still riding lower.
Oh,
and guys, that's why you
revving
can't.
To the downside.
What'd you say?
Still revving.
Oh yeah. Vroom, vroom.
Yeah.
So like honestly, that's why you can't get too sad, I think, about if you're wrong on a trade. Like I tried this, I thought this was going to be a reversion. Like I said, it was a playbook setup for me that just didn't work out. Then this short, I only got partial fill, but that's not the point. You know, I executed this according to playbook. We get literally a ghost fill. I'll go back to the 1 minute so we can laugh at my ghost fill for a second. Because Obi, if you don't laugh, sometimes what are you doing? My ghost fill. And I'll zoom out so you guys can actually see how ghostly this was. Oh, wait, can I do this? Okay. Anyways, the point is the wick does not even go as high as where my triangle is. That's what I'm trying to say. So instead of getting discouraged by that, don't be discouraged. Let your true color. So yeah, I pulled a Cindy Lauper here. I just let my true color side shine through because guys, girls just want to have fun. And right now, what I want to do is take these trades. I'm still in Rari. Like I said, arguably presumptuous. Same with Lulu, that I took out this piece, but I didn't like what I saw in the book. I wanted to take a piece. I still have a quarter of this position. So I have 3/4 of the RACE position, and I still have 5/6 of the Lulu position. So I'm still heavily sized in. I just got stopped out of AMD. I kind of figured I would because we were curling up. But yeah, virtually a break-even stop, I think, more or less. And like I said, I took a tiny piece out when I thought that maybe we could bounce. I'm happy with how I've managed these positions, and I don't think I have anything to complain about or be sad about. Please just punch. But a moment of silence for the shorts I missed. Oh boy. Let's talk about CrowdStrike. CrowdStrike, as I mentioned, I liked as a short earlier, specifically this 510, 511 kind of level, but I didn't rush into it because honestly, like I said, the volume wasn't that good. I don't mind low volume, but CrowdStrike's volume was so relatively low compared to other spready tickers that I thought it was sketchy, so I didn't get in. And Quaduk, RIP that trade. AAPL, arguably even sadder. I had this short off the open. I stand by. I'm proud of what I did here with this execution. What I don't like is that I wasn't able to get in on that VWAP rejection. That was 100% a miss on my part. And, oh, that was at 10:57, so that was what basically when we had the tariff turmoil. I was not at my desk at the time, so I missed that as well. But there's another level or entry that I could have done here on AAPL, guys. There's actually two. The first is, and I wasn't watching it, so it's my fault. The first is, look at this little rejection here. We get this VWAP rejection that, 90 EMA, the purple line, 588. Look, that was support. It flips to resistance.
Yeah.
And so that would have been maybe an entry. I missed that either way. And then look, this base here that we get at 583, look where exactly we reject again, 583. So I'm not saying this to like cry myself to sleep or to pity myself. What I'm trying to say is I should have been on the ball more on these, and I missed those opportunities, and that is my bad. And
here's the thing. I understand that I agree that you missed those opportunities, but you were involved initially on the push. You had the direction, right?
That's true. Yeah.
So here's the thing. That chart looks almost perfect in terms of the price action that's holding structure, like you pointed out, kind of retesting structure. And that kind of reminds me of that the pyramiding concept that the short bear, really, if you guys know who that is.
He's really good.
Solid trader. You guys definitely got to follow him if you don't. But he has this really old video on pyramiding, which has definitely been helping me out. Of course, in terms of execution, I got to do a little bit better in bringing it in. But extracting from that pyramiding concept, you can see that AAPL has been loving the structure to the downside. So this is what I mean. So let's actually go through this chart here. You know what? Let's go through this chart because I'm looking for opportunity. Don't really see anything. So let's do something productive for the next few minutes here. So. How would you take? So your initial entry right here is on the break. What candle is that? 1221.
That would have been this one.
1221. What was your initial entry? The first time you got short on this stock?
Oh, I only got short the one time.
The one time. Okay, so what time was that?
It was 9.
Okay, so this
it was
consolidation.
right off the open.
Right off the open. 935. Okay, perfect, cool. Let's draw on this chart a little bit here. So you like the short there because it's breaking down. It's look at that, beautiful right there, consolidating below some of prior day's action. So let's kind of go through this and how ideally you can kind of get involved and then trail the risk as well. So I think initially. Here, let's change the color so we can actually see brightly. Let's see what's a good color that stands out on top of everything else. Let's go to like a light purple here. So I think so you're entering in and around here. You know what? I don't really like that. Let's go. Let's use some of these because this is a little bit more I guess more in line. We'll use so we'll use one of these. Boom. Where is that? Right here.
593.
Okay, hold on. So right here, so you get in on the first one right there, right? It pulls in. So where's the risk? The risk is up here.
I risked, so I got in
it.
I took it a little tighter, so I got in 593 and then risked the top of that consolidation range, so around 596.
So 596. So 596. You're keeping it pretty tight. So you're saying the stop is right here on this.
Well, I saw it reject it a couple times, and I felt that was where I was wrong.
Perfect. Okay, so you're saying that. So let's put in the stop. Let's just define the stop as this horizontal line. Okay. So the stop you said is at 956s.
Around 96,
sorry,
yeah.
996, around 96. So this is kind of magneting to candle tops. But let's say you're risking to the structure high. So we have that at 95.57. So okay, so that structure high, it works. It works right away. It comes in, but you're really convicted on this trade. You're just like, all right, sellers are stepping in once again after some strong selling of multiple days of selling. So if sellers are going to step in, I expect them not to violate this price. So let's just take a look at how structure holds now. All right, cool. So coming back into this resistance, comes in and holds. So maybe taking an entry here on the break of this trend, the risk still stays the same because we're still at that structure, right? And then let's see, where's the next entry here? For me, I'd be like, all right, well that's a trade in itself on that trend break because we're continuing, we're holding supply, right? I think this is always a good exercise to kind of look back and be like, all right, well this trade went in my direction. So if I had strong conviction, where are the places I can potentially participate next time if this shows up? So I think another place is this little guy right here. This is a strong quadrunk. We have a strong bid that comes up, retraces all the way to this prior structure, and then the participants that were here and dominant at this structure step in once again. So I want to participate on the sell, and guess what? Right here, that's taking out some stops. So maybe I'm participating once again in here.
Yeah.
Still maybe risking here, or maybe even if I want to keep it tight, I'm like, all right, if I'm risking this consolidation, I want to trail it down to where that next low is. So maybe that low or that risk starts to step down from here. I'm going to trail the risk. I'm like, okay, cool, working. All of this, no real reason to add, no real reason to add, but I'm looking for structure retest. So maybe when you get that strong bid and that retests this structure right here, maybe I'm getting right back in on an entry, so an add, because this might be a trade in itself right here once again. And then where do we trail risk? To the prior structure right here. That keeps you maybe in this trade, and then maybe you're taking this structure breakdown as well in and around here. So this little consolidation, you're just like, all right, I'm taking this structure breakdown to look for that low a day crack, and then I move stop to the next place. So that's around here. And then since then, no real reason, we didn't really break down here. So you're looking for maybe a cover, or maybe you're looking for structure to start acting differently, being like, all right, we've only had lower highs and lower lows, so as soon as we get kind of a bigger picture, a relatively bigger picture structure start to step up, and we get higher highs and higher lows, that could be the stop, or you just wait till you kind of come into some of these levels. So you can either risk to here, or maybe you're pulling it tighter, you're risking to here as well, because you now have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 entries. Now, we're just kind of reviewing this trade in a sense, being like, okay, in an ideal scenario, maybe this is how you participate, but it looks pretty on a chart, but that's the kind of mental I'm trying to get at as well. Right?
I want to get better, so thank you for going over that with me.
Where were the places I could have got in, and where could I have respectably risked along the way so that I can protect the position as well?
What if I got in now?
Like right now, right here, this structure right here. So okay, so what if you kind of press into it here? Because now, once again, you're average all the way here. You're kind of continuing this trade, but maybe you reject structure here. But is this an actual rejection just yet? I don't know.
Or I'm waiting, but I'm saying it could end.
Maybe, potentially, but you don't really have room to move the risk here as well if it's down here. So maybe if you're here, and now you add on to this, now you move on to here. So this is the kind of concept I'm talking about. I think, again, a great concept illustrated by the Short Bear. It's on, I'm pretty sure it's on his YouTube channel as well. But that kind of pyramiding concept is something I'm trying to bring into my trading as well.
So
right?
am I.
So in the ideal scenario, you're in the most shares for the stocks that are in your direction the most, and you're in the least shares and taking the least losses on the stocks that are not really working and they're going against you. So I like that concept of positioning into a trade. So it's a little bit of a review for a few minutes. So hopefully you guys got something out of that. But when structure really steps in, I am looking to pyramid into position. So that's kind of the mindset I'm going with now in my trading, to try to get better at capturing the move to its fullest potential, because I don't know what it's going to do. I'm only going to participate in what it's showing me. And in that participation, I'm trying to ideally maximize the leg that I'm able to capture as well. So
I like that.
Let's see. Ideal scenario, we talked about it. Realistic execution is something that I definitely have to work on a little bit better. So there's a little bit of a lesson of pyramiding that I wanted to talk through, because I saw the chart and I'm like, oh boy, that looks absolutely beautiful with the way it holds structure and steps down or steps up. You can take it the other way as well on something that's trending up. If you see it holding structure, if you see supports turning into resistances, it's a very strong concept of supply and demand. If you see that happening on the intraday, maybe it's worth a look. That's all I have to say about that. What do you got going on?
Well, thank you for going over that, Obi. I seriously, and so I was just doing some stops there too. But I think, like, honestly, why I really like that is because, and I stand by, like, you know, the trade I took was a bit scalpier. I stand by it. It's fine. But you're right. Like, it's just worth noting there's so much more potential for that. And then even, as I mentioned, even like, let's say I get out of the trade, that's fine. I should have been getting back in when it showed that structure was continuing to hold and giving me more confidence. So thank you very much for that, Obi. And guys, I think this is like one of the benefits of being on a trading floor, even if you make your own pod, because that's what we, like the traders, there's not that many traders left on the floor because again, the floor is gone, but like we'll always review with each other, right? And you have to have an open mind. You cannot be worried about like, oh, my trade sucked, blah, blah. Like, it's not about that. Right? Like, it's just about having an open mind, being ready for constructive feedback. Like, you know.
You have to be able to take constructive criticism. Yeah. That's another big part
100%.
of you know, just being successful at anything, I would say. But yeah.
And that's why, like, I have no issue with Obi, you know, coming and being like, you know, this is, I missed the trade, kind of saying, like, that's where you could have gotten involved.
My trading is sloppy today. Like, I don't see any great opportunities. I captured some of the reversions. Actually, Apple's starting to take a little bit of a curl on top of 47s here as well. So I do have it on watch. You know what? Maybe I do participate a little inkling of this price action here, but I'll continue watching that. But yeah, it's a good thing to kind of review your trades and go back at it. And this is the thing. A lot of people kind of just like, they come in, and I saw this happen on the floor multiple times.
Oh,
yeah.
You know?
They just come in like it's well, you can consider it like it's your job, but at the end of the day, you're just coming in, you're blindly hitting keys, and you're expecting things to improve over time without any sort of review. Now, let me ask you this: forget about trading, in anything in life, how are you going to get better if you don't assess and analyze your performance?
You're not.
If you don't assess and analyze what you're doing. Again, going back, like Go Sports, as much as I love sports, as you guys know, but some of the best players got better watching back games. Some of the best players got better watching back tape, right? Replaying some of the best plays. They're reviewing some of the best players. So it's just like, okay, you can take that concept, extract it. If you want to perform better, why not learn from some of the best performers? And athletes are definitely that. Right, so it's just, I think that that's something to consider here. Saying 10,000 hour rule, yeah, exactly, 10,000 hours. So I think I'm actually coming up to almost 10,000 hours in Rocket League. So we'll.
Oh, I thought you were going to talk about trading. I was like,
sorry, but yeah, no, I don't know if maybe I have 10. I don't think I have my 10,000 hours of direct seat time in trading, but I don't know. I haven't really been keeping track, but it's been about what? Almost 3 years here on the floor, I think.
Yeah, you had over 3 years, because I have it over 2 years, and you were like a year in when I started.
Yeah, so it's been a long time coming, and oh boy, what a learning journey that has been, and it continues to be that, and I think it will stay like that, right? No one's ever going to find that final formula being like, okay, this is the trade, this is how I'm going to continue trading for the rest of my life. Absolutely not. The market is a living, breathing being, and it will change over time. It will change behaviors. It's because of the different kinds of participants. It's because of the different kinds of market environments as well. So yeah, it's something to learn from, and you're only going to really effectively extract that value if you sit here every single day. You got the seat time for that, and you know it's a work in progress. Nothing's perfect, but that's what I'm trying to achieve. There you go. Yeah, there you go. David in the chat saying, you already know Obi knows how to hit a flip reset. Absolutely. Come on, bro. Come on. We're hitting those flip resets. But do you really need it to win games? Maybe not until you're like champ or grand champ, but I don't know.
Rocket League.
Yes, that is a Rocket League reference. But
the one with the soccer balls are cars.
The
opposite.
Soccer
cars are playing with soccer. Okay.
Game. Yes, that's the one. But I like it because it reminds me of trading. There is no visible skill ceiling because of and it's like it's hours in and effective, meaningful hours in equals results. So I think it's good. Gaming is a good kind of way to learn certain types of concepts that do transfer over to trading, because at the end of the day, like I say this, trading is very much a PvP game. Hardcore. And one of the most hardest ranked arenas in the world for sure.
Leave it to Obi to just kill it with the analogies to throw it over. I will say, guys, I think it's PvP, but also you might remember that psychology lesson I did in the midday a while back. I think it's also, you're familiar with gaming, I'm familiar with storytelling, so I'm gonna take it a different direction here with this analogy. I just got stopped at Lululemon, that's fine. I figured this consolidation curl could have been a thing. We broke out of it. I'm out. I'm cooling. I'm still in NASCAR. I'm still in Ferrari, not NASCAR. And I'm not looking to enter any other trades here.
Do they race Ferraris at NASCAR? I don't know.
I don't know.
I know they do like Fords and GMs.
But yeah, no, this AAPL, that 572, we talked about structure. Look where we reject. We reject that structure low. This breakdown from earlier. So I don't mind if we break below at 572, risking to 574. I don't know if that's going to be wide enough, but I'm going to have my eye on that. So that's what I'm watching right now. I apologize. I've been a little bit less active here with my trading, but I'm just on watch. Nope. The thing I was going to say was we talk about, player versus player, whatever, right? In writing, it's like they talk about the quintessential conflicts, right? So like man versus nature, man versus man versus
Wild
society. Okay. Well, I think it's man versus nature, Obi. But also,
the show is man versus wild, I think.
Maybe I was talking about story structure. But anyways, one of the biggest ones, and I think this is also important for trading, is man versus self.
Yes.
Because yes, you're playing against other people, but ultimately you're playing against your own psychology. Now, how do you make that easier for yourself? You come up with structures that are easy for you to remember. If you like rules, like I do, come up with lots of rules. Trade tickers that make sense to you. I love patterns, and I love trying to make things make sense in my head that way, which is why I'm so comfortable and so, I love my spread, because spready tickers give you that in spades. So find what you're comfortable with, and you can, move on and grow from that. You shouldn't only do one thing. As Obi said, the market will change, but I think it's important to start and make a base around that. That is my rant here. People were mentioning, someone was like, mention USAR. Take a look at USAR. These VWAP bounces, I told you guys, these material stocks that have been strong have been bouncing off VWAP. Now, VWAP bounce here is getting a little bit anemic. It needs some ferrous gluconate. It needs an iron supplement, or maybe some caffeine or like a burger. The point I'm trying to make is, we have the first VWAP bounce here after the news. We make a higher flat top, either way, slightly higher high. Then we come back, and we almost look like we're going to flat bottom break out of VWAP. But not only do we still bounce off VWAP, we still continue to make a higher low from the first VWAP bounce, right? So interesting look. I would like to see us continue to ride that 9 EMA to the upside. I think if we break a lower low below VWAP, I'm not going to love that. Also, it looks like Dear Lulu just wicked me out only to continue. But I'm not going to cry because I took the trade. And I've noticed something too, and this is all psychology, but I do think psychology is really huge for trading. Sometimes, if I get stopped out of a trade, what I need to do is I just need to mime shaking hands. I shake my hand with the market. You know what I mean?
You're making deals.
Exactly. Yeah. And I did make a deal. I decided, I was going to take these shares for this price.
Nice.
And the market decided, that's cool. I'm going to go against you. And I said,
that's cool.
Thank you very much. You know what I mean? Sure, I think that's fair.
Nimble.
That's kind of how I take these approach. Beantown Patriot saying, seriously, I am unsure as to what that is reference to, but if you have any questions or anything you want us to look at, please do let us know. I am really, really grateful to be here, you guys, and I do mean that very sincerely. So, App love it.
Yeah.
Hello, friend. How you doing, girl?
That's holding that day low so far.
Right, it's holding the day low, actually slightly higher low.
Yeah.
And but here's the thing: this type of top, especially around this consolidation low from a while.
Once again.
Part of me is like, I think what it's trying to do, and I don't want to make assumptions, but just based on previous action I've seen in this type of stock, part of me initially was like, I'll take a long. But I honestly think any kind of long here is going to be a fake out. Because look, we get that topping tail candle, and we continue to kind of reject. So the answer here is not a short. The answer is it's a no-go zone. I'm not going to trade it until it gives me a sense of direction. I want to see a clear push above that 574 decisively, or a nice push decisively below 572. Right now, I don't have any levels. Lululemon, it is what it is, I have a feeling this will go lower. If I have another opportunity to re-enter, I'll get in. Right now, I don't. And honestly, Ferrari's still going. So here's Ferrari. We really stalled here. The Ferrari kind of needed to get its gas refilled at 395.50, and unfortunately, the gas station we went to was a little bit higher than the price we were trading at, which I didn't like. But you know what? I'm still in this trade. My stop is kind of, I gave it a little bit of room above that range, arguably too much room, but I'm okay with that.
Nice.
Ivar saying we're very grateful to see you back. Thank you very much for the kind words. So Marlon Lycup, yeah, I talk a lot, guys. I have a lot of opinions, but I do appreciate the second part of your statement. I take trades. And even if you don't see me here in the screen trading, I'm taking them over in my Hobbit hole over on the news desk. So if you guys have any questions, especially about spready tickers, I think that's my niche, my oeuvre. I do trade other tickers too, but that's my preference. So Jaylee asking, how many $1 winners did you get on those shorts or rough total? Great shorts today, congrats. So like, I don't really like to do the dollar club thing, but I can just tell you truthfully, you know, some of my trades here, we'll go over it. So Ferrari, I got involved for this, like I said, these two trades, we lost. Those notwithstanding, my first, like this trade here, I had this was like what, $4 in the money. I'm still holding right now.
So here's a question for you. What got you involved? So I know you were trading Ferrari yesterday as well. Yes. What got you involved today?
Honestly, Obi, the first thing initially that got me involved was when I pulled up my P-Pro this morning at like 7. This is already doing like 20,000 shares. Now, that's not enough to trade at pre-market at all. What I'm trying to say is that is more than Lindley was doing pre-market today. That's more than AAPL was doing pre-market today. And again, I think with a lot of these spready tickers, when I say relative volume, I mean relative volume compared to each other, because they all trade a lot lighter volume, right? So if I see a ticker that is spready, that's doing kind of decent volume in the morning, I'm automatically like, you're still in play. Because that had a catalyst yesterday. I was not sure.
What was the catalyst yesterday?
For the Ferrari, it had to do with the, it wasn't earnings, but they had their guidance.
It wasn't earnings.
It was not
so
earnings.
it was earnings related. So it was guidance.
It was guidance related, yes.
Okay,
some of their guidance.
Forward guidance, yeah.
And then forward car related guidance too.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's what I wanted to say there with regards to Ferrari. The relative volume pre-market was what kept it on my blotter, or not my, I guess also my blotter, but on my mind. And really quickly, Zach Bobek asking about Tesla, thoughts on Tesla from here. The thing is, too, guys, whenever anyone asks me for my thoughts, I want to promise I can't always have, I'm not going to have thoughts on everything. Okay, I do have thoughts on Tesla, though, TSLA. So, Zach Bobek. I like that name. I like Tesla here. The one thing I don't love about Tesla, I like the idea of Tesla as a flat bottom break short, truthfully. It looks really similar to Nvidia. They're actually twinning here. What I don't like about Tesla or Nvidia, actually, no, Nvidia made a slightly higher low. Zach Bobek, I always find it slightly tricky when a ticker makes a slightly lower low and then bounces, because then I think it's kind of trying to fake out longs who have their stops at the low of day, right? But I don't want to make assumptions. I'm going to wait to see what it tells me. I have this on watch. I'll keep an eye on it. If it does give me a more decisive, you know, flat bottom break type look,
right?
And honestly, that 419 breakdown could be compelling. You risk to just above 420s. So maybe I'll light that one up. Maybe I'll spark that trade up on that 420 rejection, but nothing major. That is my opinion, though, on TSLA, Zach Bobek, and AAPL doing a little bit of a, I think I'm going to short this on the 15-minute prior bar break, but I'll have to wait and see. How you doing over here, Obi?
I'm just reading the chat here. Jameson in the chat pointing out, asking Obi, UNH, question mark? Okay, we can take a quick look at that one. I know that's been trying to curl. It's been selling off, or it had been selling off pretty aggressively. Let's see where that's sitting at as of right now. I know a lot of people may be getting involved, or were getting involved in a potential reversion or a trade, getting long, being like, okay, well, this is obviously oversold to a certain extent. Yeah, you want to get involved in something that's clearly mispriced. We know that, who was it? Berkshire also kind of picked up some inventory, but you got to remember, they like to buy the left side of the V sometimes. So it's a different kind of trade. You have to remember that different participants manage their risk differently. So here we go. UNH, what are we up to? Oh boy, so we did get a reversion to this leg right here. So 375. So we got a false break of this initial low, right, which looked kind of like capitulation, but it kind of, I guess it really wasn't. Maybe temporarily it was, but eventually you kind of break back down, false break of that reference low right there, and then picks back up, structure hold. I think a lot of people started looking at it in here, 300. This consolidation, again, the price action kind of speaks for itself. It consolidated, accepted that 300 price after a strong quadrunk, and then we've been stair-stepping up here as well. So I like this. This is the initial test of this reference high where sellers stepped in pretty aggressive aggressively. Where was this? Where and when was this? This was on Tuesday, May 13th of this year. So we have retraced about 100% or 100% back to these references, but still a long ways away from the first Kwadunk that we got in April of this year. So April 16th, around that time, got that first little push down. 581s all the way down into 420s, and a nice little gradual bleed and puke roll over, maybe some capitulation for on the short term, but nice little consolidation that we've been having since. So that's the look on UNH. I really liked it in and around here with this 300 in terms of a reversion. I liked it in here, but if I like it in here, the risk is down to here. I don't know if I'm chasing all the way up here. Maybe you're looking at a trend hold. Now, I know I have a bunch of anchors and all sorts of stuff sitting in and around these levels. You can see I have my support and resistances, and we cracked those pretty decently and pushed a little bit higher, 328s, 330s. So we're holding structure pretty well, and this is something that we just covered. If we're going to revert, do we hold that structure back to back, and does it have that methodic kind of a stair step back up? That's healthy. Or does it move around or move back in any sort of other way? So that's kind of the look there on UNH. I do like the idea, but maybe not on the intraday. On the intraday, pretty much selling off pretty aggressively and breaking back through some of these prior days levels here. Both Wednesday and Thursday, lows were 366s. We cracked that with strong volume. You can see the strongest volume bar of the day is not the opening bar. It is the bar that actually cracks through this support. So best believe there are people with sitting in and around these areas, whether they have their stops, whether they have, for whatever reason, there's liquidity in these areas. And that got taken out right away off of the open. All right, Vaughn Clark with the super chat. Thank you very much. AMC, what's that pop about? Let's take a quick look at that one. And we got another one. Bud C, thank you as well for the super chat. Great job stepping up last 2 days, whole team. Apple and FRTR. Okay, so we can take a look. Apple fritter? Okay, I see what you mean. Nice, thank you. So thank you for those super chats, guys. So AMC, let's take a look at that one. Not AMD. Nice. Muscle memory. That's called muscle memory. As soon as I'm like AM, the last one, just hit the AMD. Nice consolidation here, coming into some prior levels. Oh boy, I got to watch my support and resistances a little bit closer because when they do come in, it seems like they come in pretty nicely here. But let's see, AMC. I know GME had a little bit of a maybe potential move over the past couple of days. It showed up on a scanner, I think. So yeah, a little pop here. What is this pop, you may ask? Here's the thing, man. No real kind of strong volume. If this was somewhat catalyst driven, I think that you would see much stronger volume than some of the social average bars. Here, it's just social media attention. Thank you, Adara, for that. So Adara is saying it's just social media attention. So people piling in on maybe some rumors here. But yeah, maybe it's good to keep an eye out as that volume starts to expand and maybe gives you some more confluence for a potential move higher. But what has this name been doing over the past couple of weeks to months? Let's take a quick look on the weekly chart here. So sideways chop consolidation. Oh boy, this thing does not look that great, man. AMC Entertainment. There's nothing entertaining about this stock. So
that was great. Obi, you're so good with like the throws where you just end on like some line and it's awesome. I do want to talk here about AppLovin. So someone in the chat said, Adara is revenge trading. I don't view this as a revenge trade. I kind of told you guys what my thought process was in AppLovin anyway, was if we kind of make a clear break below that 572 on the 15, especially, I'm going to like it. And I'll show you guys the 15-minute chart. Now, do I think I might have accidentally gotten tricked into this? And do I think maybe this was a short trap or a bear trap? Sure. But do I think I had the wrong reason to take the trade? Absolutely not. I stand by this. This was technical. And here's the thing, like you can take trades that maybe were on tickers that either you missed trades on before and you lost trades on before. And if you believe in, like, you shouldn't avoid those trades just because you're scared you're trading emotionally. Because I used to do that. I'm like, I can't touch this because I'm worried I'm trading it like revenge. No, you know if you are. In this case, I might lose on this and this might have been long, in which case I'll flip to the long if I see enough reason for that. But I truly believe on the technicals that it's at least worth it for me to try a short. And I might not be right. But guys, look at this 15-minute chart. There's so much support at this 573, 574 level. Now it's flipping to resistance. So why not take an attempt at the short? That's my look there. That is also, that's a playbook for me, so I have no issue with attempting that trade. Now, this is just AMD. I was trying to revisit what this one did. I got stopped out of that short earlier, basically flat, took some profit on it. I'm chilling there, and I was very lucky to have that short earlier too on this one. Ferrari OB. Made a new low, I can't, maybe a slightly lower low of day. I thought that the real area that we're going to struggle with here was going to be around 394s. So my profit takers around there. But it looks like we don't even want to break 395s. I'm not going to chase this though. My issue was if we kept struggling with 395.50s, I would probably take some profit, but we're not really doing that. So I don't want to. Yeah. I don't know. I'm kind of conflicted. I might take a piece, but I also don't want to take a piece just for the sake of taking a piece. Or, I don't want to feel pressured to do that because I'm on the show and I want to, size down, take some profit, whatever, right? So I'm going to stay where I am right now. So there we go. SPRB. Keep an eye on this.
Ooh, SPRB.
SPRB.
That's
Martin Shkreli. That was that Martin Shkreli stock from earlier, and he just posted about it here. And I'll do a dramatic reading. For people who loved or loathed my dramatic reading of the Trump post, get ready, guys. You're getting another one. Let me drink some water first. SPRB is popping on this, by the way, guys. I'll full screen it.
I can take a look at that while you do that. So SPRB here, we've seen this one kind of move around on the Shkreli pump as it did earlier this week. Was it earlier this week? Yeah, that was on. That was basically Monday and then Tuesday. Yeah, that was earlier. That was on Monday. Damn, I thought that was much longer ago. I'm like, it's been a while, but I thought it was sometime last week. But we've been consolidating sideways, so that's interesting, and then picking right back up. So what a pump on this one, buddy. I don't know if the SEC is not knocking on your door soon enough. I don't know what they're really doing, catching much smaller fish probably, but. You can see that high a day is coming in at 193.76s as of right now, and maybe pushing up a little bit higher here. So some volume coming in on some chatter on SPRB. Would you like to go ahead and read? Yes.
I got a sneak peek at the SPRB pipe book. All healthcare funds, all fundamental. No idea why they priced it down there, but great to see some big and smart firms involved. No pipe flippers in brackets. I need to look into what the pipe flipping thing means, but shout out to Martin Shkreli. And again, if you enjoyed my Trump post-dramatic reading, go back like probably an hour, 2 hours and a half. I had a lot of fun reading that for you guys. Because you know what? News at Dara likes to be a little bit more serious, but trading Dara, we're going to have a little bit more fun with it. You know what I mean? Why not? We're here in this S for you guys. I am pleased as punch. AAPL. Like I said, this can go either way, but here's the thing with trades. They can always go either way. Yep. You always have a shot of being wrong. And obviously you want to take the opportunities where you think you have the highest probability. In this case, I may have miscalculated with AAPL, and that's fine. But as I said, I am not going to get out unless and until my stop is hit. The stop is around 574s. And here's the thing, the spread on this is really wide. It's like $1. Nothing on the spread. Okay, right now the spread's trying to push up a little bit. This slight bid creep, but it's more jumpy. Now, if I was seeing a steady, determined creep up, like every 1 or 2 cents on the bid into that 574s, that might cause me to panic. I'm not seeing that yet. But again, I don't panic anyway. I'm a trader. I take trades.
Yeah, don't be a panicking.
I'm not, or a Canadian, because we're Canadians. We'll see here. Yeah, in all inevitability, I'm probably going to get stopped out in this, but I wouldn't have been comfortable taking the long anyway because of that fake out of the 572 breakdown. At this point, I'm not going to say manipulation, but I think people are just playing around and trying to be a little spicy here is what I'll say, Obi, because there is some spice here. But guess what? I don't like spice in my food, but I love it in these here markets.
So,
only a couple minutes left.
That's some
crazy.
Spice coming into the market right now. You can see I just saw wipes into the bid on Apple right now. So here's the thing. I was looking at this. I did get along. If you guys were kind of looking at the board there, I did get along a little bit here because I'm like, if this goes, this is probably going to go. I'm looking for it to go right now, but I'm going to keep it tight because again, if I expect this to go, this should go relatively soon. Getting out. And then boom, sellers step in not only on just Apple, but on the Nasdaq and the ES as well. So I'm just like, yeah, this is why. Sometimes the tape can be very telling, dude. The tape can be like, yeah, the probability of this happening, the tape can be like, okay, that's very unlikely now. And it's funny enough, Jose and I were sitting in the back yesterday just talking about certain concepts of price action. We were here till like 8 p.m. last night, just being like, okay, we were just running through charts and going over some of our like momentum trades, and we were just like, okay, well, we had an argument about the moment and conviction. He's like, oh, there's no way.
Arguments about this too.
Yeah,
I've heard
I mean,
this before.
I love talking trading, and it's just like, I was like, is there not a moment when you're watching something that you're just like, okay, this is gonna go. You have the utmost confidence. You have a 90% confidence that this is gonna go right now. And if it doesn't, if it's that 10% that I'm wrong, I'm more than willing to be wrong and take that 10% out, right? And I think we sometimes eventually came to the conclusion that yes, there are moments in certain kinds of price action where you're just like, okay, we've seen everything we need to see, and we have tape confluence, and we have a bunch of other confluence. Like, this is gonna go. And if it doesn't, I'm more than willing to be wrong. But that confidence and that conviction, that's the word I'm looking for. You get that conviction, and eventually we came to the conclusion that yes, there are certain types of price action that does give you extremely strong conviction, and there are certain types of price action where you're just like, yeah, maybe that's a 50 to 60% chance that this is likely to happen based off of how that's coming in. But probabilities, very interesting. But going back to the point, the tape can be very telling much before the move kind of actually comes in as well. And you can kind of assess that maybe a little bit better. I find myself assessing that a little bit better if I'm already watching it, because I'm always looking for distinct difference. Is something distinctly different? Relative difference is a huge thing in the market.
Yeah.
I think that distinctly different is a very big thing in the market. So when things are looking distinctly different, I do want to participate.
Yeah, and I really respect that. And I think that's a really good point to make. I want to address here, too, I did take a piece out of the Ferrari. I know I said I wasn't going to do it, but nice. We just held that 395 really cleanly, and then we kind of bounced. And I said, you don't want to dare it, just take a piece. So I got a piece out around 395.70s. I still have half the position in, and I'm going to be chilling here. I really want to thank our friend, Small Cap Millionaire, for the $10 super chat. She's not talking too fast. Y'all listening too slow. Good job covering. Yes. Thank you for the kind words there. I really appreciate it. I'm going to guess that that's referring to me.
Listen faster. Come on.
I mean, I don't know about that. Listen at the speed you're happy to listen to, because, guys, on YouTube, you can slow down the video if you want. So, yeah, if you want to slow down the video.
Or turn up the volume.
Or turn up the volume at my whispering.
I don't know why you would.
But, yeah, thank you, Tammy KB. So happy to see me live trading. Like, guys, this is honestly always a treat when I get to come back and visit you guys. But I'm always over there, just still on the news desk. You can always tag me if you have any questions, or if there's any spready tickers that you're like, hey, what are your thoughts on this? If I have thoughts, I'll share them. And yeah, that's. I can't believe it's already 2 o'clock.
Yeah, hopefully you guys had a solid midday session. Crazy quadunking happening in the markets. Hopefully we find a bid soon enough. But without any further ado, we're going to pass it back to the guys right there. We'll see you guys soon. Take it easy. Have a good one.
We're not doing the afternoon right now?
All right.
What's up, everybody? What's going on? Welcome back to the show.
Gonna get the mic and then rock and roll.
Yeah. All right, so we'll get Brendo
in
a second. Joseph, welcome back. Your boy got in a good set.
That's Sean. I'm Neil.
Yeah.
Or do you want to be
right?
Or do you want to be Neil?
I can be whatever.
All right,
I mean,
cool.
I'm good either way. I didn't load up the chat quite yet, guys, so I'm gonna get into the chat right now, and then we'll start talking about the couple of positions that have got on at the moment. A couple of small cap gappers, GWH and CATX. More on those in a second. Joey, I just got to load up the chat. What are you looking at?
Yeah. I was going to say, brother, we got to touch it down over here as we go short in some Ethereum. Way to fix that one up there, Assassino. Thank you very much, my guy. So we're just holding that range. We get in a little bit. We post up right here at 31 flat, and then now we're just consolidating, looking to take that additional leg lower. And guys, what a butt whooping it's taken here today, down 6%.
Crazy.
And full disclosure, I was telling Sharif just before, shortly after, literally a couple minutes after we ended our other show, I got out of all of my contracts, so I'm 100% cash in the swing account now, guys. So I'm ready to rock and roll. Let this selling commence, and then sure enough, maybe we can get some nice things at some lower prices. So
I like that,
let's rock and roll. But after the critical art, alt, escape, short. Thank you, Big Don, for the big dump on the market today. Been playing according, baby. Yeah, good job, my friend. Nice work on that one too. Alex B, nice. Yeah, it feels great. Honestly, it's like a weight off your shoulders at the end of the day. Good stuff.
It is, bro. And the thing is, too, like, look, if you're swing trading, that should be exactly it. There has to be TA, there has to be stops and swing. But if you're in the long term and you're really focused on the long term vision, you can't really put on the goggles right now, especially at times like this when you start seeing, like, think about the opportunities in April. That's all I'll say. You know what I mean? So you've got to have that in the back of your mind and then be asking objectively, is this the right area to buy? Is this the right environment to buy? All right, guys, I'm involved in right now GWH. We're doing it live. We're adding into the position because we got a winner on. I initially added there at 55s. Then we added more into the break in the low 70, the high 60s. Looking for continuation. This is the first 5-minute candle to make a new high. So I'm continuing to watch this one. But while we watch that, let me tell you about this. Plus 500, guys, looking for a futures trading platform that actually delivers without hitting costs? Well, if you are, Plus 500 futures, you get free live charts, transparent fees, low margins, and an unlimited demo so you can practice until you're ready to trade live. And open an account and start trading with as little as $100 with Plus 500's powerful platform. You can access a wide range of futures markets, the S&P 500, the NASDAQ, you got Bitcoin, gas is on there. Even the Forex heads have something to trade. Likewise with the commodity heads, metals, crypto, and more. It's all in one place, guys. Plus, enjoy a welcome bonus of up to $200 in commission-free trading. Just scan that QR code on the screen to apply your account today and join over 30 million users worldwide who have already chosen Plus 500. Shout out to them and the good folks there. Just before we send it back to Brendo, guys, we did get a break into that 80s area, but we're getting rejections here in the mid to low 80s on GWH, something to look out for.
Happy Friday. I think it's been a red one anyways, if you are just joining or pulling up a chart possibly for the first time this afternoon. That's a pretty ugly candle forming on the daily time frame here. That is the SPY, or S&P 500. Want to direct your attention down here as well. Heavy sell volume behind this move this afternoon for the SPY. If you flip over to the NASDAQ, nothing changes. It's exactly the same. We were talking this morning a little bit about how we were still green on the week. The Dow, the S&P pushing 9 weeks in a row, or was attempting to be 9 weeks in a row to the upside. No longer, obviously, all three major indexes well into negative territory, nearly 2% here for the S&P specifically, and the NASDAQ leading the way. It was all in response to, I wanted to point out the VIX here, obviously, big move down. You're going to see a huge spike in volatility. So 30% for the VIX to the upside right now. A better part of $5 at one point at the highs, but all three major indexes, 1.2, 1.8, 2.5 right now for the NASDAQ. It's been ugly right from the start. We were touching on some of the chip names to kick things off this morning, Nvidia specifically, and Qualcomm running into China problems. AMD we didn't really get into. I mean, pull up any chart, it's pretty much going to look like this afternoon here. If you missed it again, a True Social post from President Trump considering massive, quote unquote, massive tariff increases for China in retaliation or response to some of the moves that China has made over the past 24 hours or so in response to the U.S. So we'll see how this plays out. Remember the last time that this happened, we went tit for tat with China until we got to 100+% on both sides for tariffs going either way. So I doubt we'll get back to that extent. But the market doesn't like it anyways, guys. Nothing specific as far as AMD is concerned. But, I mean, as I said, pick a chart. It's going to look pretty ugly at this point.
Yeah,
go ahead, Jeff.
Yeah, absolutely. Just to touch on Brando's point here with the VIX, so you can see that really starting to kick up there as well, too, guys. 160% at the money IV, and the volume starting to come in on some of these calls here. So, yeah, you get that aggressive selling and the momentum to the downside, you're going to see an uptick in the VIX here, and sure enough, that's what's being displayed. So, yeah, and I mean, as for AMD, I was saying to Sharif and everyone this morning, like Sharif, I don't know who's, but like you said, yeah, a lot of people, but logically it's like, okay, what are we going to do? Oh, why? Okay, there we go. Are you really going to be buying it up here? I mean, and within one day, you're already down 8.5% there roughly.
Yeah,
so
but Joey, it's still bull flagging.
It's
still bull flagging, and we still got higher lows. I mean, look at the initiation of the white candle. We're still a little bit higher than that. I don't mind. Like, look, it's ugly. It feels ugly. Crap. Yeah. Right, but you know.
No, I'm not saying it's a bad buy for the long term, but just immediately after you have that massive gap up, I think it's something that you want to pause and wait on.
That's fair.
Considering there's already the frothy talk within the market, right?
So people won't shut up about that.
Exactly. So I mean, you're down aggressively already on the session, and I wouldn't be surprised if we see another couple percentage point drop in some of these big chip names as well too.
Here's what I gotta say. So let's do some Fibonacci retracements. Let's see exactly how far we are off the high. So let's go with 240 because that price spike doesn't really count. So 240, we'll say that that's going to be 100% on our fibs. We're not even at 2/3 of a retracement yet, guys. That would be 210. So the 1/3, pardon me. The 1/3 retracement, that's the 210. The halfway is about 201, a little bit ahead of 200. So I think, this is not too bad. I don't personally, like what the new development is, but I don't think price is really all that bad on AMD. It looks ugly today, obviously 5 3/4. But I want to say one specific thing though. There's no AI build out without critical minerals. Let's just start that as our starting point here, okay? And so if this is going to kind of be the tit for tat exchange, then I think this probably hurts AMD in a couple of ways.
Yeah.
Or in one way, a little bit worse than Nvidia. Number one, AMD doesn't have their China-specific variant approved by the Department of Commerce yet.
Yep.
Whereas we know Nvidia does. It's got the H20 and the B30A could also get approved. And AMD's, for whatever reason, still not approved by the Commerce Department. So they don't even have revenue there that they could have realized that they're not going to realize. That's number one. Number two, Nvidia gets hit a little bit more by this because even though, the Chinese government doesn't want their companies buying these chips from Nvidia, the fact of the matter is they want them. And we saw another Singaporean company yesterday, which is under investigation for funneling chips into China. So the fact that the Chinese government doesn't want them doesn't mean, go ahead, Joey.
Oh no, I just did it again, man. Anyways, continue. I got out all that.
This is kind of the way that I see things. I don't think AMD gets hit from a revenue perspective as much as Nvidia. What it does get hit, obviously, is the lack of critical minerals that the Taiwan semis, that the Broadcoms, everybody who they're contracting out to needs to make their chips, and that's obviously how it hurts them, guys.
All right, we'll go on to Big Bear AI. I mean, same story as far as the overall price action goes. It's really interesting. I was sitting there during lunchtime listening to some of these headlines come in, and it's very easy to get stuck in that scenario where it's just every day is the same. Every day is 0.4, 0.5, 0.6% up or down as far as the market is concerned. Every day is 0.8, 0.7%, depending on what individual stock you're looking at any given time. And you get really caught in that world of low volatility, and it's hard to really anticipate something like this happening. When it does happen, though, you see it for the first time, you get a big 1+% move, as it's been, or 2+% move, and it feels a lot crazier than it really is. BBAI, right back to where we started here this morning, on the overall negativity. Again, nothing significant as far as the individual company is concerned. There was a contract for the U.S. Army that was set back. That was the initial pivot at the top, but I mean the selling in the overall market, really the story here, guys. I mean, all of these AI, I saw SoundHound AI under a lot of pressure today as well. I mean, the volume's back, the volatility is back. Yeah, we're headed downside, but nothing significant as far as individual news stories here.
No, Brendo, and we didn't really see a news headline when we started trading this earlier because this one was breaking out. It almost got to $9, so we took the initial bull flag breakout, just adding on the dips, and then we didn't participate in the best move over here, right into, I believe, that 880 area where it ended up topping out. But let me just bring in the black charts over here because you can just see the loss of the bid right around the beginning, of course, of the midday show, which is kind of when we got the Truth Social post from President Donald Trump. There it is, dropping with the overall market. And we know how the small cap gappers can march to the beat of their own drum. And you don't always see pullbacks and retracements in the small caps. But there you go. Another reason that Big Bear AI is not a small cap in the strict sense. It reacted to the market wave, the overall market wave, whereas we know, of course, the small cap gappers don't typically do that. And here it is, Joey. I mean, we dropped down. We had a bit of a V-shaped retracement. We pop back up. Lo and behold, Joey, we get into VWAP, and it's a clean rejection for another lower high.
Yeah, absolutely. And I like what Breno was talking about there, is just when you're in lower volatility environments, everything looks drastically more kind of severe than what it actually is. But essentially what's happening is you're getting the price expansion, so you're starting to move a lot more and fluctuate more within an intraday standpoint. So things look bad because we're in the lower volatility environment. And then when you get that pickup in the VIX, you can see that things become a lot more drastic and it feels a lot heavier. So I like that he brought that point up. But as for BBAI, I mean, here's another name that's been doing half decent. You get this massive run up in February, it cools off a little bit and continues its move, holding that trend really nice. But now you're experiencing almost, I will call it a quadruple top maybe. We're pretty close on that front at that $8.79 level. So I mean, you're getting that move, that heavy rejection, and I mean, it's moving with the overall market. So I think it's a little bit of a sit on your hands for a bit. I don't think it's going to be phased out immediately. It may take some time. But if you're sitting on some cash, I think you're sitting in a good position as well, too.
I agree 100% with that, man.
Oh, let's continue on. Rocket Lab to the upside this morning. It was pre-market. We saw the initial move came off the back of a couple of new contracts secured by the company. But we were making the point, if you joined us in the pre-market this morning on at 8:30, remember, we were talking the simple fact that this thing has been an absolute rocket ship on its own as a stock since the beginning of the year, up huge off those April lows. Japan Aerospace, the latest contract coming through for RKLB, gets all the way up here to $73.50, $74. I mean, again, the market pivot, the market move back to the downside, still going to lead the way as far as the negativity and price action back downside here for RKLB today. Guys, thoughts here?
Yeah, shout out to Raheem Alani, man. He's here. There he is.
Yeah, exactly.
With him. Shout out to Raheem. I love seeing him around. All right, let's just check out RKLB here, Joey, because look, we're putting in a beautiful uptrend. This is the 15-minute chart on Rocket Labs, and you know, Adara is the one that drops puns, but this thing has been absolutely rocketing up. Let's just go to the daily real quick and kind of preface this on the morning, Assassino. Assassino, would you have gotten in here back in July of 2024? I know you're going to say yes. Absolutely. Oh, and he would have been 1,300% in the money, Joey, as there's so many reasons here that we've been running up. Remember when our friend Elon and our other friend Donald Trump had a little bit of little scrap there.
Squall.
And there was talk about SpaceX actually dropping some contracts with the U.S. government. Well, the U.S. government's not going to stop funding space exploration. Somebody was going to stand to benefit from that. We had a run up with respect to that. And we're just getting more tailwinds, man.
I think as you see these strong names, it's basic in some of the technical analysis. The longer the consolidation, the larger the potential expected move can be. And I mean, that's what we experienced here in RKLB. You go to those April lows, it's just a steady uptrend from that $15. Goes up into this consolidation, which is around already 211%. Consolidates, holds that range within a $5, $10 range, and then breaks out with vigor. So, I mean, by all means, it's strong and it's selling with the overall market. Is it time for things to start cooling down? It only takes that one catalyst and an increase in tariffs potentially. If these guys are going to go tit for tat on it, then sure enough, we might see a little bit more of a pullback here. But I think it's pretty good. I like this frothiness, and I don't know how much. I was talking to you earlier. It's like, how much more are we going to climb without having that aggressive pullback?
Yeah.
10%, 20%. At what point are things going to cool down? Because it's the market. We know that it doesn't go straight up all the time. So this just might be the spark that lit the flame there.
I want to say something as well too with this, just with respect to the overall industry. This is what we're seeing a lot from. So they're launching space. They're launching satellites into space for Japan. But what you're seeing a lot of lately are more low Earth orbit satellites just littering space. For example, obviously we know what's Elon Musk's internet company? What's that called? You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah. Starlink.
Starlink, thank you. Just all those different types of companies that are doing things like that. And also, sadly, you're going to have a lot of militarization as well. Quite frankly, I think, the dream of having space demilitarized is going to die pretty quickly, because they're talking about the Golden Dome actually having, sadly, well, it depends on really how you look at it, weapons in space that intercept incoming missiles before. There's like 3 different phases of an ICBM, okay? And you can basically only guarantee that you hit it out in certain phases. So they want to catch it early.
Well, they already have space. You got Space Force.
The Space Force is going to be what's controlling the Golden Dome, right? And so you're going to see a lot more of this. And it's not just going to be the United States launching these low Earth orbit satellites and things like that for telecom as well as military. So I just foresee more of this kind of demand, Joey. And we've been even seeing telecom companies take a push into space as well, with Apple now offering text to satellite. Rogers is offering text to satellite. So more of this kind of stuff.
A lot of that stuff going on.
A couple more here. APLD has been an interesting one today. If there was one that you kind of looked at going into the open as much stronger than the rest, might have been this one, but it ends up being a little bit less so when all is said and done. Heavy sell volume comes in right at 10 o'clock, guys, as this pivot turns in the overall market. Again, we touched on the earnings if you joined us in the pre-market this morning for APLD.
Yeah, I mean, APLD is, again, another name that's been on a monster run, and I don't know if these pullbacks are warranted or not, but essentially you can only continue to climb as high as this, right? So, I mean, those April lows, $3.60-something cents, you climb up almost 1,000% at that point, which is absolutely insane, and you gap up on earnings. And there was a trader in the chat who's like, yeah, I'm like, be cautious. You might get that gap up just due to how strong the name is, but look at the legs of Oracle and what happened after that. You get that cool, you're going to start to fill that gap to the downside. But Applied Digital has been on an absolute monster run since April, just like the rest of the market. So there you go, you're getting some selling here today.
Yeah, and I like the report. Obviously, you can talk about the actual earnings report itself, with actual revenue increasing about 84% year over year. You can talk about the deal that they signed with CoreWeave for 195 megawatts in North Dakota. Apparently, it's fully leased, meaning that they have clients for all that compute. It's going to generate about, well, this is where we kind of joked in the morning. The company expects to generate $11 billion in contracted revenue just from CoreWeave over the next 15 years. So we were joking when we talked about Oracle, projecting 4 years down the road, 350 billion, 750 billion, or whatever they were saying in 2030. So, look, I mean, it's fantastic. It's just so future. So, forward looking.
Yeah, extremely optimistic.
We'll see how it all goes, but you can't argue with the price action. This is a chart, obviously, of APLD. Topping tail candle today right now on the daily, guys, so that doesn't really look that good. Maybe expect a return to the 10 EMA, which is around $29, $30. We had a high today of 39.07. We're currently trading at 34 with a low of 32.83. I see absolutely a fine retracement into 30 to hold psychological support as well as overlap with the 10 EMA. We'll see how this one goes.
Absolutely.
Big day for SoFi initially this morning. We had this headline that they've been hinting at it over the past, month or two, and it finally comes across that administration is considering selling $1.6 trillion in student loan portfolio to private lenders. I mean, with this government shutdown that's continuing, not much of anything going to happen, and including some of the important data points coming out next week. Remember, they have pushed CPI down the road. So we will get that, but won't be until later in the month. Anyway, SoFi, guys, got absolutely crushed here today. 29.80 at the high there, almost $30, straight through to 27 with barely a bid for SoFi.
Yeah, it's kind of ugly, Brendo. Especially reject that $30 area, Joey. 29.80 the high on the daily on SoFi. Let's take a gander because we just visited. Joey, we just got into that 50 period. We started creating higher highs and higher lows. I always worry about these type of patterns. And the reason I say that is because this is technically a lower high, right? So I always worry once we start developing a lower area high than its predecessor that we're going to see that lower low. And that lower low, of course, comes below that $25 area, which is a little bit lower than the 50 EMA. So we'll have to see how this cookie crumbles, but this is the headline that Brendo was talking about, student loans. Look, I think they've really diversified, I'm talking about SoFi, away from just being that refinancier for higher interest student loans at lower rates. They've really become sort of a decentralized, obviously, fintech bank that really wants to cater to millennials and Gen Z or Z who have money, right? They want to kind of be, as Robinhood, Joey, is the sort of the Morgan Stanley of the youth or the younger class. So let's see how this goes. I mean, it's a pullback, but we'll see.
Yeah, I mean, and that's what we're experiencing. So is SoFi going to be the Fannie and Freddie of student loans, maybe? 215% right there off of those April lows. So I think as we have our touches here on our trend line to the top side, at what point do you think that you're going to come into those zones? I mean, we can draw an additional one here, and it looks like with this momentum, we've already failed to put in a new high. So we're rejecting that aggressively. You see the selling pressure step in on today's session. So it's a matter of trend line, and then if you're going to breach the next one, and that can bring you into the low 24s here on SoFi. So I think it's just time to sit on your hands, guys. If you've been long for quite some time, there's nothing wrong with trimming, in my opinion, and waiting to grab some of these names at some lower valuations.
All right, we're done the rundown. Thank you, Brendo.
Right.
Yeah. Five tickers. Those are the five voted on by the gang in the chat. So let's cover what I've got on at the moment, guys. There is one that's breaking out. Everything is kind of iffy. DGXX getting into the highs. It's not respectful of technical levels, though, at least, not with these moving averages. Also a little bit light on volume. Those are the bad things. The good things are it's trading near the high of the day. It's 1 penny off the high. It's up 22.16%, but the volume is FEAM as well. Let me throw that ticker on there, excuse me. These are all late day breakouts. You'll see the majority of them are making moves, after 12 o'clock. Definitely not in the pre-market and certainly not during the open. You get a bull flag initially here. It's held well. It had a whole bunch of lower highs with a flat bottom. That was a flat bottom break candidate, but the bid stepped in right around 145, and there we go. We're forming bull flag number 2. But bull flag number 2 is not as tall as its older sibling, okay? So here's the deal. I need to clear 6 decisively here. We're like 607, 610. I could give this to the mid-80s, right? Because you could hold 6, right, which is a psychological support, but then you have price action resistance very clearly here at 590. It's a 1, 2, 3 triple top on the 5 before it's cleared a little bit later on. So what concerns me are 2 things. 1, we haven't cleared 6 decisively enough. And number 2, the second bull flag over here is a little bit smaller than its predecessor. And usually that's not the case. So we'll see. We'll see FEAM and DGXX. DGXX is at the day high right now. So it's breaking out. So we're going to keep tabs on that one. Let's go ahead, take off CATX. CATX is okay. We can stay in that one for a little bit. We'll see how that one goes. We'll take off BBAI. We'll throw in our good friend now, DGXX. Is this on the NQ? It is. 1 penny spread. Okay. Now we're good. All right, so we're in new highs territory now. 327 breakout on DGXX. It's up 23.86%. Did you not get market data connection last time? Am I just the only one getting it?
No, but every time I
got it again.
Every time I try to switch to a daily or something like that, it's delayed.
Interesting.
Yeah, it takes a long time to transit, but I never got it.
I just got it right now, and I got it before when you and I were talking. So
order filled.
Yeah, everybody knows that order filled guy, bro. So DGXX topping till candle through 327. We're gonna have to watch this a little bit here because it's look, 3.5 million shares of volume on a $3 name by 225. I could ask for a little bit more. We'll see, Joey. I'm going to pack my papers.
Yeah.
I don't need to be jumping in quick.
Absolutely. All right, guys, let's pull these up here. I like what Dangerous is saying in the chat.
I'm so dangerous.
He's like, Joe, we seen any put activity, high levels of puts that we can look at as potential put walls and for potential bounces? And I just said to him, I don't know if we're in that territory just yet, considering the The selling just started, but as I bring up the actual SPY, you can see that we have something around 655. So that's around 4.5 points from where we're currently trading at right now. So, I mean, are we going to get there? Those are 0 DTE. We want to maybe go over to the following expiration. Again, same thing. Nothing crazy at that 655 level just yet. 658, you're starting to see a little bit of a bounce. Where did we bounce off on the lows in today's session? There it is, right? Like 657, 65. Things take a little bit of time to turn around, but there's probably no coincidence that you have 18,000 contracts currently open and 38,000 traded on the session. So
Crazy.
You can find a little bit of a bounce, but also look at the open interest on the call side. This is extremely anemic. I don't even yeah. There's not much there, Sharif, at the end of the day. So I don't think there's going to be too much. Maybe you'll see a little bit of more volume stepping into the writings, right? As the volatility picks up, you're going to be collecting more premium. So I was talking about this earlier in the week.
Okay.
After that big pop-up, we're like, hey, I think these AMD 150 calls, the 250 calls on AMD expiring, nope, that's the 17th. Yeah, let's get over here to the 17th. Those were paying $112, so $1.15 or $1.12 there, and now those are worth 74 cents, right? Nice. So I mean, there still might be an opportunity in there. The IV's up there, but for next week's expiration cycle, 250 collecting $78 per contract combination. I like it. As a matter of fact, let's actually build the spread right now. Yeah, we're gonna build the spread right now and see what we got going on. Exactly. We're gonna go in inverse vert here. So bang, bang. We're gonna go over to that 55, and then we're gonna obviously take a look at the, no, I don't wanna do that. Go up here.
Go up,
There you go, thank you. No, that's too high now. Assassino, don't do me dirty.
No. You're good, Assassino.
Yeah, he's good. I know, that's my homeboy. That's my boy. All right, so here, let's take a look at this one here. Where's my thing here now?
What happened, Joey?
I don't know. Okay, no, we're good. No, we're good. We're good. All right. So, I mean, there we go. Let's take a look at the risk profile. We're using our delta metric here as well, too. So, I mean, you're not collecting that much, but at the end of the day, so we got our bear call spread set up. And okay, that's not right. So that's not right, but the probability of profit is there, and that's kind of what I'm aiming at. I want to bring this down a little bit more so we can see. So $87, so we're going to be collecting around $32, right, per contract combination, using our delta as well too, which I think is absolutely a beautiful stuff. So $34 is what you're collecting, but you say, hey Joe, why would I want to collect $34 when my max loss is $715?
Why?
That doesn't make much sense now, does it? No. But your probability of making that cash flow is 91%. And that's your max loss. Are you going to lose $715? No, not if you're smart about it. Okay, so you put in those stop losses, but day by day, if volatility tends to decay and start to tighten once again, then you're just going to be raking in that premium. And eventually you can just close the contracts on the Wednesday or the Thursday when you've collected 75% of the premium and you close it out, or you just roll it over, collect a little bit more, and do the exact same thing. So I really like this strategy. 91% pop. You're collecting $34 per contract combination on that bear call spread.
Each year, guys, 3.8 million concussions are sadly reported in the United States, yet there is still no FDA-approved treatment. A NYSE-listed Origenics trading under ticker OGEN is changing all of that with its first-in-class intranasal drug designed for rapid brain access. And with concussion treatment market projected to reach about $8.9 billion by 2027, Origenics is uniquely positioned to lead the way. So learn more and schedule a meeting today. Shout out to the folks at OGEN. All right, Joey, I've got a new one. Look, there's what is this? Get the hell out of here, Outlook. Nobody invited you, bro. There's a new one here called SOAR. SOAR. It's trading on the MX, which right away puts it in, what kind of bucket for me. We'll trade it begrudgingly if it sets up in the right way with ample suspicion. because these ones, if they halt, number one, they're just bamboozlers in general. The Amex network, no shade, but that's just been my observation. Number two, if they halt, we'll have to fly blind, which means we won't know what the top is, the theoretical auction price. And so that obviously creates a bit of a problem because we have no idea who's in control at any one point when we're halted. And they also sometimes tend to be a little bit longer of halts. Why is, oh, okay, Outlook's very annoying. So I'm keeping an eye on it here. Now, it definitely had some resistance at 60. It gets into 65. I mean, I feel like I'm grasping at straws over here, guys, trying to find some of these small cap gappers. So if there's any new ones, just throw them in the chat. Let me know. I'm just taking a quick look over here at the scanner to see if there's any new ones. Tag me though, so that I see your message. All right, GWH is popping off a little bit. It looks like it found a little bit of support here at $4. Where are we going? Yeah, there is that 4 pop, but it's south of the 10 EMA. So I'm worried that it uses the 10 EMA as resistance over here. GWH, it's up a very respectable 148%, but it's well off the highs, 533 high, dips into 4, finds support at 4, and it's had a lot of interactions with that $4 level today, whether it was in the pre-market or at, 12 o'clock. It's generally been interacting with that 4 level, so it's no surprise we're finding support here. But do we get above the 10 EMA and start working our way into that 450 area? I don't know. I feel maybe this one's past its prime, so to speak. So keep my eye on that. I'm holding CATX at the moment, looking for a breakout above 5, but we're not getting it. So I think I'm just going to flatten out here, break even. VWAP is at 480, but if I want to get in at VWAP, I can get in at that time. I don't need to DCA into VWAP. So that's all I've got, Joey. Nothing else really moving in small cap gapper world. Obviously, if you're just joining us, or if you're wondering why the market is looking like this. Well, the reason for that is obviously, of course, President Trump did tweet, or not tweet, but he posted on True Social with respect to the ongoing trade negotiations with China, which are not going well, according to him, because they're starting to change their tune. Apparently, they are reaching out to, allies and looking to see, where the supply chains are for all the critical minerals that they send out. Obviously, looking, to position and posture for the upcoming negotiations. So this, no shock to me. For a couple of reasons. One, you have upcoming negotiations, which they want to strengthen their position in. We're talking about, of course, the APEC summit in South Korea in a couple of weeks, where Donald Trump was scheduled to speak to President Xi. And you also have the, I don't want to call it insulting nature of the export ban, but basically, you're telling the Chinese, look, you can't buy our best chips, but here, we'll give you something far less superior. You can buy that. That's good enough for you right there. It's insulting, right? And they're not going to take too well to that, obviously. So, and that's been something that they've been complaining about a lot. And this is not new to us, right? The whole critical minerals thing is not new. The chip ban and the dissuading your Chinese tech companies to buy. Yeah. It's not, none of this is new, right?
So I mean, within all these talks, I don't think anybody ever thought it was going to go this way. Obviously, the market pricing in the best case scenario, and that's not the situation that we're currently sitting in right now. So it's.
But we're positioning. Don't.
Yeah. You think it's a bargaining too? You think? So. Yeah, absolutely.
Bud CES, I have read about soybeans. I had to. I didn't read about it. I watched about it. It's because this country is exposed to it. Saskatchewan. It killing. One of the critical industries of the province of Saskatchewan. Of course, some of the other ones are uranium and potash and stuff like that, but they have a huge soybean industry, and there's huge tariffs on Canadian soy because we had to reciprocate the 100% EV tariffs that were put in under President Biden. So that's where we find ourselves in negotiations. So I do know, yes, sir, to answer your question. Jay Lee, the reality is that most of the world rare mats, are located in China, Russia, Africa, but very little production is possible due to infrastructure. So it's difficult to find good, and then it cut off. Well, I was looking at an infographic on CNBC this morning on Squawk Box. God bless Becky Quick. It was like a shaded map The darker areas have the majority of the critical mineral, and the lighter it was green. And the lighter green areas where there was some, but it was super little. China was basically black. Okay?
Yeah.
You know, they got a lot of it, Joey, and that's just the position we find ourselves in. And I started out the session saying there is no AI build out without critical minerals. It just doesn't work. So we got to either find our own, or we got to strike a deal with the Chinese.
Yeah. So here we go, Sharif. Let's see what we got. We got it right here for you there, my boy. Let's see what we got going on. So, I mean, I don't know what this is. Key policy critical minerals for the energy transportation.
This Blue Arrow's blaming us for the market dropping. Come on, Blue Arrow.
Who's doing that?
He's like, look, Sharif and Joey, they're not allowed to do the morning show anymore. They crushed the market.
Is that
the one right there, Joe? There it is. Oh, no. What is being regulated?
Regulated.
Being regulated.
No, that's not what we want there. Yeah, where critical minerals are being regulated. Key policies.
How's MP doing, bro?
For the energy
MP still popping off 14% on MP. Oh, baby. Yeah, this is definitely a counter trend trade today. Well, I wonder why USAR, MP, quadruple U or triple U, whichever one. Lithium Americas, Obi was all over that. Obi, you were in LAC for a little bit, weren't you? For a little bit. Yep. That was choppier than the rest of them, Obe says. Yeah, well, it doesn't look like too choppy here, to be quite honest with you, Obe, on MP. It looks like just a bull flag holding VWAP on the 5.
There's a different one here, Sharif.
Go ahead, Joey.
Yeah, I mean, it's...
Is that the one right there? Canada doesn't have as much as China.
No, look at the list.
As much as I want to believe we do, we don't.
No,
right?
we don't. So it's just not the case whatsoever. So. Yeah, did you ask me what I had going on here?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, all right, let's figure that out. Let me get some of these tabs off of my hand here. I mean, we messed up. I meant to take just a little bit off, and I punched all of it out once again on today's session and missed that little bit of a move lower. But we were short Ethereum, just trying to sell the top end of the range. Start really small just in case I want to break down. You get that liquidity grab, and I posted up at 31s with the majority of my size. And then sure enough, you're just continuously bleeding here on the day. So we can't complain, man. It's been a pretty good session so far. Let's see, our one red name is on CoreWeave, right? So CoreWeave is what we took a loss on here earlier in the session. Other than that, we've traded 4 names. We're 3 for 4 on the names. So yeah, we won't complain. NVDL, obviously, to the top side. Look at this here. Again, so essentially what's been going on, as you collect data, mental data, whatever it may be, this is a big mistake on my behalf. Why? Because when I seen the overall market really start to get aggressive how it was, what happened is I wanted to catch a fill here and I wasn't. So I got frustrated and then eventually I did, but that's 40 cents from my entry. But with that volume starting to really kick in, I'm like, hey, you have to hold on to this a little bit longer. And we would have been able to partake in the whole move to the downside just due to the sizing. But other than that, the long up here was really nice. This was our final out. You squeeze up here. Consolidation. I'm like, okay, this is good. This is good. That 195 call wall is going to come into play. We're going to get that move back into the volume weighted average price. And then it was bang. Hold on there. Yeah, there we go. It was like, boom, straight to the downside in the continuation. And I'm like, you know what? I'm not going to chase it. But when you guys see the volume and the volatility kick in like that, if you catch it really quick, if you can hold your horses, start really small, and then just diamond hands it, the chances are of you getting an extended move are there. I mean, NVDL's down 2.5% or 5.5%, right? So if we go to the actual underlying, what do you?
Sorry.
It's all right, man. Like here we are. So NVDA being down 2.7%, and I mean, who knows what's going to come on Monday? You tap into 195. I talked about those call walls, even leading into the earnings report. We've seen this before on multiple occasions, but Sharif.
Yes, sir.
Oh my God! Give me the light bulb moment here.
I don't have that.
You don't have that? All right, there it is.
Put me on the spot.
Put me on.
I got this guy though.
Well, I mean, we'll take it. It wasn't the light bulb moment I was looking for, but we'll put that one there. No, but in all seriousness, I think that this selling is pretty good leading into earnings season.
Yeah. Oh,
I think,
yeah.
right?
So you can stock up.
Exactly.
And we know
exactly.
the Mag 7 likely to report decent earnings.
If they're coming, if these cloud providers come in and they're starting to beat expectations, like if they're beating cloud growth, et cetera, whatever's going on with this tariff news might be irrelevant at that point.
Can I just say one thing?
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm talking up my own book.
Yeah.
Just call a spade a spade. My mom, Dukes, I told you about the issue with the iPhone, how it got taxed at the UPS stage.
Yeah.
But basically, we looked again for her, Joey. We want to get her a phone. If you want the iPhone Pro Max 256 or 512, you're waiting till November 10th.
Did you guys order it?
No.
Why?
She doesn't want to get it sent through UPS again because of what happened. So she wants to pick it up in store, and then they don't have that option because of the backlog. Yeah. So we're going to have to continue waiting. So we'll see exactly what happens.
So yeah, I mean, that's what I'm getting at. I think this selling might be relatively healthy leading into the earnings season. I mean, when do the banks are starting next week, aren't they, Adair? Into like mid-October, right? So I mean, yeah, let's get rocking and rolling. Speaking of the banks, let's take a look at JPM. Wow. So I talked to you guys about the first options contracts that I've ever bought. It was Occidental Petroleum, JPM, and Amazon.
Okay.
Right? And ask me how I did on them.
How'd you do, Joey?
Horrible.
My bad.
But it's usually how it tends to be on your first contract. But I'm talking about I was buying $100 calls in JPM. It was insane back then, yeah. And I mean, big moves. This was it was definitely down, even more. But look at this move. Look how far we have to go back now. $200 from those April lows.
Oh my
Bang.
God.
48% in a bank stock.
Yeah.
In a bank stock. And what I'm hearing from some of these analysts, Shreve, is that the fact leading into this earnings, there's some quiet movement onto the blockchain. So you might see some efficiency improvements in the likes of Citi. Our guy, Wapner, there was calls on Citi. I'm like, that's
Are they
great.
talking about blockchaining Citi?
Absolutely.
Okay.
And he's like, calls on Citi. And I'm like, wow, okay, that's really interesting. Yeah, the efficiency in these companies is apparently going to be going through the roof in the next couple quarters.
Remember I told you about the compound episode with Tom Lee?
Yeah.
He was the one that was jokingly, but kind of not, calling JP Morgan a possible growth stock, right?
Exactly.
Which is kind of comical because JP Morgan is JP Morgan. It's not a growth stock, but it could possibly be. Let's have a look over here at the super. I will put it. Do you have the Fabian's thing up? Can you throw it up?
Yeah.
It's up.
Oh,
thank
there
you,
it is.
Assassino. Thomas Kondo. I like that. 199. Thank you. Can someone explain how BBII went down 18%, down one to down one? Oh, 18% to down 1%. Okay, yes. Well, the market sold off, brother. That's what it is. BBAI, it marches to the beat of the market's drum, right? And we saw that vis-a-vis the reaction to Donald Trump's tariffs. Look, there doesn't actually have to be any direct correlation with the restriction on critical earth with BBAI. It could just sell off because the market's selling off, and that's what basically happens at that time. But again, there's a little bit of a connection here with AI, obviously, and critical minerals. I think it's quite a distant one. I would say, my opinion, is it just reacted to the market negative market sentiment and sold off. And that's why I kind of don't like to trade the ones that are not strictly small cap gappers, because they tend to react to these market moves. And I'm trying to distance myself from the market by trading small cap gappers who are, for the most part, marching to the beat of their own drum, albeit sometimes very risky and dangerous to trade, but nonetheless, typically don't follow market trends. And Big Bear AI is not a small cap gapper; it's $2.75 billion, which doesn't really meet the requirements there. So I also told someone I'd look at Open for them, and he was asking about the technicals on Open. So let's go ahead and have a look here. Where are we at on the daily? We're still holding up, man. You know, you definitely don't like the lower highs, but that's what, bull flags look like sometimes, So I don't think this is bad still. You're not retracing. You haven't even gotten to the 50, let alone the 200. You're holding key technical levels. For example, that 657 was double bottomed right there on the 23rd and the 24th. What I'd be looking for, it looks like it's a series of lower highs. I'd be looking for a decisive break of the lower highs on a closing basis, not an intraday basis, and a continuation up. You're getting a sort of a compression pattern on the daily where you have higher lows and lower highs. I still like open over here. I'm not standing in front of it. I've seen what happened to people who do during the meme craze. And you never know, man. They might have something here. I've been following the CEO on X. He's Canadian. Shout out to him, Naz Kajatian, I think his name is. And he's interesting. He's coming up with...
It was the opposite, Kaz Najatian.
Kaz
you were so
Najatian.
close.
Thank you, Nadira. Yeah, and he's coming up with some interesting ideas. So he'll like give people a time to test out the house. So you know they're flipping houses and selling it back to people. I'm not saying this is market moving stuff, but the guy's clearly thinking outside the box. Test your house for 10 days, test your house for 15 days, customer satisfaction guaranteed. Just show up with your receipt, we'll return it.
Bro, can I be honest with you right now?
Go.
I honestly had no idea what you were talking about because I was glued to something. Yeah,
Open door.
I have no idea.
That's all good, bro. If you're
I'm
concentrating,
sorry,
you're
man.
concentrating.
Yeah, I have no idea.
All good, bro.
Oh, yeah,
all good.
Yeah, I have no idea. I apologize, man. We need Rizbot. Yeah.
No, look. So look, it's a meme stock, man.
Yeah.
Let's just cut the crap.
Okay, you think it's a meme stock?
Yeah.
It's got meme action.
They could do something that may move the needle. I'm not putting it past them, but right now. You're asking about fundamentals.
Yeah.
The fundamentals aren't there, okay? The Gen Z is broke. The millennials are broke.
For now.
Underlying, they don't got the money to buy houses. That's
but see, the thing is, though, the Gen Zers are going to be spending their money on Labubus and like vintage cars and ridiculous cars and stuff like that, which is absolutely insane.
Oh man!
I mean, like again, I would never be the. I don't know. I don't want to. Hey, listen, if that's your style, that's your style.
Bro.
My little brother.
I could take a lottery ticket on this. I have no problem with that.
With the open door.
I could absolutely smash a few hundred shares.
Just to see where it goes.
So I lose
right?
a few $100.
Put $1,000 into it, and you know what? If it 10x, then you're good. I mean, it's my little brother's birthday is tomorrow.
Oh, nice.
Yeah,
he's a Libra too.
Yeah, and he's in that world, right? Like he thinks he's this like fashionista. He's coming in with the parachute pants, and he's a handsome fellow, like 6'2", really good. Yeah, he's a handsome fellow, that's for sure. And he's like, yeah, you don't know fashion, Joe. I'm like, you have no idea about anything
I'm
in
Joey
life.
Fashion, baby. You don't even know what they say about me at work.
Yeah, exactly. Let me take you to Mars. No, but he's a happy birthday to him. He's obviously not listening. But man, oh man, what a missed opportunity here. And I'm glad that we're playing these fades in the overall market. I don't think there's going to be any opportunities to the long side just yet. LFS, is it going higher?
It's halted.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Go ahead,
I mean, that's small cap world. That's different. That's a different world, right? That's a different parallel.
It's a different world.
But as for Ethereum, there it is, continuously grinding lower and lower. Greg Moore was saying something in the chat that I wanted to reply to him about, but now I've lost it. Okay, volume concerns the interest. Okay, Joseph, I wish I could draw this for you, but Q's just broken out a long-term uptrend in place since May for the second time today. Do we recover, or are we due for a flush lower into the close? So far, it popped. I'm going with the flush lower. Look at Ethereum down almost 7%.
Oh no!
7% now. Kill him with kindness, Sri.
And now for some exciting news out of Canada for the sophisticated traders on the stream. Guess what, guys? Beta Pro. It's by Global X Canada, and they are Canada's largest provider of leveraged inverse and inverse leverage ETFs, and they've just launched 6 new triple leverage ETFs, and they're offering, guys, 3 times bull as well as 3 times bear exposure to the S&P TSX 60, semiconductors, as well as U.S. Treasuries. And if you want even better, they're offering a special fee rebate, dropping the management fees to just 65 basis points until December 31st, 2025. Plus, the U.S.-focused strategies use currency hedging, offering the potential for pure performance and exposure. So if you're a tactical, sophisticated trader and you're looking to amplify your performance, well, then you need to check out betapro.ca/3 times daily to learn more. I could not have done that with any more fake emphasis. No, joking, of course. All right, guys, here we go. We're watching now CATX at the volume-weighted average price. I'm looking for this one to pop up. It's already crossing 87s. Looking for the continuation. There's the print now on CATX. I'm also seeing SOAR. This one also has weaseled down into the vault. Where the hell is SOAR, bro? FEAM, crap. SOAR, Joey. I think this is on the MX. I'm right. Yeah, just at VWAP now. So let's see what this one, are we allowed to trade this? Let's go ahead and give this one the old college try. Okay, we did. Okay, so now we're involved on SOAR. I like this area, VWAP. So let's go ahead and add here so we can get an actual position. Now it's not letting me in. Okay, very good. There we go. So now we're going to add into this position. Let's see. Where are we going to stop out? We'll give it to 37. Such a tight stop over here. That won't really be risking all that much. So what price do we have? We have 43, so let's go ahead and post into that 50 penny area. We're gonna look for a VWAP hold on SOAR up into 47s it goes, so it is catching a bit of a bid right now. Let's see if it continues into 50 pennies. It's a 1 penny spread right now, so let's continue to watch and see if we can get something on this bad boy. Packing my patience over here. Let's see what else people are talking about. Jay Lee, the OJG Lee's back, baby.
Yeah, I know.
Triple Q gonna dump to 98. Get shorts on. Love you, Jay, but you know I don't trade these, the market or the large caps. We're going to stick to the small caps, but your boy Joey Options could absolutely be about that life. What's that look like, Joey?
Yeah. I'm trying to edit some candles right now. Let's see what we can get going on. I want to put a little short here on, oh no, that's not why it's doing that. Duh, hello.
Okay.
That's why it's on AMD. I was on CoreWeave. Okay, so I'm going to get a little short here on AMD, nothing substantial. We're going to go small size, right? We're leading into small. Friday. Right. Yeah, we're just going to grab a handful just to get our beats, just to get our toes dirty, right? And just, and get that, get our fix there, Sharif, of dopamine.
Life, eh?
Yeah, obviously. You know what hockey is? Hockey is that itch for me, man.
I love it.
I'm at the happiest.
That's good, bro.
When I'm on the ice, man,
Are you actually, though?
I'm happiest. Yeah,
I like that.
man.
I like
you know what it is, though? Full disclosure. So I think I told you guys this story before. So when I was in high school, you're a teenager. So we're talking about, I graduated in 2010. So that's 15 years ago. Was in a relationship, went completely south, and all I really had to keep me satisfied was hockey, and I would play floor hockey every lunchtime, was on the ball, just to keep your mind occupied.
Well, there you go.
Right?
And
ever since that point, it's just always been that. Even since my grandfather, I think it's just been absolutely phenomenal. I love being on the ice.
I love hearing that, man.
Yeah, exactly. It's my muse at the end of the day.
That's fantastic.
And being around Milo.
A lot of people throw their self into work. At least you threw yourself into something that you get actual help.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, both work and doing something physical, right? We talk about the heartbreak. Kids get into the gym. That's I think we're allowed to do. Bang, short there on AMD. Adair, what do you got for us?
Yeah, I want to talk here about WBD. Not much of a move on this, but worth noting. Deadline is reporting that Goldman Sachs is valuing WBD, Warner Brothers Discovery Studios, and streaming units as more than $30 per share, currently trading around $17.50. Now, here's where things get interesting. Larry Ellison of Oracle fame is reportedly in discussions with Apollo and other private equity investors to join a potential $6 billion offer. Now, why is this significant? Because Larry Ellison's son, David Ellison, is from Paramount Skydance, and they were reportedly considering an offer here for WBD. This isn't really moving too much, but I think it's an interesting story to keep an eye on. PSKY, for what it's worth, Paramount Skydance, continuing to push lower on the day. Back to you.
All right, LFS is going to halt down as quickly as it was halted up and printed a new high day through 573. That's why these ones in that haven't cleared the pre-market high are just on my crap list. And let's look at this one a little bit more, because this one had everybody getting all pumped up. Look at that aftermarket high from 909, a pre-market high of 850 on freaking volume, man. There was plenty of volume happening at those times. Look at this print here in the pre-market with 325,000 shares. That was more than it did basically all day today in regular trading hours. So there was plenty of possible bag holders up here, and then this one makes it retraces above VWAP, breaks through 573 high, halt initially at 5 1/3, and then all hell broke loose, now down below 5 in the 480s. Look, if it holds a 10 EMA on the 5, which is showing 4 2/3, 4.5, we'll see. But these ones, man, crazy. So anyway, not involved with it, but definitely was looking at it. So we'll have. We'll keep tabs on that. All right, let's see what the ones that we got on at the moment. We got SOAR here at 43, showing 48. Got the print there, looking for continuation on SOAR, possibly into that 2.5 and change. GWH, this one just I don't think this is tradable right now. As a long anyway, it does look like it's going back down into 4. False break through the 10 EMA, wicks into 450, boom, right back down. So yeah, gesture that I can't do on YouTube to that. Okay,
Ooh.
CATX. We got this one at the volume weighted average price, much in the same reason that we're in at SOAR. We're in on CATX for a VWAP retracement, a couple of beak wetters, still waiting for 88, looking for continuation, man, into 5 or something. That's where we topped out last time. We did reject 5, so let's see if we can get a bit of a better trade this time, Joey, on SO8 or CATX.
Yeah, that's a good idea there, Mike P. I'm going to go get a tea here momentarily.
Oh.
Just
It's Friday, baby.
going on. Yeah, tea.
It's Friday. You ain't got no job.
It's Friday.
You ain't got to do.
Oh, here, let me. Look what Ramin did. Look.
What is that thing?
Look at, but look what she did. Look at this. Come on.
It's a Toronto gal now.
Yeah,
She's a pure Toronto
What are we
gal
doing here?
now.
Can we see it? Look at the eyelashes.
You got the
Ramin put on her
eyelashes.
thing
Now
there.
she's pure Toronto
It's
gal.
crazy.
Hold on. What's the female version of Toronto man's, Ram Ram?
I don't want it. We got too much stuff over here, Ram Ram. This is borderline hoard. We're gonna be on hoarders next after this. We look at all this stuff over here,
why
man.
is that thing here, man?
Why do we have all of it? The only thing I can justify
exactly.
Here, that's the only thing I can legitimately justify.
I don't know why
I don't even know what
here.
this is.
These ones were goggles.
What god is this?
These, right? You know, like this.
Ramin, what god is this? The cow. Oh. Look,
Tread carefully with that.
Why? But that's right. That's what it is, though. The animals are God. I'm not
canceled, Joe.
Oh, well, I'm not saying anything in a bad, malicious way. I know, but we got to tread carefully, tread lightly. But yeah, as Mike P. right, there we go. We caught that. We got that move to the downside there, 50 cents, as quick as you'd like there, Sharif, on AMD, looking for those move down.
Yes,
yeah, go Blue Jays. Dennis Sport videos. Let's see what everyone. Joey, give me a shout out. It's
George.
Tony from Bell. What's up, Tony? Anthony George.
Tony.
It's Tony from Bell. Do I
like that.
From Bell? Do I know you? Give me a shout out.
He's totally trolling you because you told everybody you worked for Bell before.
But I don't know Tony though. Yeah, that's the thing. He's a big time troll. Thanks, man. Thanks for saving me. That's what friends are for. At the end of the day. No, thank you.
Well, maybe it is real. I don't know.
Maybe it is real, but I'm trying to think what Tony do I know and I don't know.
We're trading, Top.
Yeah,
I'm in 2 positions. What do you want from my life, man? We're involved. There's no small caps breaking out right now. Hold on, Joey. There's one that's halted over here. Let's talk about this one. People's hands starting to shake.
Let me go get a tea here.
Yeah, do your thing. IZEA halted to the upside. I have no idea what is going on with this. It was basically doing no volume. It's basically done no volume. 270,000 shares traded on the day, was basically trading below $4, rocketing up, now halted at $4.65. It is up now 19 and a quarter. Let's take a look on the trading screen to get a gander of what the theoretical auction price is and exactly when this one halted. IZEA. The top showing me 473, guys. So the top is already higher here. So the top's not giving it back that quick. Now, this one did halt at 257.30. So we still got a lot of time. Currently, it is, taking a quick look, 259 exactly. So we've got a lot of time before this one opens up. The earliest it'll be open is 302.30. So if you're into that kind of trade, keep your eye out on this one. SOAR still holding the volume weighted average price. Nothing doing there. Waiting for a move above the $0.50. We're sending it to Adara.
I looked into IZEA, and it's really, really barren out here, Sharif. There's one social media mention from today, October 10th, and then there's been like one mention a day other than that. The most recent news story was from August 12th. That was their earnings. So no social media attention for the stock, and I have no news for you either. Back to you.
Adara, yeah, I do see that August 12th earnings report. Yeah, that's not going to cut it for me. And yeah, I'm just seeing stuff on my blotter like short-term bullish event. Like I get those things for my broker. Like if there's a technical setup, it'll put that in the news blotter for me to know. What's the tap on LFS? Power hour. I like that SSE. No, I didn't know that was available there. Okay. Every day because I'm not here. Nobody's talking to you, Ram Ram. Okay. All right. Love Rib. All right, let's take a look at LFS. Top is 411, my friend. So we halted at 487, and the top is now 411. So, yeah, LFS feels like it might be headed back down. We'll see. We shall see. We're going to give you the time for that. The time is going to be a 10-minute halt, at least, if not more. The reason I say that, it halted at 2:54:12, and it is now 3 o'clock. So we've already exceeded 5 minutes. We need the Ramin on the show as well. Ram, the people want Ram. Are you willing to take the mic and tell the people where you were yesterday and where you're going today? The people want to know, Ram. They're asking for specifically for you in the chat. And I know you're a team player.
She lying.
She getting up, Joey?
No.
She's not getting up.
She's ignoring you now, like you ain't there.
She put her headphones on?
Yeah. No, she trying to say that she wasn't at 7-Eleven at 2 a.m.
She wasn't at 7-Eleven.
Well, at 2 a.m. last night.
Really? What was she doing out there?
Get in trouble.
Who's hating on like 2 a.m. 7-Eleven trips? Who's hating on that?
Adara does not want. Okay, I know that's your thing, Adara.
I never said no one. I never said anything. I just said where she was. I never said it was a bad thing or a good thing.
Go 7-Eleven.
Go Sev. Go Sev. All right, guys, we're having a good time.
All right, let's get out of this.
What happened,
this
Joey?
AMD trade here. We got a little bit of a move, and then
got a bit of a
back
move?
and get a big pop up here. Thanks, Mike P. My boy. Thanks for getting the lemon ginger right here. We're cooking up a storm on the lemon ginger here. You know what? I'm not a big fan of lemon tea. But we're gonna give this a rating right here, all right? So we're going with Jammin' with Joe here one more time on the the lemon tea and tea. We're gonna see what we give. We're honest on the ratings, right? So we're gonna say one sip. That's all it takes. One sip.
Fall in love with me. Possibility.
Oh man, imagine Trader TV Live. We got to do a club night.
Oh, here you're coming, Ram? You're not gonna go on the mic?
Come say hi. Yeah, you do.
We want to know where you were yesterday. How come you didn't change? How come you just came directly from wherever you were? You did. You said you didn't go to sleep.
Ram says we don't give her enough of the gossip.
Where's the mic? She'd be yelling at us right now if we didn't get the mic.
She don't want it. She's like, you guys don't gossip with me.
She called out me and Joe. She's like, you guys don't gossip. You guys are no fun. And then we try to engage her to find out where she's been. And we get crapped on.
She don't want to say.
Right?
Where you at, Ramin?
She just passed me the mic. I don't know why.
She passed Ob the mic. Hey,
What do you want me to say?
She's coming on, baby. Not even on. You're on the wrong screen.
See, Andre's on my side.
Yeah.
Hold on. I got to turn this on so I can hear it. All right, Ram.
Go ahead, Ram.
Where were you yesterday, Ram? The people want to know, Ram. The people want to know.
I don't know.
You don't know where you were?
No, I don't know.
Oh, you lie. That's how you know she was up to no good.
Okay.
That's it. Say something.
Ask me something, then I'll say something.
Okay, where were you last night?
Just tell us.
Confidential.
Oh, okay.
So where are you going tonight?
I mean,
Also confidential.
Also confidential.
Who's going?
Proprietary.
Who's going with you?
Not my man.
Not your man. Okay. So you're up to no good. In other words, you're up to no good. Okay. So that's how that's working. So you guys heard it here. We didn't make it.
Why don't we do more of this? I said, why don't we do more of this? That's pretty Why don't we do more of this?
Oh my God.
That is phenomenal.
What are we doing here, bro? What is happening? What is happening? Okay, we're having a good time, but we gotta.
Can you tell us, Friday? Yeah, we got 50 minutes left here. We gotta keep our.
Oh man! All right. Let's have a good time over here. All right, here we go. We're still in SOAR. We're not getting continuation, though, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you had a good time with us. Ozan, you missed an entire Ram segment. So you know what? That's what happens when you leave,
have
brother.
to go back.
Okay, you're gonna have to rewind, Ozan, because she's not coming back, brother. All right, Jacques. Shout out to Jacques, Sharif, Joseph. You guys are really making my Friday. Yeah. We're having a good time, brother. We hope you're having a good time as well. Look, there's not a whole lot moving. The market's tanking. I don't trade the overall market, so I'm going to focus on my small caps. But I know your boy Joey Options has been looking for that look back down. So we're going to keep an eye on what he's trading. Hope you guys have a great week with us today. It looks like we're going to end up red on the week, obviously. But, view everything within the larger context. We definitely needed a nice little pullback. I think generally just to even everything out. Shout out to I'm Charlie Kirk. The grown-ups are away, and it did turn into a frat party. Yeah, look, bro, we're having a good time. You know, if you hang out with us during the midday, Charlie, you know exactly how that all works out. So
my grandparents knew not to leave me alone for the weekend.
I had very few privileges growing up.
Yeah.
Because of my life choices in the early stages. I didn't really iron everything out until university. University ended up changing, but prior to that, oh man, I feel bad for my parents. My parents always tell me if I have kids, there's going to be some definite karma payback.
Exactly. That's exactly how it works.
I'm going to stay away from the kids. That's what we're doing there.
Whose phone's ringing?
It's Rams. It's you know that her not her husband calling.
Oh,
of course,
might be
right?
Russ.
So. All right, here we go. We're doing it live right now. GWH. Let's see if this one's got the juice to kind of get back.
What's Obi running right now? Some Battlefield?
The bid is picking back up. Obi is playing a serious game, and there's a lot of buttons being pressed aggressively. You're able, put it on the main screen, man, so people can see it.
He's locked in right now.
He's locked in. All right, I'm going long GWH here, guys. We're going to look to work our way through that 4.5. It looks like, you know, maybe the bid is picking back up now that we're in power hour. Let's keep an eye out on this one. We're holding that one. I'm still holding SOAR. I'm still holding CATX because they're holding VWAP. But I want to bring to your attention LFS. This is the one that was halting a lot. It is now moving back into $5. In fact, the ask is around $5.09. So it's reclaimed VWAP. LFS is the ticker. Let me just load that up on the side chart because it's not updating. There we go. It's at 518. I don't know where the halt level is. Where did this candle top out at? 520. 520 area high on LFS as it looks to get back above the volume weighted average price. Definitely going to keep my eye out on this one if it starts catching a bid. But now we're involved in GWH and we're looking for a continuation into the $0.50. I can play the range here. If that's what I need to do, that's what I'll do. We'll pick it up at around the fifth of a dollar, and we'll see if it offers us any more opportunities. Let's also take a look at SOAR. We're still waiting at the $0.50 for that. Let's go ahead and post said $0.50. Joey, what do you got on your side, my man?
I'm just still sitting here, man. This is the poor torture. Like, look what's going on with my little boy right here, man. Come on, did it?
Oh, dang, man.
You see that? Look at you dressed up for Halloween. That's crazy.
You guys got him a costume?
Yeah,
I love it.
Not you guys.
Of course, Salida. Of course.
I don't know about you guys, man.
I don't know about you guys.
Yeah.
Don't worry, bro. You're going to have to split that bill, my guy.
Exactly. Is that a cat? Says Mike P. Don't ever.
Mike P.
All right, let's get short a little bit more AMD
go,
here,
baby.
guys. As we're starting to head a little bit back down, 220 was that area. But guess what? We're going to go small once again here for a crack of that level. And look at the momentum really pick up here. There it is. Bang. You're getting that move. This is a big-time chase. So, yeah, was it Milo's costume? It was Lucas Chavez. It was his costume for Halloween. So there it is. We're in at 218.69s. We should post up, but we're going to wait for 218.20s and that lower end to snap just in case it does. I mean, we still have about 40 minutes until the imbalances come up, but there it is. Weakness really kicking in. Volume to the downside stepping in most definitely. And Bitcoin's down to 66.43 on iBit. And I'm loving that right now because I sold my contracts like a couple minutes after that volatility stepped in, and now it's continuously selling. Let's actually pull up those contracts on what I sold. I told you guys my average price, and I want to see what they're worth right now. Sold them for $11. I had them up for $8.71, so I'm from $11.70 roughly, approximately there. But let's pull this up. I don't have that March. Yep, 1 second, Adara. Sorry, let's take a look here. Give me 30 seconds.
China.
Let's see what those bad boys are worth right now. $9.95. Let's go. We can already buy them back $2.50 cheaper. Man, that's how it's done. I left a lot off the table, approximately like 40 to 45%. But hey, we'll take it all day. We're going to piece some out there on AMD. Adara, what do you got for us?
Get it, Adara.
What I have here is our weekly calendar at TTV Research for next week. And oh my gosh, there are so many earning tickers here. You probably cannot see them all, which is why you should check it out on X at TTV Research. But in addition to the banks, I'll just take you through some of the other tickers reporting next week. Domino's Pizza, ASML, Progressive Insurance, Dollar Tree, United Airlines, TSM, we have American Express. And again, you can find this whole calendar at X at TTV Research. I will let you know, even though, as I reported during the midday, the Bureau of Labor Statistics is going to be releasing CPI on Friday, October 24th. CPI is on here as well on Wednesday, just in case there is some kind of shutdown resolution. But either way, CPI likely to be released on the 24th. That is also included on this post that you can find on X at TTV Research. Back to you.
Oh boy,
Nick, that's
ASML.
yeah. Are you excited for that one?
Looking at that, yeah, it got rinsed with this latest down move. Obviously, it's down 3.7%, losing 950, down 944 now. It's about $100 off the high, about $120 off the high.
Pick 'em up.
It got into, I think, 1,050 or around, give or take, in that area. So.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, that's the way it is, bro. The account's down 5 figures today, and that's just kind of how these kind of days are. But you can't accept the up days and
not partake in the downers.
if you can't partake in the down days, and you don't deserve to be up if you can't deal.
Thanks,
Brandon.
Brandon.
That's just the way it is, dude.
Yeah.
I've been through a lot worse. Let me just tell you, a lot worse.
What was
when Apple was back down?
Oh,
I had given basically back from 260 to 165, and then I added at the tariff tantrum low at the same area that I was long. So I'd given back from 260 to 165.
That's painful.
And I'm not going to share how many shares I have, but it's a substantial size. So I've been through way worse.
Yeah, I feel you on
way
that.
worse. So
I feel you on that one for sure.
Yes, sir. David's back.
Whoa. Who's
He's
this
dropping
Anthony
cash.
George guy?
Hold on, Joey.
No, this guy really knows me though, Sharif.
All right, Joey. I mean, what do you want me to do, bro?
Like this guy just literally said my previous workplace.
Oh,
Anthony George.
Oh, it's over then, Joey. He knows who you are.
Where do I
Run when you can.
Tony, man. I'm trying to think of your name.
Yeah,
wow, yeah, Bell, man. Oh, man.
Your
name is there. Wow, look at this move here on AMD. Tony, Tony, can you get into contact with some people that we would know, some individuals, because you clearly know who I am, but I just can't put a face to the name. Yes, that's right? Again, you definitely know who I am, Anthony, Tony. Okay, I'm gonna message Nate. I'm gonna be playing hockey with Nate tonight, so I'm gonna talk to him, Tony.
Got it.
Oh man, I wish I could, and I apologize for my ignorance. At the end,
You can't remember, Joey.
Yeah, but he definitely knows me though. So Dave's dumb trade of the day. You've done it, right? You've done Dave's dumb trade of the day.
No, I didn't. Let's do it right now because it's options. I was waiting for you.
All right.
So Dave's dumb trade of the day, JPM. Let's read it over here.
Yeah.
JPM 1031 expiry 315 calls. Joey ending 2 days. Ending 2 days slightly up. Thank you, AMD and Hood Puts. Shout out to you, man. I love to hear the fact that you're up. Like I genuinely like other people around me to do well. It creates good vibes. Joey, what do you see for those? Yeah,
let's take a look
on JPM.
Here. All right. So we got those expiration October 31st. That's going to be Halloween. It falls on a Friday this year. I think so.
Oh,
that's cool.
Cool.
All right. Dave's dumb trade of the day, JPM 1030 expired 315 calls, ending 2 days slightly up. Thank you, AMD and Hood Puts. Let's get into those expiration. I mean, the IV's not there. 315, you are out of the water on them there drastically. I don't know when you bought them, but I wouldn't be going long JPM just yet, in my opinion. I think you can be a little bit more patient on that front. Especially leading into the earnings. Maybe you would grab a little bit more. I think that's all I can really lean towards with JPM. But as for the options contract, IV not really extended or anything along those lines. So not too bad of a look. But those 315s are a little bit underwater. It's only a matter of time. So if you can roll those over, I would just continuously roll them. At some point, they will be heavily in the money. You just got to pay that difference in between the premium. Obviously, Dave, you know what you're doing. So I wouldn't. You can sell some calls against them as well, too. Let's see what you're going to collect. I mean, you're under the water. You can sell the 320s and collect $3.15 by October 31st in 21 days. What? That's insane. Yeah, I would look to do that, man. That's big time. Even go higher. Use your delta metric and go up to these 335s and write those for 4 weeks. If you collect 75% of that premium, I think you're Kashkari all day on that one.
Kashkari, I love that. That's sick. Kashkari. IZEA's reawakening. Let's have a look at this. Breaking out. No, that's ASML. IZEA, excuse me. Come on, bro. There it is. All right, what is this one up to? Okay, let's find out. We have to throw that on, otherwise it doesn't update. Let's take off criminal, IZEA. Here it is. Okay, 480 high. What's the spread look like on this? Is a nice little bull flag. Okay, we have to put this on a trading screen so we can get a better idea of what we're looking at here. There it is. Okay, IZEA. This is the one that broke out and did nothing. And now it's kind of continuing the bull flag. It's not giving up the bid, though. That's the thing. It's not giving up the bid. 480 is the high, but look at that. It's holding trend. Nobody reversed the short. It hasn't picked up on the volume a little bit. I mean, I think we saw 300,000 last time. Now we're looking at 931,000. So it could be picking up here. It's got a triple top at 480. So clearly there is a seller at 480 that we can't shake. But look at this, higher lows all throughout. Let's get involved. Let's see. We'll start small share size over here. Okay, so it's blocked. All right, let's try again. Yeah, okay, so we don't have permissions for this one because it probably does no volume, so they do block it. We have to have a supervisor unblock it, but none are here at the moment, so we'll have to just comment on this one for you guys. So the way that real trading does, obviously, risk management is if a stock is a dangerous sort of, if they assess it to be dangerous because of the lack of liquidity, then they'll just basically put a block on it until, you know, a supervisor like Neil or Sean or Brendan requests from compliance that they unblock it, and that's just typically how that works. And usually it's done like that, but we don't really need to do that at the moment.
Oh my days.
LFS is also starting to break out again, Joey. It's really accumulating for that 520 breakout. That's a prior halt level, so it's just widespread for something that it's up this big. So I don't know how I feel about this one. If it starts breaking out again, we'll get involved, but I'm just going to pack my patience on LFS, Joey.
Right on. Yeah, Anthony. So I messaged Meeks and I messaged Nate, so they're gonna get back to me there. Maybe I know as soon as I see you, I'm gonna be like, exactly that. So yeah, thanks for tuning in, man.
So cool,
Once you see them, yeah, exactly. Tell the boy. Well, I talk to him all the time, but just tell him that you seen me, and then sure enough, we'll coordinate something on that front. Yeah, but he legit knows. So
that's pretty cool.
Yeah, exactly. So shout out. Yo, he's in your neck of the woods there.
Oh, yeah, Midtown?
Yeah,
Okay.
up there.
Well, apparently I don't live in Midtown, but it's okay.
I mean, downtown. No, but guys, fantastic move down here in AMD. You can see we get that move just south of 219. We're still holding on to a little bit here, nothing substantial, but that momentum most definitely kicked. We just expanded the price, so a nice little pop there in AMD 219 all the way down to 216.50s. Hit the multiple dollar club for your boy there, Sharif.
Oh, absolutely.
Just like that.
Money.
Okay, Ozan, I'll tell Nate that you'll call him too. And then maybe you can stay at Nate's house as well. So you could just go from Sharif's to Nate's and then back to Cali.
No. You stayed at your house, bro.
Ozan. No, I like Ozan's humor. But no, it's a nice move, right? So we took that first initial move. It bounced off 218.50s. It comes back to 219.50. And then we hop right back in after that 220 rejection. And then we get that momentum really start to kick into the downside. And you can tell by the volume profile that it was, the velocity was definitely in that direction, all right? And yeah, guys, I mean, IBIT is now at 66.20. Ether is now at $30, right? So let's pull these up. We're definitely down north of 7% there on Ethereum. I think a little bit lighter, so closer to 3.71 on IBIT, and then Ether getting smoked today, 7 1/3.
Oh,
there,
no.
which is an extremely tough look. Tom Lee. Do you think he's buying more? He's gonna, maybe you get an offering from Tom Lee and then he's gonna buy a bunch more.
You think
here.
so?
Maybe, possibly. But I think at this
But
pace,
I mean, of course, the market will react, no question about it. But like, do you hate that? I mean,
Tom Lee's BM&R offering?
No, yeah.
No, I like it actually.
Because he's gonna hoard more. In other words,
right, and then at the end of the day,
to be fair, he said that there was almost no debt in the raising, in the capital raising.
Yeah.
So it was mostly equity. So I think, I don't have the exact numbers. You guys are going to have to go listen back into the compound or check with AI. Maybe AI already has that data. But he said almost negligible amount of the capital raising was actually debt, was mostly equity. Now that, you may like that.
The reason why, I'll tell you why I like it, right? And it's just simple. We talk about it all the time. So he buys more, thus he hoards more of it. Well, guess what? He's going to stake it. So he's already making $100 million a year just off of the yield itself. That's crazy. So I think if he's just going to continuously buy more, what is that going to do for the yield? Yeah, you may lose a little bit of appreciation in the price, but what happens when it just goes absolutely insane? All it's going to take is like say, hey, JPM, blah, 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 all these guys are doing is official. They're moving everything. The SEC with Project Crypto is officially moving everything over onto the blockchain. It's.
Can I say one thing though? Did you hear about the Australian stock exchange failed experiment?
Yeah, but that was in the early days.
Yeah. Let's just find out exactly what the situation is.
Because I read about that. Remember in that book I was telling you about, Bubble or Revolution?
Yes.
The crypto book. That's where I originally read it. But yeah, thanks Ken. Thanks, Tony and Ken, man. Much appreciated, guys. Miss you guys for sure over there at Bell. Some good stuff and good individuals over there. So, Jacques, BMR could make an offering, buy a ton more ETH, and ETH could tank. Absolutely. By all means. BTC and crypto will really start to go now through 115K. Yeah, it's tanking, man. Let's pull up those options contracts one more time and see what we got going on. With those calls that I was talking about that I sold earlier in the day, oh man, that would have ruined my weekend. Thank you for just getting rid of them. Now $9.70, those March 20th expiration on IBIT. So I can almost get in at exactly what I bought them for, $100 more. That's not small potatoes. So yes, they continue to sell. IV is slightly up on it as well. Obviously we know that with the selling. But let's actually pull up the underlying asset on this. Excuse me, and see what Bitcoin's doing on the daily, because I think this is going to be really important to know. Yeah, we're at 116 now. Oh my God, yeah. So just like as quick as it's a fact, Jack. As quick as you'd like. I think at this pace, you might be heading into 108. You want to look for that, and if that's going to be the scenario, I mean, by the weekend you can be down in that level and maybe even a little bit south. I'm not saying that's necessarily going to be the situation, but those sounds, everyone from Twitter, I don't know what you're saying. But anyways, yeah, so that could be the situation, but anything south of this, I'm buying up a storm, that's for sure.
So I asked chat about what happened over here. So I said what happened in Australia. So it's like their first try was between 2016 and 2022. They set out to replace their clearing settlement system with a distributed ledger, what they're calling a DLT platform. After years of delays, rising complexity, blowout cost, it was scrapped in November of 2022. Like keeping going here. So what's the difference now between then? So from full DLT replacement to pragmatic modernization, that's what they're saying the new blockchain will look like. So ASX abandoned the idea of putting the core equity post-trade stack on DLT. They're moving forward with a mainstream vendor. Okay, so if the NASDAQ shifts to blockchain, will it go better? Short answer, incremental, interoperable DLT has a better shot than a wholesale swap. For clearinghouses, DTCC already runs a live DLT settlement platform. Okay, this is getting very technical very quickly, so I think people are going to lose interest in that. But the point is, what I was trying to discern there was whether or not the new attempt to sort of modernize equity markets on the blockchain, was some sort of incremental, advancement in technology that helps from previous occasions. But before we go to Adair, guys, this is the one that we can't trade, but it's breaking out insane. FEAM, I've been keeping an eye on this. Look at this move. Off $6, it's rocketing up into 670. It's up 33%, but it's doing light volume. Can't trade it, but we'll mention it to you guys because you guys can. Anyway, big breakout. I'd be looking for a retracement possibly into that 6 1/3 to hold the prior breakout area. Go ahead, Adair.
I just want to bring up Carvana here. Carvana is very much down on the day. It doesn't look like it moved too much lower on this news, but worth noting regardless. CDM Capital posting on X. They've been hearing rumblings of credit issues in the wholesale loan books for CVNA. So CVNA on watch. With that note from CDM Capital, back to you.
All right, we're taking profits here on GWH as it's weaseled its way back into the 40, 30 penny area. FEAM is freaking breaking out, man. Holy cow. Do we have FEAM on here? Like, let me just double check this because it's really going. Is this on the NASDAQ? Yes, it is. It's widespread, about 20 pennies. Look at this breakout. I'm just going to try to see if I can weasel in just one share over here. No, we still get the rejection, so nobody asked for this to get blocked. $7 high now, guys. $7 high on FEAM. Spreads tightening up about 13 pennies. Not as bad as before, but, you know, still a little dangerous. So keep your eye out on that one if you like these kind of stocks. Yeah, that's all I'm involved in right now. Joey, I'm in the money nicely on GWH. We're holding a little bit on SOAR, looking for that $0.50 break.
Good look there, guys. All right, so I mean, at this low, guys, Ethereum was down 9%. All right, 9%. It's getting a little bit of a bounce here now. All right, big smile. Hold on, don't post it or anything. Let me read it first. Let me read it first, all right? I have no idea what this guy is saying whatsoever.
So Brian is the voice that whispers in our ear now for the super chats. That's Brian. That's what Brian's referring to at the very least. Brian reads out our super chats and he's lightly British.
Okay, do it. Oh, the Fabian's not here. Can we do it? Can we get Brian? Can we get Brian on? Oh, it's not working? Yeah, man, I would love to do that. Man. We should get, imagine we got a little segment like the lightning round. We get people to call in and just, I think that would be absolutely a lot of fun. Just go and ramble on. Yeah, I gotta listen to that song now. But no, you know who sings that, Assassino? Who? But I can't hear you. Woohoo, ramble on. Bang. All right, yeah. Let's ramble on a little bit more here and see what we got going on. There's that Ethereum move. You like that track? You like that track, eh, Mike P? I know you like Ramble On, baby. That's a sick track. I'm gonna listen to it on my way home. Let's get back to our AMD noise. What a nice little short here leading into the weekend. Oh yeah, I'm honestly, guys. Honestly, it's such a massive weight off the shoulder. I'm so happy that I'm flat in the swing account right now, considering the selling. As soon as I seen that momentum step in, I just got ill, man. So I'm really happy with that. Harry Low, Trinity turning to AI wave. Hey, man. Hey, that's the thing about life. It's either keep up or get left behind at the end of the day, right? So you got to stay with the times. And if they're calling for getting involved in AI there, Harry Lou, then, I mean, you have to. So, yeah, that's what we look. But Eduardo was saying something along the lines of Tesla getting back to VWAP today. I don't think I would, every dime that I have right now, I would make that bet, because I don't think, and obviously not going against your thesis or anything along those lines, even though I slightly am, not disregarding what you have to say, but I just don't think there's that opportunity in today's session to get back there with only a half an hour left, and that's going to be a big time move in Tesla, all the way from 413 to 426. So, yeah. I'm long Tesla, cheap try. Brother, okay. I mean, by all means, yeah. Do what your playbook tells you. Do your book, and we'll continue to do our thing. But the market is putting in a new low here, Shreve. Let's pull up the Qs and see what we got going on with the percentage metric. I didn't even give the T a rating at this point. We got sidetracked.
You gave it like a 3 or something.
Did I?
Like that.
All right. There it is. So we're down 3% on the day. So I mean, that's a pullback. Is it the start of something a little bit more? With all this frothy talk, I wouldn't be surprised if we see something along the lines of 5 to 6, even maybe 7% before we even start to turn around. But again, we're leading into earnings seasons. These numbers come in. Watch out. We could just be back to right where we've started today. So yeah, there's the Qs. We're going to piece a little bit more on AMD as it's about to make a new low of the day as well.
All right, guys. Interesting day. Let's take a look at some of the watch list. This is my proprietary watch list that I have. So typically what I do, I'll just take this opportunity to kind of show you how I organize some of the screens that you may not see a lot on my screen. So I have the markets at the top. I always have all 4 major averages. I want the ES, I want the NQ, the Dow, the Russell. Those are the first 2. Then I want to see what the metals are up to. The gold, the silvers, they're in play lately. So I want to see what's up and about with them. And then I always have the US and the CAD. Right there, the Canadian dollar, of course. I want to see exactly how much I'm losing every day on my money. And I'm exaggerating for effect. CL, of course, I got oil. Oil's getting killed, Joey. It's down below $60 a barrel, man.
Yeah, man.
440. Oil is down bigly. Then I got the yields, boys and girls. I got the 10-year, the 2-year, the 5, and the 30. I don't have the 20 on there. I don't know why IB gives me trouble with the 20, but I can't figure out how to get the 20 on there. If anybody in the chat knows how to get, and I don't want the TLT, I want the actual yield, guys. So, and then I got the tick, plus or minus, the variables here, the NYSE one. So if there are more advancers than decliners, I'll get a positive number. If not, then it'll be a negative number. Then I got my small cap gappers. So these are the ones that are making moves on the day, and I just put them there. These will change every day. Those are my daily movers. Then, of course, I'm looking at big tech. Now, I include some non-Mag 7 names like Uber, Netflix are on there, obviously not Mag 7, but the soft one, Meta, Apple, Google, both Google's on there, Amazon and Tesla. And then I keep Nvidia with the semiconductors, but as you can see, it's super close to Tesla and the Mag 7, which is right above it. And then I have a big semis list, a decent one at that. And I keep everything the same. The analog producers, the DRAM, the the fabs, the designers, everything. Everything falls under one heading, semis and what's it called? Microchips. Hangry wife. Why does Google have two stocks? I don't know, brother. Google and Google. You know that there's one that's well, it's like B and C or something like that.
Yeah, Class A. I think it's a Class A and
different class of shares.
Yeah.
One has what? A dividend?
No, voting rights.
One has voting, one doesn't. And then EVs. I've got a light EV list. You know, it used to be a lot more, then a lot of them became penny stocks, so they've really lost their luster. I kind of throw FCell and Nikola and stuff with EVs. Then I've got my ADRs, and ADRs are getting crushed. Baba's down 9%, Neo's down 10.5%, XPEV down 9%. So I keep all my ADRs there. I don't separate them by sector. Just keep all of them all in one area. And then we got crypto, BTC, EVE, Solana, and then some other equities there. We got Coinbase, MSTR, Mara, all the different miners, and some of the ETFs. I sort of blend those in all with crypto. Then this is new for me, military and defense. Let's cut the crap, okay? The world is rearming and belligerencies are picking up, okay? So I need to know what these guys are doing, and I'm keeping an eye now on military. You include your Palantirs, your Lockheeds, your Raytheons, and a bunch of others. You guys can screenshot this if you like. Memes, I just keep that on there because of the show. I got to know what AMC, GameStop, VinFast, Chewy, Carvana. I know Carvana is not a meme stock, but I throw them in there just for the show. Cybersecurity also, I've got that one. I kind of overlap that a little bit with cloud. You got the Pandubs, the CrowdStrikes, the Zscalers, the Net, Fortnite, as well as some others. Then FinTech. FinTech and DeFi, I've got a plethora of different names on there, from your Hoods, your Oktas, your C Limited, PayPal, Upstart, Joey, SoFi is on there as well, of course. Then the weed. Marijuana, we gotta show marijuana some love, man. Even though it's getting crushed today, look at the ETF, down 10 1/3. The leverage ETF's down 20%. MSOX, weed getting crushed. Then it
Canopy down 15.
Tilray's down 16, 17%. Joey, Tilray's getting
Those guys
killed.
are doing the downwards.
And then I got biotechs on there. You throw in your different plays, social media, battery plays, solars on there, aviation, like your Jobies, your Archer Aviation. And then I got a value chart. So I got energy, airlines on a different tab. So I don't typically keep my eye on energy or airlines or cruise lines, banking. I got consumer defensive. You got uranium, nat gas, mining, infrastructure plays like D and CAT. So I have a proprietary watch list. And then I have an entire watch list just for sector ETFs, Joey. All of them are different sector ETFs. And then I got index ETFs. Then I have a range of equal weighted ETFs and commodity ETFs, as well as currency ETFs. So I like to keep my eye on the different sectors. That way you can see if there is any outside or any sector that's outperforming or underperforming on the day. Just look at the ETF there. So that's kind of how I keep my watch list organized. It's something that I've amassed over the amount of time that I've been trading, and you just add stuff to it. As you get more in account or more companies, you just add them on.
Exactly. All right, critical.
I thought I'd share that.
Yeah, absolutely, man. That's fantastic. Why wouldn't you want to? Critical alt escape. Assassino, we're gonna go to Adara whenever you're ready, and then bring that back up. All right, but let's just do it right now. Oi, lad, I'm British, mate. Wag mate, core bimley. One mate, I don't know, man. I don't know. That was
Blimey, bro. Blimey. That's British, man.
What is blimey?
Blimey. It's like not good.
Oh, damn. Limmy.
No, blind.
I know. I tried.
Get him in.
I'm just sorry, I'm just making that face. I'm shocked that Joe didn't know blind me. But let's talk here about the market, because the market is pushing lower. And there is one catalyst I want to mention in case this is the reason for the move. Sharif did mention belligerencies. We know that there was this peace deal ostensibly, I guess, created here in the Middle East. Now we have a statement coming out. Hamas saying that it rejects any foreign guardianship and that the governance of Gaza is purely an internal Palestinian matter. We get that as we get a new low in the NASDAQ. Again, unclear if these are related, but I think worth letting you guys know regardless. Back to you.
Yeah, Joey, what do you got, brother?
Oh, wow. Okay, we got some great stuff here. So my friends over at Bell are like, hey, Joey, I've been investing for a long time. What do you think of Hive Technologies? What do we know of Hive? Yeah, let's take a look at it right now. Anything for you guys, my friend.
Hey.
Let's take our Assassino chart, please. Hive Digital. Yeah, it was actually at one point we were doing an ad for them on our show. There we go. We're all out of AMD as the market is taking an additional leg lower. What a big time short from 218 all the way to 215. So we like that one. But as for my friends over here,
yes, sir,
in the southern part, let's take a look at Hive Digital. Oh, it doesn't want to load here for us. Let's see if we can get it on another one. Hive. There we go. All right. I mean, it is getting smoked with the rest of the market. These guys are stacking Bitcoin as well, too, no, Sharif?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So that, I mean, I like that aspect. Okay. Let's see if we can get this to pull up. No, it's not getting it here. I'm going to try it one more time and see if we can find something. I don't know why it doesn't want to load up on this. Can we get Hive up on here? Yeah,
absolutely.
Sure. Yeah, the NQ. Yeah, bang. There it is. This isn't the best chart, but we'll take a look at it. Oh, what do you mean? I never knew it was doing this. This is fantastic. I don't know how long you've been involved with it, but obviously these...
It's been breaking out. It's been
big time.
CleanSpark has been good too.
Yeah,
They've both been good.
Both of them have been, I mean, this has been looking phenomenal, right, from those April lows. But if you zoom out a little bit, IPO at $5, I don't know how much more. But no, that's not the IPO. That's just another time. I don't know what your average price is or anything along those lines, Anthony, but this price action is really good. And if you have any opportunities to get involved with a name and you've been in it for a while and you see it kind of basing out and holding levels like this, and then also what we'll say about this, Tony, is that just look at the volume really start to pick up as we're starting to appreciate in price. So that's a genuine move. We like that a lot. We won't complain about it, especially, I mean, it's the new narrative. A lot of companies are starting to hoard Bitcoin, and I think we're going to see that for the foreseeable future. We don't have the halving cycle until 2028. Who knows what the price of this can be at that point? But Hive, like the rest of the market, is most definitely selling off today.
Yeah, well said, Joey. I want to show CleanSpark because you were showing Hive, and rightfully so, because that's a great looking chart. But here's CLSK. And look, we're not clearing this area, and this was a very, very prolonged area of consolidation. That was from basically January of 2024 till we flat bottom broke there in end of July, early August of 2024. And here we are right back at those levels. Now, we did approach those levels momentarily in November, right, when the election came in. But look, we didn't spend any time there. And that's important to me, how long we spend in any one area. Because if we just pop up and retrace, well, then you'll know, right? It was a trade or the market was correcting what it saw as a wrong. But if you're hanging out in an area, that means there's an accumulation or a distribution zone happening, really depending on what preceded that price action. So I'd love to be able to hang out in this area over here. And this area, to me, is between, 16, 17, all the way up into the low 20s, high teens. Generally, this area over here, right? So if we hang out in this area, I would definitely be looking for maybe another range trade similar to what we got over here, and to pick it up around 15, pick it up 16, eventually for a top break through 20 and maybe even better. And look how good CleanSpark was doing today before all hell broke loose. It was taking out some levels, man. It got into $22.12. This is a chart on CLSK. Let's look at the intraday. So yeah, we did gap up. We were doing decent. Then all of a sudden, we get down, we get down below the volume weighted average price. Then Donald tanks the market. Shout out to President Trump. Oh, look, he's got to do what he's got to do. But yeah, that's, to me, a possible opportunity to buy, right? I don't think this has a lot to do with the critical minerals AI trade. Obviously, they use GPUs to mine, which we know, but they're not of the same ilk. So yeah, Clean Spark's a good buy. And I got rinsed on Mara. Well, actually, I didn't even get rinsed on Mara. I waited until it popped back up and I broke even. Maybe a 30 penny, 40 penny loss.
That's all right.
Something like that.
That's break even.
But the point is, I don't mind weaseling back into a miner. Like I don't feel the miners have been the best plays, but when you got a setup like this, it's
Hive isn't
speaks for itself.
Hive isn't a miner.
No, they're not a miner. But Clean Spark, I believe. Let me just double check.
I know you got the Riot
and mining. Hive. Let's check Hive. Is Hive a miner? Blockchain intelligent infrastructure powered by green energy companies engaged in digital asset mining and AI computing.
Okay, so they're miners. Yeah. Okay, all right.
Yeah,
all right,
Clean Spark is a miner.
I mean, look at Hive in the past little while and Clean Spark compared to some of the Maras and the Riots. And
certainly, dude. I mean, Mara's. Well, I saw Mara doing a little bit better lately, but yeah, it's still Mara's hot garbage. Yeah, I mean, I dislike Mara greatly. Shout out to BPI. Shout out to Big Patty.
Yeah, what's he doing? Did he short this stuff yet? But I mean, look at the pop and Hive.
He said he's going to come visit once we're done the entire setup.
Anytime.
He'll be the first one.
That guy's going to be. He's already shredded, but he's going to be even more.
Well, he's kind of like in this world now with the whole film production company he's got, right? So he probably wants to come take a look at what's going on over here.
Yeah, Hive, not too bad of a look. Yeah, I mean, there we go. We're getting a little bit of a bounce now. We took that additional leg lower. What a short this has been on the market. 196 all the way down to 185 on Nvidia. We have 234 to around 213 on AMD. Oh. A big time move there. The Qs, again, same thing from, wow.
What happened, Joey?
612 to 590 on the Qs, man. Man, oh man. Like, this is the tough thing about investing. Let's pull this up here. Mine is really laggy here today, Sharif. I don't know why we can't get anything to load up for us.
You want me to load it?
Well,
what do you need?
I was going to pull up the Qs just to see how many days we've essentially engulfed of climbing up. Let's pull it up.
I got it right here.
Yeah, all right, bang. I mean, like that's probably 3 weeks of trading, right? Like that's.
I mean, what else are you guys looking for? What else are we looking for here, man? I mean, okay, the market has to correct. This is all right. These are the November. This is the bottom at the end of 2022, and then we know what 2023 like. We know what 2024 looks like. The Qs, Joey, since the bottom at 2022 is up 136%. From the bottom in.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm just taking it from January 1st, 23. Like you could take it from November, you could take it from October. We bottomed out at those times.
Yep.
Right? So it's up big. I mean, what else do you guys want? You know, we're gonna have these days. We're gonna have these days.
Man, what was the Qs worth? And can you go back to 2010?
Yes, of course I can.
Yeah, let's go to 2010.
Weekly,
right?
Yeah,
let's go and see what this thing.
Why
is
do you
worth
want to do that to
yourself? Because that's when Greg. Because that's what you gotta do, right?
Holy cow! We're 2010. We're trading at $34, $600. Yeah, look, and this is what the Katina man and Brendo have been saying for a long time, right? Buy the indexes. It goes one way. Just look at that weekly. It goes one way, all right? You may have to deal with these intervening periods, but generally it goes one way. Now, you know, a lot of people talking about the roaring 20s, this, that, and the other, trying to juxtapose this to the actual roaring 20s of the 20th century. We'll have to see if it ends up being the same thing. But look, man, this AI tailwind is no joke. I think it's super accretive, right?
Yeah, it's structural change, right? Like it's big time structural change. You gotta fix the old posture.
Is it a boating thing actually, Mike PD Ryder, for real? This is not normal, dude. I just showed you 15 years, brother. I mean, what isn't normal about what I'm showing you? I'm showing you 15 years. You want to go back to the GFC? Let's go back to the GFC. We'll do it live.
Do it live.
It's right here. The GFC is right there.
In 08.
All right. Where are we up from the GFC, Joey?
2000.
We're up? Okay. Take your pick. Take your pick, right? So that's the way it is. That's the way it is. You're up 2,200%.
Yeah.
And this is almost 2 decades of data right there. So the market is what the market is.
Yeah.
Bro. You're gonna have pullbacks.
Yeah.
But
that's kind of my objectives here.
Yeah.
That's my kind of objective there. With as soon as I see an IBIT IPO, I don't know if I should compare it, but I'm kind of looking at it in that type of aspect. So. Yeah, all right, guys. Thank you, Steph. Yeah, we got it. So essentially what I wanted to look at here is that it's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, we'll call it 17 trading sessions. So 3 weeks of trading sessions essentially from this point, just boop, gone. That's how it does. You take the stairs up and you don't even take the elevator or the escalator down. You just jump out the window and sure enough.
Yeah, Brendo told me, thank you.
I heard you were doing it.
You're not doing the recap, Ramram? Or is this your way of just coming on the camera?
Look at the malicious intent.
Yeah, malicious, bro. And the way she walks away is the same way that Adara shuts the door, bro.
You know what I mean?
Crazy right there.
Make me crazy.
I know the market tanked. I did see Ramram today. That's the reason. All right. What rise must fall. Market always goes up. Foolish statement. Well, brother, I mean, it doesn't always go up, as you see what's happening now. But if you're buying the indexes, not specific names, I just gave you almost 20 years, a little bit less than 20 years, about 18 years worth of data,
can't
brother.
Convince people.
I don't care. I'm just responding, brother.
Yeah, I know.
Whether he gets convinced or not is not the point. But
some people will just always have that opposing view.
Look, if you're in individual names, no.
Absolutely.
You're going to get retracements and it may never return.
Exactly.
But if you're buying the indexes, I just showed you what the index looks like over 20 years.
And let's tell them why. Let's tell them why. Well, think about it. The market, what happens with the S&P is that they filter out the bad names. So you keep the best 500 publicly traded.
Exactly. Does the same thing.
You keep the best publicly traded companies in there. If you suck, you're booted. That's it. See you later at the end of the day. Yeah. So yeah, that's how it's going, guys. We got 15.
Alexander wants us to look at Bull, Joey. Let's take a look at Bull. We know Katina Man has weaseled into that. Oh, excuse me. I think I just grabbed my scanner. Let's put the scanner back. There we go. Assassino, we're good to go. Let's look at Bull. Oh boy. Yeah, that's real, guys. That is real. That is not a false wig. Bull sucks. Yeah. All right, no, yeah, this is just basically free money if you're shorting these names. Hey, look, it's dropping. It's any retracement off the 10 on the 5. Of course, it's her doing that. Of course, it's her. She's so sinister, bro. Man. And like, unbelievable, Ram.
Where are you and the friends going tonight, Ram?
Yeah, Ram. Where are you and the girls going tonight? Oh!
Yo!
Oh, did you hear that, Adara?
This is insane.
Adara, did you hear that?
At this point, I think she's just rage baiting, and I kind of love it. She's loving it. She's laughing. Get it, Ravine?
But who's raging?
Well, just confusion. I think she's just confusion baiting, if anything, then. Because she's laughing and having a great time.
She's what baiting?
Confusion baiting. There's some kind of baiting that is occurring, and she knows it, and we all know it, and it's a vibe.
Okay, so somebody can't play along. All right, Adara's not getting involved in that anymore. All right, so Ram, tell us where you're going, girl. We want to know. You can't leave us the entire weekend without knowing. Ram, come on. We're listening to you in the ear. Let's go.
Yeah, she's not going to say anything, man. She's going to keep it on the list. Listen, people don't forget. Okay, you want to talk to? Tell me what you got going on.
IZEA, it wants to take out the top, guys. I see a bull flag, and here we go. We're showing the new high of day right now on IZEA. Seller at 85, but it feels like this one's picking up a little bit, maybe into the close. Watch for that $5 break, especially if that seller at 85 gets taken out. I'm watching IZEA, Joey.
Oh, wow. Ram, you see what I put in the chat there? Don't think people forget. People don't forget.
Oh, no.
Yeah. Oh, man. This is insane. All right, guys. Yeah, all right. Yeah, for sure. 100%. Let's get some of these early imbalances going. No problem. Anything for you. Where's my guy, Obi? He's not here currently at this moment. So let's get this size rocking and rolling here, Sharif.
Yeah,
let's see. We're going Neo, hot to the sell side. 2 million to the sell side there, guys. We got NU to the sell side. All right, well, we'll take that one. Archer as well, too, 941K. PD, GME with $500,000 there. Nothing else substantially just
Archer
yet, guys.
Sell side?
Archer sell side.
Oh, boy.
941.
Oh, boy. I'm not involved in that one, but I can only imagine Joby. Obviously, he's probably sell side as well, that piece of crap. Here's the NYSE at RAM imbalances. We are getting a preliminary imbalance here on NEO. They're mostly sell-side imbalances, as you may imagine. But NU buy-side imbalance for $1.5 million. GameStop's got buy-side imbalance for a little bit more than $500,000. I'm just trying to look for some names that we may know. HIMS, a sell-side imbalance for about $500,000. You're also getting a buy-side imbalance here for QBTS, at least initially. 445,000. We'll wait a few more minutes until we get the actual imbalances after 350. So we'll keep a look at that. I'm still holding a position here on SOAR. We were in at 43. It's doing basically nothing. So let's take some profits over here. Let's see if it can pop up above the $0.50. I've been packing my patience on that one. We're in right at the low, so it really hasn't forced me out. And that's it, Joey. Tell them what you're thinking here for the last 10 minutes.
INTC starting to pick up Intel with,
here we go now. Now we got
there. Yeah, there you go. So you get INTC, Intel with a 2.1 million sell, and then we got NEO.
That you can't read.
Oh yeah, no, it's RAM. Oh my God, it is. Yeah. So there it is. Yeah, can you zoom in here for me, please, Ramin? That's it. You know when I'm stirring, I'll say your full name. Can you please zoom in?
She's
Assassino trolling now. Okay, guys, no, seriously. Let's pull this. Zoom in on my screen, please, and thank you. In this specific area. Thank you.
Hey.
Thank you, Assassino. All right, so we got 2.2 million to the sell there on INTC, NEO 2 million, and then BAC as well too there, Sharif, with about 1.6 million. NVDA with about 940,000 to the sell. So it's just sell. The only buys that we got going on is BAC, NU. Oh, NU might be pretty good. These NY names.
Well, yeah, that was a buy side imbalance.
Yeah, that's a buy side. Yeah. So we're gonna take a look at
still a buy side, Joey. $1.5
million.
million.
All right. We're gonna wait for those. These are the early. We're gonna wait for the late ones there. So let's see if that starts to pick up. But we might get involved in a little bit of NU here to close out the day, Sharif.
All right, guys. I'm watching as well here on NU. You might as well even look at this one since Joey's talking about it. Let's go ahead and load it up on a trading screen. Take a gander of what this one is doing on the New York. What do we got? We got a 1 penny spread on NU. It's down 2.7%, but it's showing a buy-side imbalance here of a decent 1.5 million, which is really not moving, only pairing about 170,000 shares. So far is the exchange. New York is pretty good with it. Look, it's been a hot minute since I did any of these closing trades, but I remember New York being a bit more efficient than the NASDAQ and being a bit more tricky. Is that what they taught?
What's that?
New York was a bit... The closing trade on the New York.
Yeah, the prints are a little bit better.
They're a little bit better. Yeah. Okay. Interesting. Okay. Cool. Yeah, that's what I do remember.
I've observed.
So that's what we're seeing there. Let's go. Let's go through a few more of these. So we got NU. We got a buy side imbalance on the Bank of America, 1.7 million shares. Archer still a sell side imbalance of 941,000. Visa. Got a sell side imbalance of about 750,000 shares. What else we got? T-Mobile, 625,000. GameStop, buy side imbalance, 500,000 shares with a bit more than 500,000 share buy side and paired as well. Going down over here, HPE of no interest to me. HIMS still sell side imbalance of about 500,000 shares, a little bit less. You're getting that same buy side imbalance, Joey, on QBTS with only about 151,000 paired. Assassino right there is what I'm looking at right there. QBTS, you're getting a buy side imbalance as well on SMR, about a little bit less than 500,000 shares with only 62,000 shares paired so far, and likewise with CCL, about a little bit less than 500,000, Joey.
All right, good stuff there. So trade the pool, beat Ackman live trading competition is here, October 8th to 10th. Every day, Ackman makes his move. Your mission: outperform him, beat his return, prove you've got what it takes. Then grand finale on October 13th, broadcast live on Trader TV with Trade the Pool team live in the studio. Over 600,000 in prizes are up for grabs, 25, 50K, and even 100K evaluations accounts, plus surprise giveaways during the live show. Don't just watch, compete, beat Ackman, win big, scan the QR code. Yeah,
scan it.
Scan that stuff there, guys. Anthony, I seen that. Also, DM me on X. I see you say you put your office phone number on the board. Keep up the good work, my guy. Much appreciated. Also, Anthony, DM me on X at Trader TV Joseph. If you have X, that is, that would be absolutely fantastic. If not, I'm going to be in contact with some of those guys tonight. I was already talking to Meeks. He said that's funny, and we're going to talk about it.
Bro, just when you can't like Dua Lipa anymore, this is the kind of stuff with the Cowboys cheerleaders in a Cowboys jersey. Get it, Dua. Yeah, she knows exactly what to do. Hold on, what number is she wearing there? 20. Who's she wearing? 22? I can't really see the number she's wearing there. Yeah, 22. She got 22 on. Who wears 22 for the Cowboys? Get it, Dua Lipa.
Yeah, guys, make sure you just do us a favor as we're coming into the end of the show. Just make sure you hit that like and subscribe as well, too, please.
D, I don't know if I'd...
has unlimited upside.
Damn.
I don't know if I'd hold a Dow short. I don't know if I'd hold anything short over the weekend. Look, maybe we don't get this resolved right away, right? We know that the APAC conference in South Korea is a couple of weeks away, and they were scheduled to speak. So maybe there's a lot of posturing happening in anticipation of that meeting. This is the first time they're actually going to meet in Trump 2.0. We know that last time the U.S. president met with President Xi, we saw what Gavin Newsom did and cleaned up San Francisco. That was really the last time that there were any meetings between the two leaders. So I think that there's going to be a lot of posturing going into this. And with posturing comes volatility, D. And that's why I personally just don't feel comfortable holding any specific new swing trade into the weekend. Nothing that I'm not already involved in and have a plan for. That's just my own ideas. That's all I'm talking about there. And yeah, let me know how that works, D. But
I can tell there was.
All right, shout out to me, D. Yeah, I know about our coffee chats. Look, brother, I saw what I saw there, and I think you saw the same thing as well. That wasn't the point of what I was trying to make. Our coffee chats. I kind of want to, use that point there. But that was the last time. Correct me if I'm wrong. That the president of China met with the president of the United States was under the previous Biden administration. So it hasn't happened. I think this is the first time it's going to happen in a while. So, and there obviously have been so many developments since that time, not the least of which, obviously, the trade dispute between the two countries. So I anticipate, obviously, a lot of posturing, Joey.
Absolutely. Yeah, Erie Pages, I'm along what you just said for sure. Absolutely triple bank to that one. AMD is still continuing to bleed 214, right? So, I mean, AMD, if you're buying at those peaks, man, you're already down quite a bit. So, I mean, it is what it is, 240 all the way down to 214, grab a little bit more. That's why I always say you don't want to just buy everything at once. You just slowly want to start to grab things here and there. Again, if you got 10K or you're looking to invest $1,000, 2 here, 1.5 here, 2 there.
Joey, any fights this weekend?
Big UFC fights.
What?
Brother. Yeah.
Again?
Yeah.
Last
what do you mean? There's always
this week?
Yeah.
All right, so what do we got on the card?
We got Charles Oliveira versus Marquise Gamrot, and then we also have Davidson. Charles Bronx? Yeah. He's fighting tonight. He was supposed to fight Rafael Fiziev, but he got hurt. He's a pretty tough guy.
Okay.
So shout out to Charles, and then we got Davidson Figueiredo.
What weight are these guys?
Lightweight.
Okay.
So
Lightweight.
155. Yeah. 150.
But these guys will walk around like 165, 170.
After they rehydrate, yeah, 100%. So they're big dudes.
Small, yeah.
And then we got some good co-main events as well too. Davidson Figueiredo's on the former champion. He's on the co-main event there.
Any boxing?
As for boxing, I have no idea, man.
Yeah, I got to sniff that one out.
Yeah. Boxing.
Not like I'll be watching on the IP or anything like that.
Yeah, no.
It's going to be all good, Joey. We're going to pay for everything. We're going to do it good.
Patrick!
Oh!
Y'all did your thing these past few days. The whole crew, hoping everyone was good on that side, back in the building soon. Thanks, Patrick.
Sooner rather than later, my man. I just want everyone to be rest assured. Everything is fine. Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right.
Everything is fine there.
Nice.
The Katina man's getting LASIK done. Neil's just under the weather. There's been something circulating all around here. Joey's got it currently. Neil's just dealing with it a little bit. Fabian's not here today as well.
He was here and he left.
Right? Yeah.
He was
here.
Yeah.
He was suffering though, huh? Yeah.
Look at Ramin. She's a new trader over there in the desk. Yeah.
New trader alert.
Oh no.
Ram Ram's having a good week, bro. Shout out to Ram Ram. She's been killing. Her videos have been dominating.
Been doing a good
on
job,
TikTok right now. Her videos have been killing. 300,000 views on the Mark Carney President Trump thing, and then her Donald Trump video killing over 10,000 views from what I just saw last time. She's been killing it lately. We're going to shout out Ram Ram. She's been doing real well, man. And she's definitely helped.
Brent Roth. You don't know Brent Roth doesn't know who that is? Come on, man. Get with it.
Come on now.
Get out of here.
Come on now.
Get that garbage
All right,
out
we
of
got
here.
about 45 seconds, Joey, until
Do
the
we?
closing bell. Look, I've seen a lot better days on the market. I hope everybody can maintain a positive attitude and just see things for what they are. Let's not hit the panic button so quickly, but hey, take advantage, man. You know, Dee was asking me about swing trades with respect to, you know, holding the Dow over the weekend. Are you guys looking at any setups? Are you guys taking any swing trades with the last few minutes left? All right, I didn't even know it was here. We got another 15 seconds or so, but we have the special hammer.
Oh, there you go. There you go.
All right, so maybe I can actually.
ADHD kicking
All right,
in.
guys, the closing bell brought to you by VinFast. Ticker VFS. 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
All right, guys. I hope everyone has a fantastic weekend. Don't forget, precision beats power and timing beats speed. Keep it real, everyone. I hope everyone has a fantastic weekend. Shout out to the Notorious.
Take care, guys.